hope everyone enjoyed their 4th of July. Don't worry, my fellow Democrats. It is a new week. President Biden is well rested. And though there are minor similarities, I assure you he is not the man from Weekend at Bernie's. Stay strong, Cleveland. And as always, remember to vote.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
As always, I want to introduce Mr. Machismo. Hey, Mr. Machismo, how are you, sir?
Doing all right. I'm doing all right. We almost at the end of the week, so that's always this Thursday is like all right. We almost there when I get to the podcast, so it's always a good morale booster, and then I get to learn some stuff. So there's that. How about you this week, Mrs. Big Time Radio Star? Oh.
I knew that was coming. I did. But in all honesty, it's been fun. It's been super fun. I got to do a commercial spot. I did my promo for the show. I met with the GM. I actually met him today. And and so in 2 weeks, Damage Control will be live on 95.9 WOBU, Cleveland's own, Our Voices United. So very psyched about that.
Awesome. Congrats. That's a dope accomplishment.
So right now I'm just trying to figure out my volume. Please stand by. Testing. Machismo?
1, 2, 3.
I can't hear nothing.
3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3.
That did nothing. But thank you. Say something else, Mr. Machismo.
Lucas.
Yeah,
hello?
I'm not
There
hearing
we
you.
go.
I'm gonna put my earphones on.
Can you hear me now? Captain's log.
All right. Say something. Say something now, Mr. Machismo.
Something now. Oh, Captain's log. Enterprise spaceship.
Okay. Say something now.
Something now.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, I thought you heard what I said. I thought it was funny too. IT is on the way.
Oh, we're good again. Can everybody hear me? Another episode of Supportive Advice Live. I'm so glad you guys are here. I am looking to take some questions. I want to hear from you. What's going on in your life? How often do you get a chance to actually sit with a licensed marriage and family therapist for free, right? And talk to them about different things that are going on in your life. So I am here, right? And I am pulling on you, the audience, to ask questions, talk about patterns, things that you're just unsure about. Now, granted, I'm a therapist, so I have a specialized understanding of, therapy. So if you want to call and ask me about a Dodge Rambler, I don't know anything about that. Okay, so just want to be clear on that. Don't know about cars. Do know about therapy. So, you guys feel free to come on, and I am waiting for you all to come on and give your thoughts and opinions and all of that good stuff, that lovely stuff. If there's any couples that are looking to come on and maybe you've had an argument, or maybe you're thinking about moving in together. Maybe you're single and you're wondering why you keep going after the same type of person. Maybe you want to know how your trauma shows up in your relationships. We all have something. That's all a part of being human, right? So I am here, and again, I am pulling on you all today, right? So that you can utilize this time to speak with a licensed marriage and family therapist. So feel free to go in the comments. My moderator will be looking at the comments, and anyone who wants to go live will actually bring you on the air, right? So we'll bring you on the air with me, and we'll just talk. We'll just talk. And if you're like, I don't want anybody to see my face, I just want to ask a question, we'll just put it in the just put it in the comments, and I'll answer it that way too. It's fine. No worries. I like music. Let's see. Oh, this is a good song. In Vogue. Yeah. Take it back. Oh. My moderator said that's copyrighted, so I can't play it. I can't play it loud, but I can still play it.
No, they will detect it. They will kick us off.
Can you? They can hear you. He's so bossy. Y'all hear that? He is bossy. So I have been talking. Well, I talk to people all the time. Like that's literally my jam, right? But it's interesting because there is this happy wife, happy life thought process, right? We see it on, and I'm still taking questions and things, but we see it, in society, right? We see it on sitcoms, like the wife wears the pants. I mean, she, the gender roles or whatnot, and like she's like the boss. But if you look at those guys, right, a lot of times they're not happy. They are not happy. They are browbeaten, and they typically don't enjoy going home. I think it's really important to understand that marriage is about compromise. It's not about one person getting their way all the time because they control the environment. Anyone that's been married knows the wife is not the only one that controls the environment. An unhappy husband doesn't feel great either. The house is not doing cartwheels when the husband isn't happy. But there's just been this thing of women stay home. I mean, not anymore, right? But essentially women would stay home, men would go to work. And so essentially what it became is, let's pacify the wife, right? So we're going to pacify the wife. We're going to get her things that she wants. We're going to do things for her around the house to pacify her, right? And then that took on its own thing with this, happy life, happy wife. But it really just gives people permission to act like children, which is no good, right? It gives one of the partners permission to act like a child and the other partner a parent. What is that?
It's no fun.
That's not copyrighted?
No, it's actually part of the program.
Okay. Well, if you found something that's not copyrighted, well, it wasn't jamming like it. It's not jamming like in Vogue or anything, but it'll do. You know what I'm saying? So last week we talked about Risa Tisa. And, I had got some comments like, these videos are irrelevant. She already said that she ignored the red flags. But my thing is not about the red flags. My thing is about self-worth. If we're ignoring red flags, there's a reason why we're doing it. And it's because, again, our standards started here, right? And the longer it took for us to find a suitable mate, we started dropping our standards, and until in that case, lying was not even, telling the truth wasn't even a standard at that point. So, I think that self-worth and understanding that you're worth waiting on and you're worth waiting for is always relevant. It's not about, oh, well, she, ignored this red flag or that red flag, or, because if anybody actually listened to my show last week, I actually named a lot of green flags of, reasons why she might have thought it was safe to trust that individual. If there's 5 people, then they should ask questions. If you guys have any questions, comments, anything that you've always wanted to ask a therapist but didn't have the money to, I'm here. Utilize me. I'm taking questions. I'm taking comments, concerns. It could be parent-child related. It could be couple related. It could just be about a person. Patterns, attachment styles, all types of stuff. And anybody who missed it, if you want to be brought on air, my moderator will send you a link. You can click the link, go on air with me, ask a question. If you don't want to be on air because you're like, I don't really want anybody to know it's me asking this question, then you can just put it in the comments. Even though, like, they might know that, if because your name. So, but some people have aliases on Facebook. Did you know Facebook does this thing now where, like, you can? I'm talking to my moderator because you guys aren't asking anything. Did you know Facebook does this thing now where you don't have to be you? Like, wasn't that always their thing? Like, you need to be you, and it needs to be your real name and your real information and all of this stuff. But then they were like, or you don't need to be you anymore. You can create a whole nother persona and go friend a whole bunch of people. But okay, Kelly, nice to see you. Blessings to you too. But yeah, so it's like you don't even have to be you. It's like they're inviting you to catfish people. But here's the thing. If you do have an alternate I did talk to Kelly. If you if you do have an alternate persona, they will tell people this person is operating in a persona that is not their original persona. Like it's like so it's like so you're gonna give me the ability to catfish, but then tell everybody that I'm catfishing. Like no. Who gonna friend that person? This person is not operating in their regular profile. They changed their name, they changed their picture. This ain't basically this is not them. Um so normally I have my crew Mojo and Mr. Machismo. However, as of today, um it's just me. So there's that. If nobody's asking questions, I mean I could just shut this down early. I don't know if it's every day that people get a chance to talk to a licensed therapist for free. But if it's not of use to you. Kelly said she has to go. And blessings. Did you see that already?
Oh, no, I missed that.
Yeah. So Kelly's not on. And whoever else is on doesn't seem to have any questions. And I can't play any music. Is that you?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you on there? Are we not live anymore?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, okay. So you're just playing with it for no reason then?
Yeah, let me see. Let me talk.
No. You talk enough. You have a whole Wednesday where people listen to you talk. You have a whole Sunday when people listen to you talk. You have a whole Tuesday where you call people in the evening and listen to you talk. You will not be talking on my podcast.
Let's see.
That means time is ticking, y'all. It's funny because when I was doing the Risa Tisa video and there wasn't a lot of room for questions, people was all in the chat box. Now I'm asking people, hey, you got questions, you got comments, concerns, and nothing. But I guess it doesn't surprise me because there's so much stigma around mental health. It's a shame in all honesty. There are so many people who need mental health help that don't get mental health help. People that don't talk about the things that they're going through, people that self-medicate instead of, taking the opportunity to talk to a specialist, because at the end of the day, I mean, I personally don't take Medicaid. However, there's a lot of therapists that do. There's a lot of nonprofit organizations like Ohio Guidestone and I think Applewood is one too. And I'm sure there are a bunch more, but people, well, the wait lists are long and that I can understand. Oh, Signature Health, I think that's one too. They have a sliding scale and all types of things. But people don't utilize, mental health help. Why? Maybe they think it's too much of a hassle. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because of the stigma. I don't know. A lot of times it's because people think they're the only ones going through what they're going through, which is, and I'm not one to say never, but it never. It's never the case. There's never been a client that I talked to where I was like, man, something wrong with you. You know, it's always things that people think they're battling alone, that so many other people are going through, but they don't. They're not able to find community because they don't talk. They don't say anything. I appreciate the individuals that have been brave enough to reach out to me and contact my practice, supportiveadvice.com. I just want to drop that name there. And schedule appointments with me, because it's it's not an easy thing to do, to first say there's an issue. Second, this issue isn't something that I think that I can solve by myself. And third, I'm going to trust telling someone something that is significant and private to me, and then also trust them to guide me through the process. That is one of the strongest things that someone can do. It's easy not to ask for help. It's easy to pretend like nothing's going on. It's hard to say, okay, this has gotten out of control. I want to make a change, and I want to make a change so much so that I am going to actually get help. It's just like if you were carrying a whole bunch of groceries and the groceries was wearing your arms down, and someone was standing there with nothing in their hand and they said, hey, can I help you? You know, you need some help? No, I got it. No, you don't. You know, your arms are significantly weighed down, you know. Michael, at this point, I'm not going to keep waiting. So I'm going to jump off because there's nobody asking questions, and I'm pretty sure there's something else that I could be doing, you know, at this point. But I am curious as to why no one came on, why no one is commenting. I wonder if it did we not share it enough? Um, was it the time? Did the time not, you know, mesh with when people typically are getting on Facebook? Was it hard to find? Or we not streaming on enough channels? Drop me a line, let me know. Because if there are barriers to people coming on or finding us or any of that, we want to make sure that we fix those, because we want to hear from you. We want to hear from you, and we want to address things that you're going through. That's the whole reason why I'm here. You know what I mean? I could sit and talk about funny stuff and things like that, you know, but I'd rather know that I've helped someone, at least one person at the end of each show. So if that's not what's happening today, that's fine. But definitely drop me a comment and drop me a comment and let me know what was the barrier to asking questions. And if it's personal, inbox me. What was the barrier? Hey, Anna Marie, how are you?
She said just so.
Hmm?
She said just so.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm taking questions. So if you have any questions for a licensed therapist, feel free to write them in the chat, or we can also bring you on. You just called me. I was about to jump off because it was taking some time. I think patience is something that I, as a human being, probably need to work on too. But yeah, if you have any questions, I taking questions about mental health, questions about relationships, attachment patterns, the whole nine. So Anne Marie, or Anna Marie, I'm sorry. How has your day been going? You know, how are things? Nothing right now. Okay, that's okay. Maria Strom is on. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for joining. Do you have any questions? Any questions, comments, concerns? Ask a live therapist, people. For free. You know. So I'm here. Any questions? Oh, things are going good. I'm glad. Anything new happening in your life? Either Maria or Anna Marie. Any changes that's been going on that you've noticed you've been trying to adjust to? I know this weather has been interesting. That was my son, guys. Um, what do you all think about therapy as a whole? Anne Marie. Oh, Anna Marie says dealing with health issues with my mom who lives with her. Oh wow. That can be hard. Um, you know, we think about different life stages, but we typically think that the one where we actually take care of our parents is further off than it really is. How are you coping with that, Anna Marie? How you been with that? And Maria, if you have questions, please feel free. Also, Anna Marie, I'm curious if these health issues are new or chronic. Some days are challenging. Yeah, of course. Of course. Anna Marie, they would be. Um, what are some things that you notice you're feeling that you didn't anticipate? Oh wow, stroke and heart issues. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to hear that. I really am. Um, and so it seems like she might need some pretty close care. Um, I'm really curious about how that's been affecting you emotionally, seeing your mom in that condition. Maria, we didn't forget about you. Feel free to ask questions. You know, I'm not going to say that comment out loud, but I want you to know that you're not alone in that. You're not alone in that. You know, you spend a certain amount of time as a child, and then you finally are able to go off on your own. You build your family of origin, um, and well, your family system, right? You live your life. You have things the way that you're accustomed, right? And then all of a sudden something happens with our parent, and then there's this conflict of, I love my parent, I want to be there for my parent, but it's a heavy weight. It's a heavy weight. You have every right to feel how you feel. And I want you to know you're not alone in feeling that way. That is common with adult children that are taking care of their parents. I've always been close to her, Anna Marie says. And that can make things even harder, right? Because it makes the conflict even more so, right? There is this, well, she was there for me, or, she did these things for me, or, she sacrificed for me. I love her. I want to be around her. There is also the conflict of, I don't want to see my mom in this condition, because it conflicts with how I'm used to seeing her, and there's also, again, weight, because you both still have a life to live, and now you're trying to find a way to live it together with swapped roles. That's no easy task, Anna Marie. I'm so glad you came on here to talk to me about this. Those are some tough emotions to be dealing with. Hey, Kristen, I see that you've joined. Thank you so much for joining. If you have any questions, we are taking live questions. I am a licensed therapist in the state of Ohio. My name is Aquila Wheatley. So any questions that you have, I have a sister older that doesn't, yeah. Pamela, thank you so much for joining again. I'm taking questions, comments, concerns. I am a licensed therapist. Anyone who has any questions, definitely feel free to come on and ask. Right now I'm talking to Anna Marie. But Kristen, Pamela, feel free to ask. Marie, I didn't forget about you either. That's also not uncommon, having like a sibling that is not as helpful, and there's so many reasons why. Sometimes it's because they live far away. Sometimes it's because they have a hard time actually dealing with seeing their parent in an incapacitated state. So there's a lot of different, sometimes they weren't close to the parent, sometimes they just don't want the responsibility, and so it ends up falling on the sibling that is closest with the parent, because the parent typically leans toward that sibling. But yeah, it's frustrating. It's absolutely frustrating. I have definitely helped clients work through just what you're talking about, because then there's that resentment, but then you feel guilty for feeling resentful. It's a hodgepodge of emotions, but they're all valid, and I want you to know that, Anna Marie. Pamela, Kristen, if you have any questions, definitely feel free to type in the chat. If you want to be brought on air, my moderator can bring you on air. He will give you a link that you can click on to become a part of the video podcast. Anna Marie, I'm curious as to who you talk to. I mean, right now you're talking to me, and I thank you for that because this, it's a sensitive subject, and I appreciate you, coming on and sharing it with me. But outside of today, who do you talk to about these things? I really hope that you have some strong social supports to get you through this. And Anna Marie, don't forget if you want to come on. Oh, okay. My sister in Christ. Okay. So it sounds like you have an older sister, or like a god sister or something like that, and they're not necessarily helping. Or you're saying, because there's like a long delay between what I say and what you type, is that you talk to your sister in Christ about these things. And if that is the case, I'm glad to hear that, because going through this is not something you should go through alone. There's a lot of emotions that you can feel. Sometimes people feel shame. Sometimes people feel guilt. Sometimes people start grieving their parent, before their parent is actually gone. I talk someone through walking their parent through dementia, and at some point their parent was not themselves anymore. And so at some point it can feel like you're caring for a stranger, someone who doesn't recognize you. Now in this case, okay, so yes, you talk to your sister in Christ. In this case, your mother has stroke and heart issues. Is she able to talk and move around still, or is she immobile? Hey, Karen, I see you joined. Thank you so much for joining. I am taking questions, comments, concerns. I'm a licensed therapist. So if you have any questions that you would like to ask, utilize me. I'm here. You can either put it in the chat, or, you can actually click the link and come on right beside me and we can just talk. Anna Marie, I'm curious, is your mother immobile, or is she still able to kind of get around and talk and things like that? Oh, okay. So she can talk, but she's confined to a chair. So she's not able to get around like she used to, which, in all honesty, could be frustrating for the parent, especially if the parent was somebody that was like really independent and, like to do things for themselves. And so once they get to a point where they're immobilized, which you'll deal with is a lot of frustration from them. And it might feel like they're mad at you, or they're frustrated at you, when really they're frustrated at their body because their body isn't doing what it used to do. And people put their whole identities around, they build their whole identities around independence. I'm a strong person, I'm independent, I don't ask for help, and all this, all of these different things that are boosted by, societal pressures to, have a certain level of autonomy, right? And so then when something happens and they're not able, such a scary place. It's a scary place for them. It becomes very frustrating for them. Sometimes they feel like a burden, and and then they end up lashing out at the people that are closest to them. Now, I don't know if that's the case with your mom, but if that is happening, I just want you to know that it's natural. It's natural, because it's not hard to, it's not easy to go from being the person taking care of someone, versus being the one being taken care of. Hey, Johanna, how you doing? Okay, so Johanna, you just came out of a traumatic situation with your wife. Hey, Deborah, I see you're on as well. Did you want to talk about it? That's what I'm here for. I'm a licensed therapist. And so feel free to. Oh, okay. He said he's fine. Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming on here. And if you do have any questions or you do want to talk anything through, I'm here for it. Deborah, same with you. Oh, okay. I see. So I appreciate you having a testimony. However, this is more of a question answer type of podcast with a licensed therapist. Um, you can definitely tune in to no, okay. Okay. So anyway, this is a question and answer. So we are just talking about different therapy techniques, different things that you can do when you are having, issues. If you're going through something, you want to talk to a therapist, you just want to give it a try. I don't mind being your guinea pig. This is my first time here, so glad to be here. I'm so glad to have you here too, Johanna. Um, how is your stress? It seems like you have a testimony, so I take it you're probably on the other side of things at this point. Deborah, if you feel a want to or pull to talk, I'm here. Just want you to know that. And Kristen, Pamela, very true. Very, very true. Maria, if you're still watching, feel free. If you wanted to talk about the original scenario, you can type that in the chat, and then I can talk about that because I'm pretty sure whatever you were going through, you're not the only one that ever went through it. And there might be some people on here even now that can benefit from hearing what you went through and what you came over. If we have a crowd, come on screen, come join me, click the link, join me, ask me some questions, chit chat with a therapist today. Why not? It's free.
I'm sending it now.
Okay, so the link is in there. How do you deal with, oh, wow. How do you deal with an autistic adult child with extreme OCD with germs? She is consistently spraying and sanitizing stuff. She also lives with me. Anna Marie, you have a lot going on. I hope that you are taking time for yourself and taking time for self-care. Um, OCD is typically an anxiety response. And so, when it comes to autism, there's a lot of sensory things that can cause that person to get overwhelmed, and so OCD, there is a part of it that is a compulsion, which it sounds like the cleaning is a compulsion. But there's also a part of it where there might be anxiety around germs. Maybe they were told something about germs that freaked them out at some point, and they think that the only way to keep themselves safe is to keep cleaning. But definitely an anxiety response. Is harder because with individuals with autism, there's a lot of sensory things, but there's also a lot of emotional. I'll say there's also a lack. That's a better word. A lack of emotional regulation. So they can go from 0 to 10, all of a sudden. So, sitting them down and saying, hey, this is already clean. That's not going to do anything, especially if it's a compulsion. However, all depending on how verbal the adult child is, you can have a conversation with them to find out where their anxiety is coming from. I've seen a lot of verbal adults and also teens that I've counseled. And you can, depending on where they are on the spectrum, have conversations with them and get down to the root of what's causing the heightened anxiety, because you probably will see heightened OCD behavior when the person is overstimulated. Finding out what might be overstimulating them, giving them different ways to be able to hyper focus in on things that like music or something like that that can be calming to them, giving them something that can take the place of the cleaning, helping them really understand germs, and that there are good germs that we need. Hey, Bridget, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate you. Feel free to come on and chat. Also, feel free to click the link and come on. I would definitely explain to them that there are good germs that we need, and the consistent spraying, they're not only moving away the bad germs, but they're moving around the good germs that we need, and see if that is helpful. But definitely sitting down, having a conversation with them, figuring out what is triggering the anxiety, what's triggering the overstimulation, when are they more likely to come out with their spray, like what's happening around that time, what's going on, is something too loud, is it all day every day, and sometimes setting an amount with them. What is an amount that's comfortable for you? How many sprays do you need to spray? Is it 5? Is that once you spray 5, does that urge to keep doing it go away? Okay, so once you get to 5, I'm going to let you know you're at 5, and then we're done, right? And then having that type of conversation with them, that's also helpful. Putting a limit on it based off of their comfort. So there are a lot of different things. But definitely pay attention to when you see them doing it the most, because 9 times out of 10 is something that either has overstimulated them, caused them some type of anxiety, and that's how they're responding to it. Also, show them things about good germs. Teach them about good germs, because that also might be helpful. And then setting an amount with them. Okay, so you sprayed 5 times today. All right, well, five is the lucky number. Not 5 is enough, so we did it. We did it. Very good. All right, we got it. All the bad germs gone. Now we got to make sure we leave some room for the good germs, right? We don't want to spray away the good germs. No, we don't want to spray away the good germs, right? Talk to them. Talk them through it. There's also a technique called urge surfing. Now, I don't know if it'll work as well, just all depending on where they are on the spectrum. But urge surfing is really, really, really great. Okay, because what it does is it describes your emotion as a wave that is starting low, hitting a peak, and at that peak you feel like it can't get any higher, right? You need to act on it. You need to do something about it. You have to do something about it. And then what you realize is when you sit with the emotion, it begins, or the urge, right? It begins to subside. Now it's not easy, and if you're willing, you can talk them through the process. You can say, okay, what are you feeling right now? What is it that's making? Are you feeling it in your hands? Is it something in your mind telling you that it's not clean? What is it that we're feeling? Let me know as it rises, right? Talk them through it. Deep breaths, box breathing. Okay, as it's rising, it's getting worse, huh? It's getting bad, and you see them fidgeting or whatever the case may be. Okay, it's okay, right? It's going to get to a peak, but then it will come down. It will come down. Let's breathe through it. Let's breathe through it. And do that with them. Help them to regulate as well. That's also and you can go on Google and you can actually, because I don't know if I'm able to share my screen here or not, but you can Google urge surfing techniques. There's a lot of them. There are ones that are audible. There's ones that actually have a script where you can actually walk them through the script. Either way, you'll be able to, and there's also one that it's like a bell curve, but it's in the form of a wave, and you can kind of walk them through, tell them to point to where their emotion is at that point. And if they keep on pointing to the top one, let them know, okay, all right, let's do some breathing. Let's work through the exercise. Hey, Marlene. And then let them know, to let you know when it subsides, and then reward them. Because positive reinforcement, I mean, that's always a thing. And whether you're an adult, a child, and an elder, positive reinforcement will continue on a behavior. I hope that answered your question. Anybody else have any questions? Marlene, Bridget, if you have any questions, any scenarios you want to run by me, that's absolutely fine. Again, I am a licensed, spelled LICENSED, therapist. And I'm taking calls, well, not necessarily calls, I'm taking comments, right? I'm taking comments, and I'm also, open to someone clicking on the link and coming right on. You can talk directly to me. I can talk directly to you. Anna Marie, I really hope that I answered your question. If there's any follow-ups, let me know. Hey, Queenie, how you doing? Thank you so much for joining. Marlene, Bridget, thank you so much for joining as well. I'm taking questions, comments, concerns in the chat, as well as there is a link. My moderator will post it again. My moderator will post it again so that you all can see. You click on the link, you can actually come on with me. So I know some topics are kind of sensitive, so I understand if you don't want to. Okay, someone says, Marlene, my granddaughter moved out at 18, says she has nothing to say to her mom. Yeah, that is a hard one. That's a hard one. So what I'm going to explain is the differentiation process. So we all go through different, and Marlene, I'm directing this towards you. Mom was always good to her. I bet she was. I absolutely bet she was. And this might be out of nowhere where you're just like, I am still talking to her. Okay, so she's talking to you. At least she's talking to somebody. He's talking to you. He's not talking to mom. Mom has always been good to her. Is there a significant other somewhere in this mix? A lot of times there's a significant other somewhere in this mix. Nevertheless, Marlene, I'm going to talk about the differentiation process. Kids think their parents are the world because the parents are the world. Her mom has a boyfriend. Okay. So mom has a boyfriend. Is the child an only child? Because that's important. That's something to know. If she's an only child, at what point did the mom get the boyfriend? Like how old was she when the boyfriend came into the picture? Are there siblings that she helped out with? Was the mom a single mom at any point? Because all of those things are 8 years between. Okay. So I take it that the boyfriend came in when your granddaughter was 10 then, if she's 18 now and she just moved out. Or is it that she has siblings, but there's 8 years in between the siblings? The reason why yes, it's 8 years between the siblings. I take it this one is the oldest. The granddaughter is the oldest. Oh no. Okay. Marlene, it might be easier. Oh, she's younger. Okay. Okay, so she's younger. And so there's 8 years between her and her eldest sibling. So her eldest sibling is an adult, even though she's considered an adult too, which is so scary. Sometimes when the 18-year-old is, so I'm going to go into the differentiation process. When a child is young, their parents are their whole world. And the parents can't do any wrong, right? Like whatever mom and dad say, or mom or just dad say, is gold. It's gold, right? But then as they go through different life cycle phases, they run into outside influences. They go to school, they make friends, they gain crushes on people, they have significant others, whatever the case may be. And then as they get older, they start to develop their own value system. And so then they start to judge the parent or parents based off of that value system. Hey, Kersha. Um, and so essentially, this is a time period in which, imagine you met Superman and he was just a man, right? And he was doing things that you didn't necessarily agree with, right? And so they start judging the parent based specifically on their value type. Now, mind you, the values that they have, it hasn't been bumped up against any actual experience. They haven't gone out into the world yet. They haven't lived. Like, they're judging the parent. Hey, Sylvia. They're judging the parent just based off of this bubble that they're living in and choices that they think that they would make differently, right? And so this becomes a very contentious point between the child and the parent, because the child doesn't understand the parent, because the child isn't going through the challenges that the parent is going through, but they're judging them as though they are. So essentially what happens is they start to separate from their family of origin. And they will distance themselves because they have to figure out, hey, Sanjita, they have to figure out who they are outside of their family of origin, what their values look like versus what are values that were loaned to them, what they actually care about versus what they don't care about, what their experiences are going to be versus what they've experienced within the home. And a lot of times it's a very hard process because the difference in values will cause a rift between the parents within the family of origin and that child that is supposed to, eventually leave the house or whatever, and so this happens a lot. It happens a lot. We want to be able to talk our kids through the differentiation process, but a lot of times the differentiation process involves a break between the parent, the parental unit within the family of origin, and the person that is trying to break off and find themselves, right? You can liken it to leave and cleave, right? Is that same concept. At some point you have to separate and make your own family, but you have to discover who you are in the process, which a lot of times, unfortunately, means breaking from your original family of origin. Marlene, I'm curious, how's mom taking it? Because it could be rough. How's mom taking it? Hey, Christina. Thank you so much for joining. In case you guys aren't aware, I am answering questions live. I am a licensed therapist in the state of Ohio. And so I am answering questions. You can write the questions in the comments, like Marlene. And or you can come online. Mom is wounded. Yeah, it's a hurtful process. It's a hurtful process. But it also has to happen, because if it doesn't, the dynamics of the relationship never get a chance to shift. Your granddaughter is someone's daughter, but one day she might be someone's mom, and one day she might be someone's wife. Hopefully it happens in a reverse order, right? But nevertheless, she's going to be her own adult, and she's going to have her own family of that she creates. if differentiation never happens, then she never gets a chance to get out of that role of being just a daughter. That break has to happen, because then mom is able to see her as a woman instead of her baby girl that has always lived at home with her. And it hurts. It hurts. And tell mom I feel for her. I really, really do, because it hurts. But also tell mom that the fact that her daughter is going through the differentiation process means she did something right. Let her know that. As much as it might not feel like it right now, the fact that her daughter is successfully going through the differentiation process means that she did something right. Her daughter has what she feels, she has everything she needs to be able to go off on her own. She feels secure. She feels confident in her ability to make decisions and live on her own. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. And it's because mom did something right, not because she did something wrong. So let her know that. And I thank you so much for your question, Marlene. Margie, I see Margie is on, also Teresa. Christina is also on. Sylvia, haven't forgotten about you. Hi, Kersha. I am taking questions. Questions about family, questions about life, questions about attachment, questions about whatever's on your mind, whatever's on your heart right now. I am a licensed therapist in the state of Ohio. And so I am here just to talk. Take advantage. Utilize me. And again, Marlene, thank you so much for your question. Anna Marie, thank you so much for your question as well. I appreciate you both coming on here and talking. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We will pray for them 150%. But also remind your daughter that the differentiation process means she did something right. Because sometimes during this process, a parent can feel like, well, what did I do? Or what didn't I do? Or what did I say? Or what didn't I say? Or maybe I pushed too hard. Maybe I didn't push enough. Maybe I didn't give them enough. Maybe I gave them too much. And they start to doubt themselves. Hey, Anthony, they start to doubt themselves. And so a part of the building process for the parent is realizing what differentiation is, and that if the person is going through that process, if they have the confidence to go out on their own, it's because you've instilled in them something that makes them think that they can make it. That's what you want. Believe it or not, as painful as it is, that's actually what you want. Hey, shout out to Miss Ronice. Hello. Marlene C. Ronice, that's my mom. And in all transparency, we're very close now. We are very close now. But there was a time that I had to go through the differentiation process with my mom. And we spent a lot of time apart. And it was hurtful to me. I'm sure it was hurtful to her. But it allowed her to see me transform into a woman. And then it allowed me to be able to go through what's called the exoneration process, where when you go through something and then you start to realize what the other person might have been feeling and thinking, and that they're just human, just like you are. And all of those, that pedestal that you put them on, that you were so disappointed they fell from, you kind of move it to the side and you see them as a person. And, and the parent gets to see the daughter as a person as well, and not just a part of themselves. Mom, how would you say the differentiation process was for you? When I was kind of coming into my adulthood around like what I was probably like 19 or 20. Oh, thank you, Mom. I love you. I love you so much. Whatever. But when I was 19 and 18, about between 18 and 20, I remember saying all the time, I'm grown. I'm grown. I'm grown. I'm grown. And it was so important to me that people see me as grown. I don't run around saying that anymore because I walk in it. I talk in it. I've accomplished things in my life that I feel good about. I don't have to run around yelling at everybody that I'm grown. But when I was 18 through 20, hey Adrian, that's exactly what I was doing. You can't tell me I'm grown. I'm grown. And it's funny because that's typically when we need the most help. But Mom, I want to go back to you. What was that time period like for you? I know what it was like for me. My mom says it was hard but exciting to watch you grow and become the person you are now. It took some time, but one thing that I appreciate about my mom is that, you know, at some point she allowed me to be. She didn't always agree with what I was doing or how I was doing it, which is fine, right? Because that's just life. But she allowed me to go through my own process. My mom said, yeah, you did say that all the time. Like, we all know you're grown, Queen. Yes, but I was saying it all the time because I didn't feel grown. I didn't feel like people acknowledged me as grown. I wanted to walk in these big shoes, and I felt like no one was seeing me, right? I ain't did nothing yet. I ain't did nothing yet, you know. And it's interesting because the more that you do, the more people see, but you're doing it for you. You're building you. You feel good about you. So you don't have to run around boasting about being an adult when you actually are one. But yeah, my mom said that it was hard. But again, I appreciate that she allowed me to go through my process. There were times where it got really tense, especially in my early 20s, because, hey, Michelle, there were just things that I had to experience on my own, and my mom wanted to protect me from, experiences that, she kind of felt, her spidey senses were tingling, right? Because she had experience and she could see some things that I couldn't see, but I had to experience it on my own terms. I needed to experience it on my own terms. And at some point, she realized that and was like, okay. And she allowed me to do that. And when needed, she was there to pick up the pieces. And I think that's the most important part. So Marlene, definitely tell your daughter, remain open. There's a lot of offense that can come from the differentiation process. I can't believe this person did this to me. They don't appreciate nothing I did and all this other type of stuff. And yes, it's okay to feel that way. There's offense. There's a little bit of resentment. I actually have a podcast episode that you can actually look on Spotify, Google, or Apple Podcasts, and it's about just this. Like, it's specifically about it's called Ungrateful Eye Kids. And it's literally about the differentiation process. And speaking as a parent that was feeling hurt by that process, because I'm human too. My mom said we had our trials and tribulations, no doubt. Yeah, we did. But my mom, I love my mom so much, so much. But I had to go through things before I could appreciate the person she was, and that's the same process. So with that, a lot of times does come appreciation. So just also let your daughter know there is a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And it often looks like the exoneration process, which is when you see your parents as human and you actually identify with them on a level that you never could before. And you also appreciate that as a human, they did the best that they could. So Marlene, I hope that was helpful. I'm purposely not saying people's last names. Just want to throw that out there. I think that's just a therapist in me to allow some type of anonymity. So I'm only saying people's first names. I'm so glad that you're on, Mama. I do. I love you very much. I also love my grandma too. She played a big role in my life as well. But yeah, show is almost coming to a close. So, anybody have any follow-up questions? I know that a couple of people joined in the meantime, in between time. I know Anthony joined, Margie joined, Teresa joined, Christina joined, Sylvia joined, Kersha. Sorry, I hope I'm not pronouncing that wrong. Queenie joined. So if you have any questions, get them in now. Get them in now. Put them in the queue so that I can answer them, because it's almost time for me to go. Take advantage. Again, I'm a licensed therapist in the state of Ohio, jumping on just to talk to people. Talk to people. Answer questions. Even if you just want to try it out, you might feel a little nervous. Thank you for yes, Anna Marie. Thank you. Thank you for coming on and asking your questions, because your questions help other people. You're not the only one that's going through what you're going through. None of you, whatever that something is, you're not the only one. Your questions help other people. That's why I do this. Michaela is on. Hey, Michaela, thank you so much for joining. Again, I'm taking final questions. Thank you, Marlene, too. I appreciate you sharing that with us today. And I think that it will be helpful to a lot of different people. And again, if you want to check out my podcast specifically on that, it's called, again, Ungrateful Kids, right? And you can find it on Google, Spotify, and Apple under Supportive Advice Live. We have our podcast uploaded there as well. You can also go on Facebook and type it in on Supportive Advice, or even my personal page, and which is Aquila Wheatley, spelled the same as you see on here. And you'll be able to actually see my face as I'm talking about the differentiation process firsthand. Not fun. My mom says, I really enjoyed the show. Thank you so much, Mom. I enjoy having you on here. I love you. You're always welcome. And anybody else who has questions. Also, if you didn't feel comfortable asking your question, hey, Daryl, if you didn't feel comfortable asking your question live, right? Inbox me. You can inbox me on supportive advice. You can inbox me on my personal page, Aquila Wheatley. You can also send me an email at Aquila Wheatley, AQUEELAHWHEATLEY at supportiveadvice.com. You can talk to me about different topics you want to hear about. You can talk to me about questions that you might have. You can talk to me about pretty much anything. So just, inbox me, and then, it might be our next topic. So definitely don't hesitate to do that. And make sure you check out some of the other podcasts. I'm sure you all, could get something out of those as well. All right. If you have questions, get them in the queue. Again, I'm a licensed therapist, just taking questions. Family questions, individual questions. Anybody who ever just wanted to talk to a therapist for free. Definitely feel free. This is my give back. I do this for you all because everybody needs somebody to talk to. Why not me, right? Why not now? All right. So at this point, I am going to cut to commercial. When we come back, any final questions? And then we'll take it from there.
Let me be a part of your journey.
And we're back. And in case you didn't get a chance to write that down, the website is www.supportiveadvice.com. No spaces, supportiveadvice.com. And you can also reach me at 440-423-5955 to schedule appointments. And if you have anything in depth that you really want to talk about or that you want to work through, definitely feel free to schedule with me and we can go through the process of talking through some things. I do family therapy, couples therapy, individual therapy. The only group that I don't typically see at this point, children. But Ohio Guidestone has a great early childhood program. And so definitely look into programs for children because they need love too. And they have issues too that need to be talked about and deserve to be heard. That number again for you guys to schedule with me is 440-423-5955. More conveniently, you can go right onto my website. It gives you access to my calendar. And that website for you is supportiveadvice.com. Supportive advice, all one word, .com. And if you have any questions, concerns, if you have any ideas that come to you in the middle of the week for a topic that you want to hear about, hey, Esther, a topic that you want to hear about that maybe you didn't think about, or a question that you had. Hey, McLeod, maybe your name is Richard. Hey, Jamila. Just questions, things that you didn't come to mind when you were sitting here. Inbox me. It could be our next topic. I can answer it on the next show. Definitely inbox me. Thank you guys so much for your time. And making this a worthwhile investment. I appreciate you all so much. I really, really do. Please join us again. We are here on Thursdays, typically around 6-ish. If you get on at 6 and you don't see me, hey, Ether. Esther, I'm sorry. Blessings to you too. If you get on and you don't see me, just wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Okay. We will be here on Thursday around 6ish, right? Esther, so glad that you joined us. We're actually at the end of our show. But I really hope that you come back next week. And if you have any questions or concerns, or anything any topics you want to talk about, definitely inbox me on my supportive advice page. You can also inbox me on my personal page, Aquila Wheatley, and you can send me emails to aquilawheatley@supportiveadvice.com. If you're interested in actually scheduling an appointment with me, I talk to families, couples, and individuals. Feel free to go to my website at supportiveadvice.com. Thank you, everybody, for joining, and we're going to close with a commercial. Have a great day. Hello. Can everyone hear me? I hope the answer is yes, because it is time for another episode of Supportive Advice Live with your therapist and host, Aquila Wheatley, a licensed marriage and family therapist in Cleveland, Ohio. If you're like, who is this person? Why is she on here? Well, stay tuned. You'll find that out. But you can also visit my my website at www.supportiveadvice.com. It has information about my bio, my practice, what I do, and why I'm here. So, with that being said, I am going to get started. I am excited to get started today. I am not hitting that 6 o'clock mark, completely time blind. Kind of. I won't say completely. Kind of time blind. And so sometimes I just don't realize how long it takes me to actually do things. I think that I am going to start setting a timer so that I can actually start at 6 o'clock, or I might make the start time 6:15, and then I'm never late. So there's also that, right? That's always an option. So with me, I have Mr. Machismo. He is on my panel regularly, and he brings the male perspective. We were actually having a really awesome conversation about what makes a man marriageable or unmarriageable. And if anyone is wondering what that means, it's just the qualifications of whether or not an individual is eligible to be a viable spouse. And some of the characteristics that we talked about were finances and finances, stability, emotional awareness and intelligence, and I think those were the main three that we touched on. I actually submitted to do a study, which I'm pretty excited about, on the correlation between hyper independence and African American unmarried women and the absentee father, as well as the current perception of meritability among eligible candidates. So we'll see how that goes, and hopefully that goes well. Seeing as though I just submitted a 9 to 10 page premise on this, I don't know if I really feel like talking about it anymore. So just in case, I did pull up Reddit, And so I do have am I the asshole, and we can determine who is the asshole today, If you are watching on TikTok, I thank you. Please chime in and let me know who you think is the asshole. Also, get those likes up. If you're gonna watch, at least hit the screen. Put yourself to action. Give your fingers some exercise. And if you're watching via Facebook or what's the other one? YouTube. Comment. Let me know. Even if you're watching the replay, who's the asshole? And why? Give a reason. Give a reason as to why. And then I will bring forth a therapeutic perspective, and we can see where we go from there. Also, I want to let you all know that I have a QR code for those that are watching via Facebook or YouTube. There is a scannable QR code that takes you directly to call in, and so if you want to be heard live, scan that code. It'll put you in our room. You can become one of our callers, and then you can hear yourself live and then replay yourself as much as you want, if you want, right? So, Dante, talk to me. Where you at? Mr. Machismo, where you at?
I am right here.
How are you, sir? Thank you for joining us today and being a faithful panel member. I appreciate you.
Oh, cool. I came for the Reddit, I think.
Did you? All right.
That was kind of interesting.
All right.
So there's some crazy scenarios that you kind of hear about that you may not normally. So it's kind of enlightening. It just opens your perspective. Like, these things happen.
Yes, these things do happen, and it's really interesting because these happen in a publicized way. Right, so there are things that I just absolutely cannot talk about that, as it relates to my clients, just due to client confidentiality, HIPAA, and all of that stuff. But this stuff here, it's fair game. It's like right there, it's open. It's so. Did you say juicy?
Yeah, a little juicy.
A little juicy. All right, so I sent. So I saw this one and I was like, I have to do this one. I have to. And so, listen to this title, Mr. Machismo, and all of those that are watching. And remember, hit that like button. If you're watching, hit the like button multiple times and also share. A toxic ex sent me an unsolicited genitalia photo, right? So I took a screenshot and sent it to his wife.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Yes! Boom, boom, boom. Okay? Not even just one, right? And remember, we are taking callers and comments. So again, feel free to scan that QR code. It'll put you right in our call-in app. And if you are on TikTok, definitely put comments in on who you believe is the asshole, and we will acknowledge your comments if you get them in time. So the title says it all, is what it says, right? This happened a few years ago. I was with a guy for almost 2 years and ended it when I caught him cheating after suspecting it for a while. Several years passed by and he kept trying to talk to me or get us back together. All before and after he got this girl pregnant and married her. I blocked him for several years. He tried to talk to me via other numbers. I blocked them too. I had deleted WhatsApp for a period of time, reinstalled it later to use, not realizing after deleting the account and reinstalling it, it removes blocked numbers from the account. Sure enough, after some time, he tried talking to me again. Now, mind you, based off of this timeline here, this dude is married and either is a father. It seems like possibly already a father, or at least about to be a father. So just keep these things in mind here when we're making a decision. So he tried talking to me again, confessing his undying love. He was married with 2 kids. That answered that. Married with 2 kids now. Before I had a chance to block him, since I was busy at work. You can miss me with the busy at work. You had time. He sent me a pretty graphic photo of his member. All right. As though she had not already seen it. The photo was in his supposed bedroom with plenty of background details of the room. I snapped a photo. Yeah, right. So you can't say, well, this was from a long time ago. She's pulling this up from 2 years ago. No, like your kid's pacifier is on the bed, sir. So you're just done. So I snapped a photo of the one-sided conversation. I love how she's putting like these things in there to like say like I'm not guilty, as if someone is saying to her, well, what did you do? And this leads me to think that maybe this person had a conversation about this, and like friends or family kind of maybe asked like, well, what part did you play? Why would he be messaging you? What did you do? So she's putting in all this extra information that kind of absolves her, and that's normal. I hear that a lot when clients tell me different scenarios. Anyway, the one-sided conversation and the proverbial unsolicited image, and sent it to his wife via Facebook Messenger. My family knows his family, so she wasn't difficult to find. Despite him being blocked on my end, I kept it brief, but I told her I'm his ex he cheated on, to be wary of his ways, and that I'm sorry to have to show her this. I blocked his number again, keeping in mind about keeping WhatsApp activated, and moved on with my life. They are still together in a seemingly turbulent relationship. How do we know that? That is a question. I feel terrible because they have kids, and she seems like a nice person, but he's a piece of junk. I felt this was appropriate to share here. It almost doesn't sound like she thinks she's an asshole, so I don't know why she is putting this commentary, but I think that in all honesty, hey Mojo, I think that in all honesty, she's feeling guilty, right? She seemed pretty disgusted or upset that he was still doing the same types of behavior, which is probably a part of his attachment pattern, and probably pattern of impulsivity, right? And oh, I got some comments. Let me see. Oh, and so some impulsivity I'm seeing here, and so she goes and she sends this picture to his wife. I don't know exactly what she was hoping to achieve there, but it sounded like that she thought that the wife should know. So before I kind of get into some of the layers of this here, Mr. Machismo, where you at? What do you think?
It's kind of cut and dry a little bit.
You think so?
Yeah, that is that is kind of deep. First things first, this guy is definitely he the bad guy, Chico, in my Razor Ramon voice. Yeah, he the one at fault. Now, there's a thing called the thrill of the chase. He suffers from it. It's definitely people wanting what they can't have. And he sounds like someone that's never happy in a situation. And that happened a lot on both sides of the fence, men and women. So there's that.
Okay.
Then to on the other end of the spectrum, there's unless we're dealing with a crazy case of narcissism where this person just doesn't believe fat meat is greasy and they just continue to reach out because they know it's going to hit eventually. If that's not the case, there is some sort of what they call that. There's some sort of coddling or some sort of allowance of this behavior for it to continue for this period of time. There's been some entertaining, even if it's on that Friday night where she done left the girl, or that Saturday morning for after brunch, or that Friday night with the girls at game night. There's been some sort of response back.
And this is why she is preempting all of this information, right? Because someone has said the same thing that you said, and she's like, no, let me explain. I downloaded the app again, but I forgot that it unblocked him, and I did this and I did that, and I wasn't entertaining him, and I didn't reply to him. Like she's saying these things because she wants individuals to know, hey, I didn't do anything. This dude is just someone that just doesn't give up easy, and he consistently pursues me. But I do have go ahead. I'm with you.
That because it's hard. I don't know, because I'm learning that. Yeah, it's a lot. Maybe stuff isn't as black as white as things should be. I should say, but I mean, there could be the preemptive strike where she's approaching it because someone mentioned it, or she's approaching it because it's true. So that we'll kind of just leave to interpretation. Just kind of depend on where you stand on the fence with that one.
So
a lot of times.
Let me unwrap that a little bit. You mean like when because what I'm getting from that is an example of how like people tell on themselves. Like they're trying to be preemptive. And they tell
her subconscious knows that she allowed this behavior to some extent. Maybe not to the extent where it is now, but any type of response is a response in a way encouragement for some. You ever heard the saying, you give an inch, they're gonna take a mile. Well, he's taking 17 country miles. It sounds like, but
he's taking a lot of miles.
But that's but there's history, so that's the variable in the room, the big elephant in there. Well, we don't know exactly the extent of that 2 years and what really everything is, because we know she's telling us, but we don't really know the rooter to the tutor. We know that part, but we don't know under work. I'm not saying there's any circumstances, but we don't know if she did before. She's just telling one side. There's a lot of stuff to kind of ponder, but overall, I mean, he's the bad guy. So let's just put that. Let's just put that. Hang that.
We know.
We can pin that.
We know
we can pin that.
And my thing is, he could just be a jerk, and that exists. Those individuals exist, like people who see that you're moved on, and they're all of a sudden they're still hitting you up for whatever reason. Now I do agree that the consistency of it over several years seems a bit redundant. But he could, one pattern that I noticed is that like when relationships are volatile, and I don't know if that relationship with his wife is, whenever individuals get upset, they act impulsively, and that might lead to looking up exes, trying to communicate with exes, and whatever the case may be. But Mo, hopefully your mic is working today, and you can weigh in on this. What do you think?
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Mojo.
Yo.
So, this is very good. One of the things that I noticed is that first of all, he is wrong.
Well, we know that.
He's married, and she has the evidence of the body parts and the background, right?
Right.
And so why does she have to be partaking in this activity? Maybe it is him who continues to persistently pursue her.
I'm
You
sorry.
made a great point about individuals. This is funny because I had a conversation with this male the other day. He was talking about how he cheated on his wife and it's taking her forever to like trust him. And I was telling him, like, okay, well, how many times have you cheated on her? Like he pulled up on her and she was out talking to another dude, and he basically stated that he knew something was going on because they both was acting odd. And I wasn't justifying her behavior,
Right,
but
right.
I did ask him, like, how many times have you cheated on her?
I mean, and this opens up.
How?
This opens up something because I get clients, right, couples that that come into my office, love couples, and they will begin to talk to me about the infidelity in the relationship. And sometimes it will be one person talking about how they can't get over the infidelity, right, in the relationship. And then a couple of sessions in, it'll come out that they were also unfaithful. And so it's, and so then it becomes the unpacking of, of motive and significance and, acknowledging them both as the hurt and unfaithful party. It gets pretty complex in those types of situations. But I wanna focus in. She's not asking if he's the asshole. I think universally, right, Quetta? Universally, we know he's the asshole, right? However, she's asking, is she the asshole for sending the pic? But I do want to touch on, Monicia, what you said, where, I do question why Mr. Machismo says that she must have been giving something off for him to keep coming at her. Has anyone never heard of those guys who just don't stop? Or do you
hold on.
Wait.
Let's put it in perspective. I didn't say had to. I said could be. There's a difference. In my bill collector voice, I didn't say anything definitive. I said there could be. I'm giving two sides of the spectrum. There's always the other side, so we don't know. There's a lot of ambiguity with that. So carry on.
Well, Quetta says that he is the asshole, so she agrees with that, and I think that's universal that he is. But I appreciate you clarifying, Mr. Machismo. But still, it's interesting that is the perspective that comes up. Is, oh well, for it to have been that long, there must have been something going on, or there could. Let me put my quotes up. There could be, right? Something going on. But Mo, woman to woman. Now we all know about those dudes that are just like not
come on,
like they not getting it.
Not getting it.
So what do you think about that? Like, could that have been the case where like this dude just sporadically is messaging her over several years?
Yes. Being a woman, I've experienced it. I don't know how many else have experienced it.
I have.
There are men who will. Okay, well, there are men who will continue to pursue you when you say no, when you're not interested.
Yes.
But I don't think she was wrong. I respect her for sending the picture. I call that being a real woman. Share.
Wait, carnal nature. He said not getting what exactly? Not getting the disinterest is where we are. Not getting the disinterest. Sometimes, one thing that my mom said to me is, a man will know that you are disinterested by your lack of interaction, not what you say. So not what you say, but what you don't say. When you don't entertain. But sometimes, in all honesty, when you don't entertain, for whatever reason, it still leaves this weird door open where like a guy will continue to pursue you because you just have not actively acknowledged them. Could that be the case? Oh wait, oftentimes people play hard to get because they do not want someone who gives up easy. Well, in this, okay, so I'm gonna acknowledge that. As a woman, there is that possibility of wanting a man to pursue. But if I've already been with you and we've been in a relationship for 2 years and you cheated on me and I broke up with you and I blocked you on everything, at that point, there's really not much of a misunderstanding. It's just you caring more about what you want than what I want, which was probably what was going on in the relationship to begin with. What you think, Dante? Mr. Machismo, where you at?
It's a lot to unpack.
It's getting thick in here, ain't it?
Regular temperature. But it's I don't know, man. That's one of those KYP type of situations, as most situations are, where we don't know this woman and we don't know this man. So to get perspective, we are on a podcast per se, so both sides and all sides are needed to kind of give an idea of what could be, because we're not talking in definites. There's no definitive answer to this. But from my experience, because I'm not a woman.
No, you're
but
not.
I have had, there has been women over the years, from childhood to now, where there has been pursuit that was unwarranted, and I no answer is an answer. I do believe that, yes. But there are some people that do not understand that concept, and right. that is definitely a fact. But I would lean, if I was to guess, or if this was, you whoever, if you pick this side, you win $50. You pick this side, you got to give 20 or some sort of random. I don't know. I'm just coming up with scenarios. I would lean towards there was some sort of interaction, but I don't know. My gut tells me that, but once again, I don't know. It's all speculation.
So with that, I want to, Cardinal is right. So, but I appreciate your commentary, and I'm going to read it. So, Cardinal says, and Mr. Machismo, I want you to weigh in on this, as our male perspective. How are men supposed to interpret behaviors of women who cannot even keep their own positions clear on anything? We are our only real frame of reference, though. Most women are chaotic and insecure or vain and narcissistic. Does that apply here, though? I'm really wondering, does that apply? Because in all honesty, now I don't know your personal experiences, Cardinal, because it sounds like maybe there's a little bit of that mixed into the comments. But for this particular instance, with Am I the Asshole here, she was pretty clear. I with you, you cheated on me, I broke up with you, I blocked you, we're done. Unless, again, like Mr. Machismo said, there was some wiggle room that she's just not talking about. So with that being said, Dante, weigh in. 28 years married to a covert narcissist. Yep. 28 years married to a covert narcissist abuser. Then yes, I want to validate your perspective because it's real. And what you went through in that marriage is real. And so when it pertains to what was going on there, I definitely understand. I can't go out on a limb and say that there's parallels in this particular instance, but I can say that living 28 years with a narcissistic abusing wife can definitely provide differential viewpoints as it relates to the opposite sex, for certain. What are your thoughts, Mr. Machismo?
That's a lot that I think kind of complicates this situation a little bit. I think this is a little bit more simpler, where this is just a guy on one end possibly just missing his old thing, maybe because of what's happening at home, or maybe not. He might just be that chauvinistic male narcissist that is nuts. I don't know, but but at the same token, there might be some residuals that are going back and forth. I don't know. It's a lot of ambiguity, but it's just a little messy. Now,
it's a lot. It's a lot. Wait 1 second.
I kind of
wait 1 second.
Like
Mr. Machismo, Mr. Machismo, give me 1 second.
Go ahead.
Randy, I just want to catch everybody up on TikTok, because we do have people commenting on TikTok. We are talking about Reddit, am I the asshole? And right now there is the specific topic, well, there's multiple topics that are floating around here. But the title of the Am I the Asshole is a toxic ex sent me an unsolicited genitalia picture. So I took a screenshot and sent it to his wife. Am I the asshole? And so we are discussing that. But also we do have some callers that are in call in, right? And we're acknowledging those comments as well. For instance, we have Carnal Nature. And he says men have no control over how a woman interprets his actions. If they manifest pain in words, they expect men to stop using those words regardless of what the words actually say. If I was the problem, for example, she would be doing better without me, right? So it sounds like we're dealing with threat situations here, because I'm hearing some hurt. I'm hearing that there was some possible gaslighting going on in your situation, Carnal, and also hearing. I'm sorry. Is the audio scrambling for everybody, or is it just Carnal?
He's working up a little bit.
Okay, wait a minute. Is this better? Is this better? Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, there we go. We're back.
All right. Well, I always when I hit with the deep voice, it comes in. I don't understand that. But what I was saying is, with Carnal, what I was saying, I'm hearing that there may have been some gaslighting within the marriage. I'm hearing that maybe he felt like he was perceived as the fault of everything within the marriage. And then I'm also hearing that if this was the case, the question, which is it may actually just is, wouldn't she be doing better off without me? Which implies to me that maybe she's not. Nevertheless, it's hard for me to really address that without having an actual circumstance that we're talking about specific to that. I recognize that this is a separate topic, and that these comments are not necessarily geared towards the Am I the Asshole commentary. And so definitely feel free to also inbox me. You can inbox me on Facebook at Supportive Advice, or you can also email me on this is gonna be long, I'm sorry. I'll just type it in because my name is like Ray. My name is way long. Thanks, Mom. Appreciate you. I really do love you, but seriously, you could have picked something shorter. I'm just gonna put my email address in here so that you can inbox me. supportiveadvice.com, and then I'm also putting in my website so that you can, and this is for Carnal. Okay, so you check out my website. But yeah, And no, it's okay, because some of these things, in all honesty, they trigger other things, And so when we're talking about this woman and whether or not she's the asshole, it brings up perspective of, what was going on in our own relationships. If there was gaslighting, if there was omission of details that is making this person look different than how they should actually be perceived. Which comes in with, your experience with a narcissistic spouse and things of that nature. You can perceive this commentary as blaming, where she's blaming this guy, but she maybe is omitting details, or maybe she was leading this person on. And because we don't have the information surrounding any of those things, it becomes, very ambiguous, as Mr. Machismo said. And so then, it's definitely fair that it trigger, extended commentary. With that being said, can I get a vote? Can I get a vote? Randy, Quetta, Carno, Michael, Mr. Machismo, Mojo. Was she the asshole, people?
Nah.
Nah. Thanks, Mr. Machismo. Nah. No? Mo, where you go? Help me out.
No, I say no, she's not. I think, like I said, I think she should tell. Tell the truth. Show the evidence. Thank you, ma'am.
I know that's right. Say it. So, Quetta and Randy, if you guys are still on via TikTok, write it in now while we're still on the subject. Was she the asshole? Yes or no? And I also wanted to read Colonel. We are all right in our own realities, at least. The problem lies in when our realities interact with the realities of others, and we expect those other realities to be operating on the same information. So basically what I'm hearing Colonel talk about, and what I'm doing here is called reflective listening. It's something that I teach all my couples because it cuts down on unnecessary confrontation, because it cuts down on individuals feeling misunderstood, because you get a clear understanding of what's being said. So what I am hearing Colonel say is that we all have different perceptions. And as it relates to perceptions, schema, just the way that our cognitive skew, which is just basically how we think, how we see the world based off of our experiences, or whether or not we have mental illness, or whatever the case may be, based off of that, we have a personal truth, which might be different than the universal truth. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that a person is telling a lie, or a person is specifically omitting information, when all honesty, they could just be telling their version of the truth. They could just be interpreting their own reality, their own, based off of their schema, which is basically the schema is the theme of their life, or how they see the world. And then you have your perspective, which is skewed by or possibly skewed by different cognitive distortions, which come from things that you've experienced, anxieties that you might have, or whatever the case may be. The universal truths are filters, traumas, impressions. Thank you. Colonel says our filters, traumas, and impressions. Absolutely. The universal truth, like a universal truth might be 2 + 2 is 4. That is something that we have collectively decided is true. That's not my perception versus your perception. It is something that is documented as a truth. So, Cardinal, tell me in what scenario 2 + 2, and I'm talking about a +2 and a +2, not equaling 4. So let me know that, because he said it depends on the scale and scope. Now it does, because it can be -2 plus +2, which doesn't equal 4. But when you're dealing with two positives, 2 and 2, coming together, you count them 1, 2, 3, 4, and that is something that has been determined as a universal truth. However, again, it's all about perspective when it comes to personal truths. So, with that being said, we have decided that she's not the asshole. You know, I think that it makes sense that she might feel guilty, right? I don't know if that guilt comes from, as Mr. Machismo said, that she was just kind of giving off a little bit here and there, you know, and, you know, because it was several years, and, you know, and it seemed like that this dude was pretty persistent, right? But I also wanted to say that it could be his attachment style, because there are attachment styles, which are, you know, sometimes it could be referred to as disorganized attachment, and sometimes it's referred to as anxious avoidant attachment, and it creates this pursuer distancer dynamic because of the anxiety. So basically, when someone is like into you, for instance, they kind of run away. They feel overwhelmed. They don't want to be bothered. But then when someone is saying, "Hey, I'm not into you," they're feeling rejected, or there's a possibility they think that they're going to really lose this person, they double down. And the anxiety of it can make it very impulsive, and it can create an environment that is not I'm looking for a specific word here, and I straight lost it, but you know, that's life. Rational, that was the word. It can create a mindset that's not rational. And so that means that there could be a situation where a girl is not responding, they've blocked you, they're not showing interest in you, but because of that anxious attachment style, you are continuously pursuing them to prove your own worth. You know, but that often goes back to how a person was parented, which again, we don't have any information on. But I wanted to throw that out there because that is a possibility. That is something that I see on a regular basis. Individuals actively pursuing people that are not interested as a way of proving their own worth. So seeking it externally versus internally. So I'm going to acknowledge this comment here by Colonel. 2 handfuls of mine may not equal 2 handfuls of yours. So therefore 4 handfuls of mine will therefore not equal 4 handfuls for you. Now that is a great perspective. However, it is outside the guidelines in which I'm presenting, which is literally 2 and 2. Not 2 handfuls, like just the number 2, a positive number 2 in an equation, and another positive number 2 in an equation equaling 4. That is a universal truth. So not 2 handfuls, not 2 sums of something, but literally just a basic equation of a positive 2 added to another positive 2, making a sum of 4. So with that being said, so there's another caller. Let me go ahead and take this caller. Alexi, you're on.
Hello. Sorry, I just jumped in, and I wanted to make sure I understood correctly what you were just describing.
Sure.
The sort of the lack of self-confidence affecting the partners, basically. So, if I understood correctly, is that kind of like because you don't feel worthy of love, you start rejecting your partner, sort of, you try to like give negative feedback to confirm that they actually do love you, sort of, you're like testing them, sort of.
That can happen when someone is having low self-esteem. A result of that could be pushing your partner away because you want them to fight for you, because them fighting for you shows your worth. That can be part of avoidance behavior, 150%. So, I mean, that wasn't specifically what I was talking about, but that is definitely a great example of some avoidant behavior. Another reason for avoidant behavior is just the pattern of I feel overwhelmed when I'm pursued. So that can also cause avoidant behavior. What I was specifically talking about, and I think you could have missed it. We were going over a Reddit, "Am I the Asshole?" and it talked about a male that was consistently pursuing a female for several years. That was not responding to their advances. And what I was saying is that it could have been a part of an anxious attachment style that caused him to impulsively pursue her, even though she wasn't showing interest. What do you think about that, Alexi?
Well, like I said, I really apologize because, like you mentioned, I've only caught the end of it, and then it was just so actually thinking about. But yeah, it sounds like you're saying it's like stalking, sort of, right? When you don't.
Like
I think maybe it has something to do. Like, did she show any affection for him initially?
They were together. So at one point.
Oh well, yeah. Then obviously it's because when they got together, he started building a relationship. He saw that there was a connection, and then.
But then they broke up.
During the relationship, his self-confidence fell down to such extent that he, basically when they stopped dating, he had the impression, like subconsciously, that no one else would take him, but because she has previously done it, he's trying to get that back, but he can't move on because he thinks no one else will even, consider the option.
Now,
would that be sort of part of the mechanism?
What you just said is a very important factor. It's a very important factor because they were in a relationship, and when they were in a relationship, he cheated on her, which can be a way to distance yourself from your partner, which goes along with avoidant attachment style. However, after they broke up, he did continue to pursue her. Now, here's where it gets tricky, Alexi. He's married with 2 kids, and he continues to pursue.
Oh, so the lady, so the family, you mean the wife and 2 kids, that's separate, right?
Yeah.
So this is basically his mistress. This is his mistress that he's pursuing right now, right?
No, this was a girlfriend that he had previous to getting married.
Oh, okay. So they broke up. He got a family and 2 kids, and now he's pursuing the initial girl.
Right. He got married. They broke up. He got married. Right. Uh-huh. He had 2 kids with this woman that he's with, but he keeps on pursuing this ex that broke up with him years ago.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, that's kind of simple. It's the same. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it's simple.
Okay.
To me, it has parallels with people when they're 50, 60, still listening to music they used to listen in high school.
Oh, I like that.
It's an attempt to return to your, a young, youth, basically, because as people age, right, you start losing details of your past, and you kind of focus on significant events, and you try to remember it as, it's like grass used to be green or whatever kind of saying, whatever.
Right. So what you're saying, and I do have some chats as well. Carnal, I'm going to get to your chats in just a second. But what I'm hearing you say, Alexi, is that he may not be happy in his marriage or in his choices. And so he's trying to return back to a period where he was happy. Is that what you're saying? And in doing this,
yeah, exactly.
He's constantly pursuing her.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, exactly. He's trying to return to the past that he idealizes. Like if there was like, a lot of times actually when people get older and they watch say videotapes of their like birthdays or something when they were really young, or like pictures, they can't even recognize it because in their head, the simplified version of it, the idealized version of it, looked a lot better. And when they actually see documented, they're like, wow, I can't believe I was wearing that shirt or something, or I had so many pimples. So yeah, and obviously the marriage didn't work out.
Well,
So she's trying to return.
He's still married to the
Oh,
person.
he's still married.
Yeah, he's still married.
Well, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not a psychologist, but yeah, I mean, to me, it sounds like, that's connected because, first of all, because it was a relationship, so it's a definite possibility because he experienced it before,
Right.
In his mind, that's definitely a possibility. And because he idealizes the relationship after, some time.
Absolutely. I'm with you there because we do tend to idealize relationships, and so he could have put her in a category of being like the one that got away, and so
Yeah, well, your first love is always special, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with yes.
Well, I mean, because I think it's kind of like any kind of new experience you experience. The very first time it happens, all the ones after that, they never match up to it. You never get that. It's like drugs. You never get the same high you did the first time, whatever. So it's like
I like that analogy. That's a good analogy.
Well, yeah, because I'm not sure what the terminology is. When you experience the same stimulation, it basically the response to it decreases over time because you build like resistance, kind of.
Yeah, you build a
tolerance. Exactly, tolerance is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think that's probably why the first love is always remembered also. But I mean, all the stuff like sorry, like this whole psychology is like really new to me. That's why it's very interesting to learn. Slightly off topic, just if you study about like Renaissance, kind of medieval ages, like a lot of scientists explored like all the different sciences, like chemistry, physics, painting. They dabbled in everything because that gives you a full picture of the world, kind of. And nowadays, everyone's so focused on their specific area that they get sort of like dogmatized. They don't really understand it. They learn the terms and they kind of perform the algorithm, instead of really understanding it.
I can hear that, and I wanted to thank you so much for your perspective. Definitely keep listening, don't leave, and then we will come back to you after we take some comments from our speakers. So carnal nature, a lot of comments. Okay, and so let me go ahead. So she tried to stake a claim on a married man. He wants to keep her while he is married. Whole lot of stuff going on there. Yes, it is. I apologize. I took it off topic. No. It's okay. It's really okay. And I apologize. And I appreciate all your input. Is what I wanted to say. So definitely keep listening and subscribe because I'm here every Thursday at 6:00. No apologies. The more conversation, the better. That's what this is about. And so then she tried to stake claim on a married man. He wants to keep her while he's married. Whole lot of stuff. BS. This is so poorly framed. Cursory comprehension. Okay. So just to clear this up, Carnal, they dated in the past. Okay. They were supposed to be monogamous with one another at some point. They dated for 2 years, and then he cheated. Yeah, before he got married, they dated for 2 years. She wasn't his mistress or anything like that. She wasn't his. They were just together. It was just him and her, supposedly. And then he began to cheat on her, and that was confirmed. When the cheating was confirmed, she broke up with him. When she broke up with him, she blocked him on all social media. She blocked him on her phone. She ceased communication with him. That is a good question, Cardinal. I don't know how it was confirmed. The Reddit just says that it was confirmed that he was cheating. So that's a good question. We don't know. Nevertheless, she blocked him on everything. She discontinued communication with him. And then apparently he started calling her from new numbers and texting her from new numbers, probably using some type of an app, I'm assuming, right? And that goes back to Alexi when he said the whole stalking. That kind of mirrors stalking, yeah. And so then she blocked all of those numbers as well. And so then she said she deleted something called WhatsApp, and then she reinstalled it. And when she reinstalled it, he reached out to her on WhatsApp, and that is where the male genitalia picture was sent to her. By this time, he was married with 2 kids, and so she found his wife on Facebook, and she says that the reason why she was able to find his wife is because her family and his family are friends in some kind of way, blah blah blah. It's irrelevant, I guess. And then she sent the picture to her. And so what we were trying to determine here is, by sending that picture, is she the asshole? For the most part, we all said no, she's not. And then it says people can convince themselves of indiscretions in order to substantiate their own desire to cheat. Absolutely. And again, this sounds like this is coming from your perspective that was developed within your marriage, which absolutely makes sense. So yes, that is a possibility. I'm going to just take this person's word on it, just because I don't have any evidence otherwise. And if he was pursuing her while he's married with 2 kids, that shows a pattern of infidelity. So I mean, it's not far-fetched that he may have cheated on her, because a lot of times infidelity is in patterns. But I do want to give my speakers a chance to comment on Alexi and what he said, as well as what Carnal is saying, and just kind of get Mr. Machismo and Mojo's perspective of this while I drink some water. You guys are on.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I got my coffee, because it was a lot going on. But yeah, definitely I like the I like the perspectives, because it kind of shines the light on the possibilities. Because I mean, with all of this, we don't know anything for sure. We're just going off of what's reported on this article, or description for this title, or the who's the bad guy, basically, type of scenario. So and I like the description, how my man was talking about. I think Alexi was talking about I can't believe I used to wear that shirt, or man, I even had those pimples there. I like that, because it's.
Can everyone hear me? I hope the answer is yes, because it is time for another episode of Supportive Advice Live.
Yo!
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Supportive Advice Live. Here with me, I have my moderator. I also have my crew, my teammate, my friend, Mr. Machismo. Dante, what's been going on with you? Johnny come lately, what's been going on with you?
Johnny come lately.
I knew that would get you talking. Let's jump into it. Dante, have you seen this 50, and I want to specify 50 section TikTok series, Who the F Did I Marry? By Risa Teaser.
I have not seen it, but I have vicariously lived through my Facebook friends as they've given a lot of indications that it's off the chain, as they say. And I don't know if I could commit 50. I almost said a snapshot. I don't know if I could commit 50 TikTok moments because it sounds like a lot.
It's 50 10-minute moments. So essentially, it is a 7-hour video.
Oh yeah, I knew it was some. Oh yeah, I can't do that. But it sounds interesting though. But I kind of have got the gist that it is so dramatic and crazy that the shock value is what's getting all the likes. It kind of makes me think I'm in the wrong profession.
So here's the thing. There's a thing about TikTok anyway, right? Where people are thumbing around trying to, get into the business that people are displaying. However, this takes it to a new level, right? Because she's talking about this guy, and it's one of those things where she draws out the story quite a bit. Like it's very, what I would say, content driven, right? And so for a person like myself, it was kind of hell. It was a version of hell. Listening to the same details over and over again. And one might say, but you're a therapist. Don't you listen to the same things over and over again? Not really, right? And not for free either. So with that being said, okay, I was like, people, they live and they make progress. New things happen, and so there's never the exact same rendition of something or the same perspective, the same of anything when I'm talking to my clients on a regular basis, right? But with this, she's just telling the same story over 50 different sections. So it's, hey, this happened. And then you go to the next section. Remember when I said this happened? Yes, because it was like legit the last session, right? And so I'm trying to keep the mindset that she's doing this because maybe they were filmed within a couple days of one another. Maybe they were filmed a week apart. I don't know, right? However, I watched them back to back. Nobody applauding, nothing, no cheers, nothing. I feel like I
mean that is a
pat on the back.
That is an accomplishment. If you're talking about 50 10-minute sections, yes. That is over 5. That is, I can't fathom that sort of thing. Because not on purpose. No, I done went down a rabbit hole many a times watching all type of funny videos and some cooking videos, and I could do it indirectly, but
I mean,
knowing I'm signing up for the long haul,
funny I can do,
uh,
Dante. Funny I can do, Mr. Machismo. It wasn't funny. First off, it was not funny. So let me give you the gist, right? And also to you, Beatnik, thank you so much for listening. So anyway, the way that it goes is she met this guy, because of course there's always a guy, right? And who the f did I marry? There has to be a guy, right? Or you know what? I take that back. That was assumptive of me. It could be a lady. It could have been a lady.
we was doing good. Well, anyway, I guess.
Hey, we love everyone, and we let others live their life as they would like to, because I don't care enough to hate it at all. Now, with that being said, there's a lady. There is a male, and apparently he is something. They meet online. Red flag number one. And I'm not hating to those people who do meet people online. You can find a healthy partner online. However, it might be a Build-A-Bear. I'm just saying, it's probably gonna be a Build-A-Bear. I found the person I'm with online, on Facebook. He messaged me out of the blue, and Build-A-Bear he was. So, with that being said, you get real quiet whenever I talk about Michael, but it's okay. I love your loyalty. So,
no habla English.
No habla English, huh? So anyway, she meets this guy. I'm almost as bad as her, and he seems great, and they're gonna go out on a date, and he's telling her all this information, right? Oh, my brother lives here, and my sisters live here, and I'm from this place, and all talking to her on the first conversation. He's like just spilling his whole life story. So here's where I want
red flag.
Exactly. Here's where I want to say pause, right? Because as a therapist, one thing that I can say to people is whenever someone's giving you too much content, something's typically wrong. And
Stage 5 clinger.
So, like when anybody comes into, my office, if they're giving me way too much content, like stuff that just is completely unnecessary, 9 times out of 10 is because there's something else that they're covering up. So this guy gave her a lot of content about a lot of different things, said that he played football and arena football, which is a thing. And he was in California, and he was married, but his ex, cheated on him and broke up with him, and his ex lives in California, and she has 2 kids that don't belong to him, but he's really close to them. I mean, when I say he's poured it on, he's poured it on. So she's like, oh, cool, he's a sharer. All right, cool. So they go out on a date at the Cheesecake Factory because, why not? That's a great spot, right? And so they go for cheesecake, right? Her tire blows out on the way. Okay? And so he meets her where she is. He helps her get her car to a place where they can replace the tire. And then afterwards, he pays for the tire. Now, this is what looks like a green flag. He paid for the tire, right? And then they actually went out to the Cheesecake Factory. Now, after all of that, I might have said, maybe another day, but they were both some troopers, and they wanted to have this date, so they went out to the Cheesecake Factory, and he's telling her all his business and everything, and then they start talking about like purpose for dating. which I want to say is awesome. Okay, this is a great thing to do. If you're dating someone, put your purpose on the table. Okay, that's not. If you think that putting your purpose on the table is going to scare the person away, then they're probably not for you anyway.
Facts.
Let
These are facts.
your purpose known, because what happens is people have what's called unspoken expectations. And so they have all of these things that they want, but they don't tell the other party. And then they get upset and they get resentful within the relationship or situationship because the partner hasn't all of a sudden guessed what they want, which is unfair to the partner. And, when it comes to consent, because consent is very important when it comes to relationships, you have to be just as clear about what you want and where you're headed as the person that you want to date, right? And so just keep that in mind. So she put her purpose on the table. He put his purpose on the table. And they both said that they were courting for marriage. Fast forward, because you have to. You just have to. Fast forward. COVID hits. Trauma bond, right? And so they're talking about where they want to quarantine. Now, he's told her that he works for this, big company or whatever, and they are going to put him up in a house. But for now, they have him in a studio apartment. Not nice studio apartment. And I'm just like, nah. I've gone on business trips, and they put me up in nice hotels. They're not going to put you up. If this is a big company, they're not going to put you up in some rinky-dink apartment while they're waiting on this house to come through. Nevertheless, they decide that they're going to quarantine at her house because she has a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath townhouse. And of course, he wants to get in on that, right? And so hey Carno, hey Joshua, thank you so much for joining. If you have any questions, you can always put them in the chat. If you want to be a caller, you can always do that. Press that call-in button, and we'll hear what you have to say within reason. With that being said, they quarantine together. Now, mind you, this dude is paying all of her household bills. She's paying her own car note, which is reasonable, right? She's paying probably her own cell phone bill, but he is paying all the household bills. Clap, clap, clap. This dude, that's what's up. That was what looked like a green flag. Hey, he seems to be financially stable. He's able to pay all of these bills. Yay him, right? And so then they start thinking about that they want to get married. But before they get married, they want to buy a house. And so we fall back on this story that he tells her about they're getting him a house, right? The company's getting him a house. So now she's like, okay, cool. Well, you could just get the house for you and me, right? It's going to be our house now. And so they're like, yeah, great. Now, we both know that it would not be a 50-part series had the house came in part 2. So, there was no house.
I was waiting on that other shoe to drop.
Yeah. Yeah, it has been a while, Cardinal, but I am glad to see you on here. So, yeah, absolutely. It's interesting because he gives her all of these excuses, all of these reasons why the house isn't going through, and all of this jibber jabber, essentially.
Reasons.
And then he lies to her because the house ends up being in contract, right, with somebody else, some other people who actually are serious about buying a house. And he says to her, it's in contract with them. Now, I will say there's a lot of things that it was hard for her to confirm because it was COVID. They were doing a lot of virtual tours. She really, she was kind of coming in on his coattails as far as she was concerned, because he was already supposed to be getting a house. So she didn't want to ask a lot of questions, blah, blah, blah. But here's what I'm saying. Ask questions. Once it went from the thing that he was doing to the thing that you both were doing, understand your value within a relationship. You can ask questions. You can ask questions, and you can have doubt, and you can ask for confirmation. If you don't feel like you can do these things within your relationship, it's because you're devaluing yourself, or you're attributing too much value to your partner. So just keep that in mind. So this whole time, she's not asking any questions, right? House falls through. She ends up getting pregnant. Within some of that time period, it was kind of all over the place, right? And so she gets pregnant, and then unfortunately she has a miscarriage. And you said, or just happens to get pregnant. Well, shit, she got pregnant. We're talking about Risa Tisa. Anybody who doesn't know who I'm talking about, I'm talking about Risa Tisa. And if you don't know who Risa Tisa is, get out from under the rock that you have been living under and join society. Now, with that being said, she gets pregnant. She has a miscarriage. He's there for her. She has the miscarriage, but then she has to go and have surgery, right? Because everything didn't pass the way it was supposed to. I'm not going to get into graphic details. This is not a medical show. This is a therapy show.
Thank the Lord.
So he didn't show up on time. So he volunteered his sister. Now I'm just going to fast forward. And I'm just letting you guys know before I even get into it. There's going to be spoiler alerts. Spoiler. So if you plan on sitting down for 7 hours and watching this series, you might want to click off now, because I'm about to just tell. I'm just going to tell stuff. So fast forward, this sister that he wanted to pick her up from the hospital did not even exist. She didn't even exist. You know who she was?
An ex?
An ex-girlfriend. Oh, and the plot thickens, right? Because sometimes we lean on people to say no, right? And so we'll offer something up, hoping that the person says no, right? So he offers this sister up that she's never met before, and she's like, no. I'm not going to have this random person pick me up and they go back and forth, but he knows she's going to say no, right? And she says no, and good for her, because there would not have been anybody coming to pick her up. So it unravels. Apparently there's another house that falls through. There's another pregnancy. That pregnancy falls through. And they're just 2 for 2 at this point. Nothing has worked out, right? Within the meantime, in between time, they get married. Don't ask me why. At some point, though, I do want to point out something. She said that she knew that the house was in contract. The first house was in contract with other people. However, she liked this dude, and she wanted to allow him to get out of the lie. So when
that red flag was pink.
That red flag was pink. And this is exactly what when I did the series Bagos with the students at Cuyahoga Community College around right after Valentine's Day. I was talking to them about setting their standards, right? And how sometimes you can start off with your standards very, very high, but then the more desperation creeps in, the lower your standards become. And this is a natural thing, right? Because all of a sudden it's like, well, maybe I'm not worth what I'm asking for. And if you're out there thinking that right now, I want to just tell you, you are. You're worth exactly what you're asking for. And I hope that that resonates with someone. So she said that she knew he was lying, but who else was she going to get? He was good enough. And so she went with it anyway. And this is a big problem. There's one thing when there's unreasonable expectations. I want this guy to fly. He needs to have wings. He needs to quack like a nut. Like, okay, that's not all that stuff's not gonna happen. And if you see a guy with wings, we would be running, not dating. I would be running, not dating. Yeah. So, nevertheless, she had basic expectations. I want a man who cares about me, who has a steady income, who wants to be with me and wants to take care of me or build something with me. These things are not unheard of. But and then she wanted the person to tell the truth. But that was too much. The telling the truth part. That was too much to ask for. No, people, it's not. It's not too much to ask for. But she settled. And at that point, this is where a lot of the comments came in where they were saying, well, you're accountable. You are subscribing to this victim role, but you're accountable because you knew somebody said, Joshua said, telling the truth is a lot to ask. Yeah, her ex-husband thought so too, which is why eventually he was her ex-husband. So with that being said, it was a lot. It was a lot going on. He was lying. He wasn't telling the truth about anything, not even his name. Not even his name. Okay? Not even his name. So, time goes on, and they're married, and, well, they ain't looking at houses no more, because why? She married him, right? And now he got her going from one BMW place to another BMW place, talking about he's going to buy her a BMW for her birthday or some type of something, right? Like, he just made these real outlandish promises. And he has her sitting in the BMWs, y'all. Like, just sitting there, test driving them. Going to one after another, getting her hopes up. At some point, I think I would have said, I like this one. Buy this one now. Or it's going to be a problem. Because that's what we're doing. You're not going to take me to 7 different BMWs. But nevertheless, she enjoyed the experience. She had the experience. And she already knew that he was a liar. So at some point, she was just choosing to believe things that sounded good. And then he told her that he was going to take her to London. It was just a mess. It was a mess.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, if you see this guy, right, because this guy is on TikTok. His name is, I'm not going to say his government name because I'm not going to call him out like that. But the name that was given in the TikTok was Legion. So
what?
I know, right? Legion.
What? Oh, you can't make this up.
You can't.
Oh, man.
Legion. I'm like, shouldn't that have said something to you? All by itself, that should have said something to you. But anyway, when you see this guy don't look like he have no money. He don't look like he have no money. Now, I'm not saying judge a book by a cover. Cardinal is Risa Tisa, and it's on. It's a TikTok series. It's a 50-section TikTok series, 7 hours. It's a lot, and but if you guys are looking at it's from Risa Tisa. So, and it's called "Who the F Did I Marry?" Just so you guys know. So with that, it is just a mess. It's a mess after a mess after a mess. Now all of a sudden she's going through his phone. She's seeing that he's talking to other women, that he is, you know, sexting and all of this other jazz. And she's like, I didn't really care about that, because he was lying so much that the cheating, like, she was numb to the cheating. And I want to say that this can happen when you are experiencing I'll call this a trauma for her, right? Because this is a traumatic experience where somebody is consistently lying to you, getting your hopes up, and disappointing you over and over and over again. I mean, essentially, he's just playing with you because he knew he didn't have the money the whole time. So, but when you go through something and you get your hopes up and then you get disappointed, and you get your hopes up and you get disappointed, and this happens as a pattern, eventually a part of you will, or can, I'll say can, be numbed to this person and their actions. You know, essentially your responses become depressed. You know, there's a level of hopelessness and helplessness within this scenario, because now I'm married to this person. I get that he's a liar. Nothing he's saying is coming to pass. And so she's just numb at this point, right?
Good Lord. Man, that's crazy.
It's a mess. It's a whole mess. And so then she says that she was actually grateful at one point because she saw that he was cheating again with what she said was a prostitute. And she said that it was a legit prostitute because there were prices, how much for this, how much for that, etc. And she said that she was actually thankful because she felt like that God would forgive her for divorcing a man that was unfaithful to her, but would not forgive her for divorcing a man that essentially had falsified everything in anything that he was or was doing, right? And I want to take a moment to say, I don't know what God everybody serves, and it's not for me to know, but I hope that no one is serving a God that wants you to be miserable with someone that is lying to you and breaking down your self-esteem and manipulating you every single day. Every day. I'm going to step off my soapbox in a minute, but I will say, do you really think that's what Jesus died for? If you believe in Jesus, if you believe in all of that, which she claims that she was a Christian and she believed in the storyline of Jesus and all of that, if you believe in that, you really think that's what he died for? So that you could be held at this high regard around divorcing someone that is lying and manipulating you? Like, whatever. So anyway, I'm gonna step off my soapbox because, you know, sometimes you got to. But she was excited because he had cheated, and now that was her golden ticket to end the marriage, I guess. He had lied about everything. The girl hired a private investigator at some point. At some point, she had looked up his social security number, and the social security number that he had gave her wasn't the same social security number that she had found on some packet. So it was just nonsense. And he said that he had went to a school in California and that he had played football and all this other type of stuff. And none of that was true. They said that he lived in Georgia, Rhode Island, and some other place. You know what place he didn't live? California. He didn't go to school in California. And then she asked him about it, and she said, I couldn't find any record of you in California. He says, my father paid for me to be a private citizen. What are you
That's the
talking
thing.
about, sir?
I'm about to say that's the thing.
That's not a thing.
I didn't think it was.
Now you can pay money so that your number isn't listed in like the white pages and stuff like that. You
Oh yeah,
know,
you could go to a website for that sort of thing. Yeah.
yeah, like you can do that, right? But nah, player, you if you live somewhere and you put your information in to get a apartment or anything, you leave a trail. If there's no
Right.
trail, guess what, sir? There was no you. How about that? How about that? Okay? So she says to him, you lied about, California. And you lied about going to the college. And he's about to get defensive, and she says, just chill. Just don't even worry about it. Don't waste your energy. Because I looked it up. And you didn't go. So there. And she said that his eyes went dead. That he wasn't having serious emotional reactions to anything that she was saying, but his eyes went dead.
Oh, ooh. So to piggyback off of last week, he is a sociopath.
Ah! He is having, or he is exhibiting sociopathic behaviors. Okay.
See,
Now
you done learnt me.
yeah, there you go. So and it's chilling because I've seen this. Because a part of therapy is building rapport and all of these, lovely things, right? But it's also a point in order to elevate anybody, you have to confront them where they are, right? If you never confront them where they are, they're never going to progress. So there has been times when I have had to confront a client and their eyes would just bloop. Just would go dead. And so I knew exactly what she was talking about. And that's a scary thing when somebody's eyes go dead like that. Because he didn't care. He didn't care. And in all honesty, he wasn't there. After she called that out, he left. I don't know where he went, but he wasn't there. And I've seen that multiple times, and I'm telling you, individuals that can detach from themselves and from reality like that, no.
He went to California for a fat burger.
That's where he must have been at In-N-Out in California. When she was asking him about San Diego, he had went to In-N-Out in California. But it was sad, but it wasn't, because I think that by, what was it, episode 35, 40 or something, that by the time she had said something to him or whatever, we were ready. We were past ready for her to have said something. We were like, can you please move this along? And so people said they were captivated. I was not captivated, but I knew that I wanted to talk about it today on my podcast, so I figured I might as well. I have to watch it. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. So she finally confronts him. She tells him, and he's faking some knee injury or whatever at this time. And she said that he's not eating. He's lost a lot of weight. She don't know what's going on. I think maybe he done told somebody that he had cancer, somebody else he was seeing. I don't know what's happening.
Oh.
It tracks, right? Like, now
he was
you
moving
losing
on.
all this weight and all this stuff is happening and you hobbling around and you can't work and all this jazz. So I'm like, but that's just me speculating. I don't know what he told anybody. So at some point she talks to his ex-wife, a cousin, a brother, all these different people. And then she finds out that he has the ex-girlfriend who he lied to. He has the ex-wife that he lied to. But then she finds out there was an ex-wife before that ex-wife.
Wow.
Yeah. So she's number 3 instead of number 2. And I'm not counting the girlfriend. She's number 3, the third wife. And
wow.
So, yeah, it's a... I would likely be single by choice for the rest of my life, thanks to my own experience. Yes, that was Carnal's comment, and yes, I don't think he did have anything to lose, at that point. But she told him, she was like, you need to get out, you need to leave. You've been lying. I don't want to do this anymore. You need to leave. And so he doesn't leave because duh, right? And he calls his aunt, who is really his aunt, according to the story, and says to her, she says I'm lying to her, and she's putting me out. And I've never lied to that girl. And apparently, for her, this was a breaking point. Because this was one of the first times I think that she had actually saw him lie to someone else about her in front of her face. And she lost it.
That'll do it.
She lost it. She went. She said she had an Angela Bassett moment where she was darting around the room. Anybody seen Waiting to Exhale? Where she was darting around the room. Now this is where she says she snapped. Where she separated or detached in some way from reality. This can happen. It can happen. She didn't hurt the guy or anything like that, but she started screaming and yelling, and I guess she pushed him out or whatever it is that she did. And he, she was like, you have to go, and she says that she had just lost it. Fast forward, they're not seeing each other anymore. She files for divorce. There is this whole spiel about her talking to the ex-wife, and the ex-wife saying, this is what he does. This is what he did to me. The ex-wife before her wasn't from California. She was from Georgia, which is exactly where they were from. And she said anything that he told you was a lie. I'm like, but that's just like saying a dog barks. We know that. At this point, we're well aware he's not a truth teller. So they have this woman-to-woman conversation that's supposed to be so great.
Woman-to-woman.
Right? And I'm just like, I could have had a V8. And if you guys are old enough to know what that means, I'm not explaining it. So, she kicks him out and everything. He's gone. They're not speaking, but he keeps trying to call her. She done changed her number, blah, 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 blah. Stuff you do when you break up with somebody. And they get divorced. So the divorce is final. Now, he's talking about he wants his stuff back. But he gave her everything in the divorce. What exactly are you asking for, sir?
He want that tire from the first date?
I know! Say that! He like, I want that tire. I want you to pay me back for that Cheesecake Factory. All the bills I paid. I want
them
all.
Tex-Mex egg rolls back. Pronto.
Yes, I want them all. Give it all back to me. And essentially what he was really asking for was a TV. And some bags of clothes, I guess. I don't know. But the way that the divorce decree was set up was that whatever was in her possession, she kept. Whatever was in his possession, he kept. And they didn't go through splitting up anything else. Because most of the things belong to her anyway. He even went as far as telling her about, like, the daughter of the ex-wife died and all this other stuff, which was not confirmed.
Oh my gosh.
When she talked to the ex-wife, she said, "My daughter's fine," but she never told her
Why?
that. Yes,
What he said?
yeah, she never told her what he said because she said that would have just been.
It'll freak her out. Yeah.
But you found her number on what was it? The marital records. Called her out the blue about this guy that she divorced and said you were married to him, and that wasn't gonna freak her out. Just the part about her daughter, huh? Like, understand here. She's already freaked out. Like, what are you talking about? Just the daughter thing. So and this is where boundaries kind of come into play. Okay, you see her number. But what you want to gain from her is more important than respecting someone else's boundaries. She divorced this man. She's not trying to have anything to do with this man. But what you need is more important. And I say that and I bring that to the table because a lot of us are around individuals who prioritize themselves higher than they do us. And then sometimes we become so, I'll just say, so used to it that we start prioritizing that person higher as well. Right? And we start to lose and forget about our worth within a relationship. It's always their thing. It's always what they need. It's always them, right? And at this point, she has prioritized her curiosity over this person's privacy, right? And the way that she rationalized it was, well, it was public record. Well, you couldn't have just got her phone number off of the information that was found online. She had to go down there in person and file to get that information. So
Wow.
I'm not backing that rationalization because anytime anyone's rationalizing to begin with, they already know they did something wrong. Or I don't like to use the word wrong, but something that does not align with their values. Now, she talks to this lady, blah blah blah. She says this dude tells her that he's gonna show up at her house. Now, she says this is not a good idea. He wants to show up at her house because he needs his TV. Like, really? Dude, at one point, he said he had $650,000 to put a cash offer down on a house. This same dude tripping about a 40-inch television? Nah. But his lie had unraveled so much. At this point, he was just like, well, I'm going to keep it real. I want my TV. I'm like, yeah, maybe if you would have kept it real in the beginning, we wouldn't even be in this situation. But he shows up to the house. The police are there. And apparently he has a warrant out for his arrest. Because why not? And so she says that when he got out the car, he was smaller than she had ever seen him. And she attributed that to him being homeless and not eating. I'm like, whatever is the reason. Some people in the comments said, well, it must have been his guilt. Maybe he was guilty. No. If he wasn't guilty after the first house, why would he be guilty after the second one? If he didn't feel any guilt after the first two BMW places that he took her to and had her get behind the wheel, smiling and test driving something he was never gonna buy, why would he feel guilty now? No, he just got caught, and now he's facing consequences. And one of the consequences is being hungry, apparently. So, he has lost some weight. He goes to jail, and
He get to eat.
yeah, 3 square meals, man. Her calling the cops was one of the best things that could have happened to you, bruh. You know, he goes to jail, and then she says that she doesn't see him. She gets a restraining order or something or other, and she doesn't see him anymore after that. Thank
Thank
God.
God. Oh my goodness, man.
Thank
That was
God.
exhausting.
And you're
That was
welcome, people,
exhausting.
for me summing this up for you and saving
I'm so
you the agonizing 7 hours
agonizing.
that it took for me to watch this series.
Well, you might need a volume after that or something. Ain't that what they
I
call?
needed a nap. That's what I needed after watching that
Man,
good
that
night.
is
It was a
wild,
mess. I was
man.
just like, come on. But
That is too much.
she says the signs were there, and she blames herself. My thing is, sometimes you want to believe the best about people. That's not a crime. That's not a crime. It's not a crime. However, it can't be at your own expense. Benefit of the doubt is one thing. But once it got to the point where the house fell through and you knew that he was lying to you, you had talked to the realtor yourself, you knew that this was another couple and he had been lying to you for months while you were pregnant, the character is coming out. Now, some people are like, well, he was a jerk. You know, according to a most recent video that she posted, I think she posted it a day or two ago, she says she talked to his brother, and his brother said, I want you to know that we know about him. The family knows that he is sick. And he lists a couple of diagnoses. He said that he had bipolar and schizophrenia.
Apparently.
These are two very specific disorders. Now, interestingly enough, she didn't describe him as someone who went through various moods. She didn't describe him as anyone that was having regular symptoms of mania, like not sleeping, taking on a bunch of tasks all at once, you know. But he did have delusions of grandeur, and that's a symptom of mania as well. Well, what is wrong with me? I can't talk. I need some water. That is a symptom of mania as well.
Delusions of grandeur. I like that term.
Yeah. It means that you think that you're bigger and greater than you are. Which
I like that term.
begs the question, did he believe his lies? Because there may have been a part of him that was believing some of the things that he was saying. You know, and being, you know, schizophrenia, that's a very serious and dangerous disorder. Now, they didn't say he had paranoid schizophrenia, but you know, he has a schizoaffective disorder, and so you know he consistently lies and he lives in his own reality, right? And so they said they knew this, and they tried to get him meds. But when he got older, he wouldn't take his meds, and that's the thing. You can't force somebody to take their meds unless they're inpatient. You know, he's sick. One guy said, and I don't remember his name, but this not his show, so I guess it doesn't really matter, right? He said that he called him smart slow. Let me let that sink in for a minute.
I know a lot of. I actually call it a different term. I know a lot of brilliant idiots. That is. There are a lot of brilliant, but that's not to that extent. Not that type of. That's a different dynamic.
And grandeur, yes. And Carnot said we all do that, live in our own unique realities. We all have perspectives, right? Based off of our skew, based off of themes of our lives, right? Traumas that we've gone through, and whether we see the world as safe or unsafe, whether our locus of control is that the world is happening to us versus the world versus us having control of what happens within the world, all of those things. However, this individual dragged somebody into his world. And I think that a part of him believed, in all honesty, what he was saying. I really do. Especially if those diagnoses, especially if those diagnoses were valid. There's a part of him that was believing what he was saying. Because it sounds outlandish, but if somebody can believe that they need to put aluminum foil on their head so that the government can't track their thoughts, it's just as likely for somebody to believe they have money that they don't. And
Dale Gribble.
who?
If you know, you know.
Oh,
Dale Gribble
I don't know.
from a show called King of the Hill.
Oh,
Yeah, it's kind of like
I never knew his last name.
Dale Gribble. Yeah, he was paranoid with the government. Yeah, that was
Yes,
definitely
he did.
some of
He had a
that.
problem. He was paranoid with the government, but he didn't realize that his son looked just like the Indian dude down the
Was
street. You know what I'm saying? That's your own reality. You want to believe what you want to believe. What's wrong with you? Wait, you guys don't put aluminum foil on your heads? No, I don't. Oh, yeah. I'm reading the comments, and I'm reading them out of
I
order.
know, that's funny.
So I was just like, oh, he was being facetious. That's fine. No, we don't.
Facts.
And nevertheless, he believes some of the things he's saying. But when the guy was talking, I think his name was Tony Gaskin, who said he was smart slow. And he described it. He said that he works with individuals with different cognitive delays. And he called them mental retardations. And he said that just because these individuals have cognitive delays doesn't mean that they're not smart and that they don't know how to manipulate people. And so he gave examples of people that he's worked with that will say to him, if you don't do X, Y, and Z for me, when this millions of dollars comes, you're not going to get any of it. And they kind of believe it. A part of them is like believing this story. It becomes their narrative. And I give it to Carnal. We all do it in our own way. We fall into our own narratives. However, I think that this guy, he could have some cognitive delays.
typically don't think of a state in which you're not moving or choosing not to move, and waiting. And I think that sometimes that can be the biggest part of transition is preparing, during that time of wait. So it's not necessarily that you're not doing anything, but maybe instead of trying to exert energy externally, you're doing some self discovery, and you are, kind of making sure that you're in a place to receive once that transitional period has been completed and you've hit that new level. So I really think that that was an amazing point, that you had brought up last episode. And, for anyone who missed it, definitely um, you can log into to call in. Is public. And you can also go on again, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or Spotify Podcasts. See that, as well as YouTube and Facebook Live, supportive advice. And I think on YouTube it is Aquila Wheatley LMFT. Don't ask. Name is long. That's fine. And did you have any additional thoughts?
Well, I think, well, of course, I'll give you the two for one special. Procrastination, oh, instant gratification kills the nation.
Oh,
But
that's good.
seriously, definitely like with transition, like the transition, like for me, was moving too fast and doing too much to sitting and being almost like a cat waiting to pounce, if you will, where you kind of get into a posture of calculated moves as opposed to just movement. And I think that's something that is harder to do, especially with today's society where someone who doesn't look like or seem like or even smell like a certain thing that is the expectation is seen as a sore thumb. When really they really on to something most times. What I saw like a super nonconformist when I say this, but what most people kind of like or gravitate to kind of makes me concerned. Like why is it so popular? What's wrong with it? What's going? Something is wrong. Like that's also my inner conspiracy theorist too. But I'll digress with that. That's a whole nother subject. But yeah, that's I think that's important to just know because for some people their transition is going from sitting and being in a study mode to being active. You got to know where you at with it, and that's the whole that's the biggest thing about transition. What are you transitioning to? What is your what's the end game, and what is the strategy to get there? And I think that's it's all independent on the person, and I think that's the biggest thing people should take away is like what is going to work for you, not work for Jeff over there that you went to school with, or work for Margie and what works for you, Broomhilda, or what whatever the person's name is. What works for you? Okay, what works for you, Mary Catherine?
Name ain't working.
Well, I'll just insert random name here, or insert your name here in TV land, or calling app land, or TikTok land, or Tic Tac land, I should say, as the old folks say.
Though. So, I 100%, agree that it is all about, what works for you. Now, granted, we have external motivation, which is typically societal expectation, right? And there's a part of that that's necessary, right? If there were no, hunger, starvation, no competition, people wouldn't have motivation to succeed, right? Because then what would success be? So a lot of times society determines those things, and it puts us in a place to continue to grow, and to have goals to actually grow toward. If those things aren't in place, then it's essentially, we can become stagnant. But everybody has their own road, so to speak. Everybody has their own purpose. And so it definitely is important to make sure that whatever road you are on or wherever you're going toward is something that is going to take you towards self-actualization versus something that is just going to help you conform. So with that being said, I am going to transition into the Am I the Asshole Reddit. Because I just
Yay!
I just love it. I love it. I love it. And I didn't get a chance to do that last week, but I'm not saying that begrudgingly. I'm definitely glad that the conversation took the turn it did, because hopefully it really was helpful for those that were able to tune in. And again, I thank everyone who did tune in. So oh, Monique, uh, Mo, I thought you. See, this is what I be talking about. Mo is actually on the line. I'm going to invite you to be a speaker. Hey, Carno, how are you? Jam Pop is stupid and consistently do stupid stuff. I try to avoid the idiocy. Okay, yeah. Better this. Well, I'm glad you're doing better this week. Definitely. Um, and I'm glad that you are here to listen as well as share. Hey Mo, how are you doing? I'm surprised to see you. Thankful.
Thanks for having me once again.
Of course, of
I'm
course.
excited to hear what we're talking about today.
All right, so what we're gonna do is we're not gonna draw this out too long, but I did want to go into the Am I the Asshole Reddit. So here it is. It's a little long, so bear with me. Am I the asshole for not helping my brother with his daughters when his wife left him? Um, Apparently this person is a 30-year-old female, is single, child-free by choice. She dates occasionally, but no long-term relationships. This is due to many reasons, like I love my freedom, I want to enjoy my life unencumbered with responsibilities, and I want to really focus on my career. So I can already tell now that this person is kind of setting us up to understand why they don't want to help with it with their brother's children. Basically, what I'm seeing here is a layout of sacrifices. Hey, I sacrificed relationship. I decided not to have my own children. I really enjoy my freedom, and it's worth those sacrifices, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's kind of, and that lets me. It kind of creates an environment where you have to wonder why this person is already starting to overcompensate in the conversation, and we just started, right? So it says, my older brother, who was 34, got married when he was 26. He has 2 kids, both female, 7 and 4. They had a traditional household. He wanted a partner who stayed home and looked after the family while he earned. She had apparently dreamed about being a homemaker and taking care of children. But during the last couple of years, she showed signs of hating it. Yeah. She wanted to study more and work outside, build something of her own. But my brother refused to step up or help. I warned him once, but he told me it's none of my business how he runs his household, so I kept my mouth shut. His wife left him a month ago. She just wrote him a letter saying she can't do this and she wants to explore her life. She left kids with him and basically vanished. We have no idea where she is. Jeez, that sucks. The thing is, my brother doesn't know how to do even the most basic things. He is the kind of guy who never changed a diaper or toasted bread. The moment my brother found that his wife left, he called my mother, who rushed in to save the day. She thought it was short term, and in my SIL would be back. Oh, sister-in-law, and my sister-in-law would be back, but she hasn't. My father is unwell and needs her home soon. They live hours away. My brother suggested she take the kids home with what? No, brother, we're not doing that. My dad said no. He is retired and they are both getting old. He does not want to have kids in the house full time, taking up their energy. Since that was a no-go, my brother asked me to either move in with them to help out or take kids in with me. I refused. From what I see, he is a grown adult and these kids are his responsibility. I made a choice to live the way I do, and I do not want to sacrifice my life for his choices. My family is pressuring me into this stuff, blah, 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 talking about how my brother does not know how to take care of kids. The little girl needs a woman in her life, other little girls, and blah, 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 blah. So, am I the asshole? Okay? What, that's a lot. That's a lot. I'm kind of chuckling just a tad, because he's like, all right, Mom, take him. Like, here, take, like, no. So I see Carnal seems awfully selfish. Help not take over. So how old are the kids? 7 and 4. Both females, a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. Now, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's a hard one. You know, it's really a hard one because this person has established their life. They have made choices, you know, based on what they want out of life, and now, you know, the brother is like, well, I don't know what to do with these kids, so, you know, you need to help me, you know, or figure out what to do with your kids. You know, if you don't know how to toast bread, find out. You know, everybody had to start from scratch when it comes to being a parent. There is no manual. There's books. There's plenty of books. But there's no manual, you know, on how to be a parent to your specific child, because nobody has your specific child but you. You know, and so everybody has had to go through trial and error and figuring things out. You don't get to just say, oh, okay, well, I don't know what to do with these kids. Here, you do it. I guess that's just my opinion. But I'm your sister. Remember, you told me to mind my business. I know that's right, Mo. He said, mind your business. 100, you know. And, you know, and it's hard because it's like, and I was just talking to a client about this today. I have a client that is, you know, about to get married soon, and there were some concerns because of the way that their spouse, I mean, not their spouse, but their fiance current viewpoints are, right? And one thing that I said was, viewpoints change, people grow, needs change, wants change, you know, and it's important to understand that, because in this scenario, at some point, she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, and then she decided it wasn't for her, but she would not have known it wasn't for her until she actually attempted to do it, right? Says he should have been participating more from the start, and maybe the mom wouldn't have left in the. Go ahead, Cardinal. You are on it tonight. You are on it tonight. Absolutely. You know, it seems like that he put all of that on her. And even if she took it willingly, which is fine if that's the case and if that was the dynamic in which they set up. But to not know how to change not a one diaper, or cook a meal, or it's like, as there is a part of that that's just autonomy, that's just independence, that things that you would need to know how to do even if you didn't have kids, if you never got married at all. These are just things that you would need to know to do to survive as a human being. So, Dante, thoughts? And yes, Carnal, I'm with you. Takes more than money, 100%. Mr. Machismo, is she the a-hole? Did I lose you? Oh, one second. One second. So, Mo, based off of the comments that I'm seeing, I take it you don't think she's an a-hole.
You better know I don't think she no butthole, okay? Because first of all, she tried to tell her brother that, your wife is saying she's going crazy. Do you know how hard it is to deal with a 4-year old and a 7-year old? And then you have to be around them little people all day long and they don't listen. And you got to
Mm-hmm.
repeat yourself over and over and over again. And that was her life for how many years? And then she expresses to her wonderful husband, I would like to go out and be with normal people. And then you tell me no, and you don't want to support me. But I also feel like the wife, even though, she shared that with her husband, even though she's a homemaker, she should have been making her husband do something. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way that I'm about to have another baby and my husband is not changing a diaper. Like,
Say that.
you can't help out, but when you come across a lot of families, when I come across a lot of families, it goes both ways. But most of the time, women are more of the caretakers, and so men can be in a house but don't participate in taking care of the children. And so it's not fair that me and you both go to work or I'm at home all day and you think I'm not doing anything when I'm emotionally tired. So she needed some self-care and some things to do to herself. And I think people fail to realize those who are with the at home with the kids the most, they need some self-care to get away from the kids too. So
Yeah, I mean,
there's no way
100%.
that I can. Yeah, no way. You're gonna change the diaper, sir. When that baby wake up, you're gonna get up and go hold the baby. This time, it's your turn. It's your turn, Big Daddy. Go get that baby. Go get Junior.
He said, Big Daddy. So
Big
Carnal,
Daddy, go get Junior.
I know that's. I mean, I'm with you. I am with you. My oldest daughter, who we've talked about plenty of times. She's 19, and not, with her, it was just me and her. So there was no taking turns or anything like that. It was nobody that hand anything over to. You know, but you know, my daughter and my son, it was definitely equal responsibility, essentially. Very active, paternal figures, and I'm so appreciative, of that. And I think I was even more appreciative of that because I knew what it felt like not to have that. You know, Granted, on the other hand, a part of why we might hoard some of the responsibility is because then we don't have to run things by someone else. We don't have to get someone else's opinion. We don't have to discuss things and have conflict or get someone else's approval or come to compromise about things. And that was another aspect of it that I realized, because when it was just me and my oldest daughter, I didn't have to ask anybody anything. Whatever whatever we were going to do was whatever we were going to do. But then with parents, with paternal involvement, now there is somebody who has an opinion. There's somebody who also has that child's best interest. There's somebody who was possibly raised, differently than we were. And so sometimes part of hoarding the responsibility is not wanting to have to share in the decision making. And so that's another concept. But I did want to make sure that I'm getting to Carnal. And he said women need to get their heads out of the clouds too, though, because they all want that millionaire lifestyle where they don't have to do much of anything. And then also he says discipline and structure, not until they are about 14 or so. And then yes, but he was at work all day. How was he gonna come home and work more to give you a break from nothing? So I think that essentially what we're saying is that there's different types of work. There are individuals that might go out and work outside of the home, and in that they are they're bringing in income. That income, supports those that are inside of the home, including that person. But then there is also a person who works inside of the home, and that is just as important, right? Because as he's seeing now, there's a lot that needs to get done that he's having a very hard time doing. So had she actually been doing nothing, then we wouldn't be having this conversation, because he wouldn't be freaking out because there's nobody at home to take care of the kids. So that role, as you can hear, in the dialogue there, was very, very important. Just as important as his role outside the house. If ladies want the man to do more, then they have to cede the lead to him. I don't know. Not fight him at every turn about every little thing. Women are fickle and chaotic. And so I'm going to kind of redirect, just because I want to stay on point. Because in this particular
Colonel.
in this particular case, right, the main focus is the sister. And so we have the brother that kind of pushed up against the change that his wife was trying to make, where she was trying to include him, ask for his help, work out. She wanted to work outside the home, go to school, things of that nature. And he kind of shot it down, or wasn't willing to help, with her growth and her goals, right? And so then she leaves, Now, whether or not she's the asshole is not really in question, even though, leaving your kids, that's a pretty, that's a pretty a-hole move, in all honesty. But as far as the sister is concerned, she's established her life. She's made choices. She decided she didn't want to be in a long-term relationship because she liked her freedom. She didn't want to have kids. She didn't want to do all of this other stuff. And now her brother's like, well, I don't know what to do. You got to come live here. She doesn't. She doesn't have to do that. Would it be nice for him? Yeah. But one thing I tell my clients is we save others by empowering them to save themselves. And her moving in is only going to continue to enable him. The no is what's going to actually empower him to learn to do things on his own and establish a relationship with his children, in which you can tell he has not done. Mr. Machismo, you're back. Thoughts?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the sister is not wrong at all. She has boundaries, and to be honest, them ain't her kids. So she could do what she can, but she can't. That's just unrealistic expectations from the brother. And then definitely the brother should definitely know how to change diapers. It's like I don't even understand. And keep in mind, I'm coming from a unicorn perspective where I ain't got no kids, but when I do, like I'm gonna be I'm gonna know how to do the diapers better than the mama. But that's a discussion. So you know, it's just kind of a mess. I feel bad for the dude though because he part he married for love, but he unfortunately had a situation where it didn't work out. But yeah, I mean, it was warning signs though, from what I hear, like where he just didn't catch them though. So there's that. But yeah, it's an unfortunate situation, but you can't just be out here without knowing how to do basic skills. I mean, come on now, you don't know how to make toast? Like, that's wild. That is wild. That is bizarre. But hey, it is. So with a lot of things in life, I guess. But yeah, that is. He kind of dug the hole for himself with that one. But yeah, that's my thoughts. Like, we know who the problem in this is the wife that left, just like it would be if a dude left, which is usually the case. This is actually an aberration. It don't happen often. When it's the other way, with a girl leave, like wow, when did this happen? Every blue moon. But it's an unfortunate situation, but it's definitely not the sister's problem.
I also wanted to go into Carnal's questions. What is she doing? And sad state for nuclear families these days. Yeah, definitely sad state. We don't know what she's doing. The assumption based off of what she was trying to gain within the marriage, right, is that she's trying to explore herself. She wanted to go to school. She wanted to work outside of the home. She wanted to better herself and things of that nature. So the assumption would be, because she did not have the support to be able to go outside of the home as she had requested, she left to go and pursue those ventures. So partying and clubbing and all of that, that's not, based off of the information we have, that's not a valid assumption. More or less, she is trying to better herself. And she didn't feel like she could do that within their marriage. But again, back to the sister, definitely not an a-hole. Now, I wonder how you would approach, Dante, um, having a significant other that they say that they want a family, that they want to settle down, that they've always wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. And so you all communicate your roles before you get married, before you have children, and then you're 7 years in, and all of a sudden your spouse says, psych, never mind. I don't want to do this anymore. I would like to do something else. I want to explore a different side of myself. I want to get out the house. I don't want to be a homemaker, whatever the case may be. What would be that conversation for you? How do you think you would respond?
As far as her like saying she want to leave, or the part that led up to it,
Right, the
because
part
it
that
definitely was a.
not her leaving, but like after several years, her going from, hey, this is the role that I've taken on, and this is, I'm a wife, I'm a mom at home, I take care of home. To, I don't really want to be at home anymore. I want to go back to school. I want to work outside the home, and just essentially, wanting to change the
What
roles
is?
around that had already been established in a relationship.
Um, I signed up for that. Unfortunately, well, depending on how that work out, I signed up for that. So that's the whole
But
thing. When you get
how did you sign up for that
when you get
when there was something else that you thought was going to be taking place before the marriage?
I mean, you kind of gotta have, for better or worse, till death do us part. That's part of it. So that's why you gotta. Oh yeah, somebody take care of something. But yeah, that's what you sign up for when you get married. Like you that's why that's you have to invest the people that you marry. Like that's why you kind of gotta. And it's of course it's not a perfect science. Yeah, you hear all type of stuff, but it's not a perfect science with that backing it up. But it's a look like a propane truck or something. But I mean that's a tough situation. But I mean, old boy backing it up. If he don't know how to make toast, he obviously ain't. He's oblivious to the wants and needs of the girl that he loves. So that's one issue, and that's the issue really. He don't even know what he signed up for, and I don't want to sound pretentious, but I mean that's what he could. You gotta know your personnel. Like that is wild. But I think we had a similar discussion about the girls' search history. About you might not know certain stuff. You gonna know. I'm nosy. I'm gonna know stuff. I'm gonna ask stuff. I'm gonna know stuff. But everybody's not like that. So because my goal isn't not to be in that situation where 11 years later, who is this person? What is this? How did this happen? How did we get here? It's always signs. It's always signs.
And in all honesty, I don't think that any of us. I'm gonna need you to mute yourself. but um, but I don't think any of us, get into these situations because we're oblivious. I think that there are expectations that are spoken, and I think that there's expectations that are unspoken. And I think that, sometimes when you're with someone, you learn them as they learn themselves. Like, the person that I am now is not the person that I was 8 years ago. And so I can't expect someone to know who I would be now when I didn't even know who I would be now. And so it's not necessarily always realistic, to think that um you would know. um Nevertheless, you know I want to switch it up a little bit. I want to switch it up. Mo, let's say I want to turn it around a little bit. Let's say you have a husband, right? That before you went and got married, he was the breadwinner. He was the person who went out. He made money for the entire family. He said that's who he always wanted to be, what he always wanted to do. You said that you wanted to be, the stay-at-home mom, and then and you guys carry out those roles for several years, and then all of a sudden one day he comes to you and he says, "Yeah, I don't want to work anymore." What is your
Um,
response to that? Right?
Um, well, first of all, I've never been the person who don't work. My mother has trained me to work since I was 4. Ain't that right, Terry? She down at the bottom.
Hey, Terry.
However,
Hey, Pickle. Hey,
how,
Carnal.
however, if I had to be a home mom, that would probably be torture for me.
This is a fake
Um,
scenario, by the way.
that would be torture. Like, and he said, okay, so no, I'm not. It's him the other way around. So
Hmm.
he's at home all day with the kids, and I'm taking care of the family. It's,
No, he's at
uh,
work. This is the scenario.
oh, he's at work.
Your husband is at work, right? He works full time. He's always worked full time. That was the roles that you guys determined. You stayed at
Mhm.
home with the children. 7 years
Jesus.
later, he comes to
God.
you and he says, "I don't want to work anymore."
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, who's going to pay the bills? I'm agree with Colonel right now. That would be hard for me to swallow and deal with that if I'm been a homemaker all this time and he's been out there making all the money and now he doesn't want to work. Um but at the same token, I'll probably gladly go find a job. I'll probably already have one a job lined up. That would be that would be hard because the roles did change and I was used to my husband um taking care of everything. However, in life, we supposed to be a team, right? And so if my husband is tired of working, I will have to swallow my pride or my feelings or whatever that may be, and we will have to figure out what's next for us. Um, I when you were talking about roles and you were talking about how things change, when I think about couples, as you were talking about two people, you have a person who's about to get married. And I think that sometimes, we change. It appears that women change more than men, as in probably emotionally and mentally. And so I find that that's a struggle, personally, and what I've seen with a few people where I work at when couples come in. So it appears that the women grow emotionally and mentally, and the men could be more content with life being the same for years, and the women um, want to grow and do different things and have different interests. So, what do you say about that?
I say that if that were generally true, that females change more consistently or more often than males, then there would not be midlife crisis. And a lot of times, what you'll see is you'll see women go through them too. They go through them too, but it's more socially seen and acknowledged that men go through midlife crisis because they get to a point where they're like, okay, I've been doing this for X amount of time. What's next? What am I doing? Who am I? How did I get here? I feel stuck. I don't know. And so that is their time typically when they start wanting to grow, change, and where becomes very important for them to do exploration. Now, what you typically will see is a lot of external change versus internal change. But I see a lot more males going into therapy and having their mental health needs met, which kudos to them because it allows them to do the internal exploration that they need to do to get to where they actually want to be or where they actually want to go, because you have these external values that are instilled in you since birth. Men are supposed to do this, women are supposed to do that. You have those societal gender roles, and you go and you push 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 to fulfill those societal, to alleviate those societal pressures, right? But then at some point, you're like, well, what do I want? I've done this because I was supposed to. I've done that and that and that because I was supposed to. What do I want? And that's typically what you see in a midlife crisis. And men have those just as well as women. In what way did evolution determine these roles, Carnal? I'm curious.
Carnell also made a statement that women are better at certain jobs than men. And I want to say that I have to give my daughter's father credit. He did a lot of things when my daughter was born. He made sure he gave her baths. He got up out the middle of the night to get her. He held her all the time. He created a brat, but he was very he was very active with my daughter. So I one thing I can say and give him hand claps is that he wanted to do the dress up for all the holidays. He was like, me and Bookie, we going to go trick or treat. Me and Bookie, it's Easter time. It's me and Bookie this and this. And I was like, geez, we will kind of fight over holidays. And after a while, I was like, go ahead, bruh. She's all yours, I guess. And so he enjoyed doing all holidays and everything, but he was very active. So my daughter's dad has been very active, and I appreciate him. So
And I do want to say
from the
that,
beginning.
and I do want to say too, and I thank you, Mo, for sharing that. It is a stereotype that women are just born more maternal than males, or more nurturing, not maternal, more nurturing than males. That is not true. There are some women that are born, and they don't, they're not inclined to have children. They're not interested in that nurturing aspect. I talk to people all the time that are female. They're like, somebody crying in front of me, and I'm like, what do you want, man? Like, what? What am I supposed to, like, pat you, or like, and it's even harder to have those awkward moments because society tells you, well, you're supposed to know what to do. You're supposed to be nurturing. You're supposed to, and it's like, no, we're not. We're born human, you know and some people have, stronger nurturing predispositions than others, and so it's not fair to say that just because a woman is female, that they should want to stay home with children, or be naturally more nurturing than a male, or whatever the case may be. I mean, now I've been watching this show, and so I'm just gonna come out of left field with this because it's just that's all this show talks about is penguins. But the but the male penguin is is the one that actually hovers over the egg, and makes sure that it's okay and taken care of. It's not the female penguin, and so in other species, there are males that are the ones that actually produce, and not the women. And so, like, it's only in I guess I'm looking for a word. It's escaped me. It's late. But anyway, it's only in our species where we have these roles where it's like, oh, well, you're a female, so you're supposed to, and you're a guy, so you're supposed to. No, there's guys who are inclined to cook, who love to cook. There's guys who love to clean. There's guys that are more nurturing. You know, they're sensitive. They have greater emotional intelligence. There's women who have that, but it's not because of our gender. It's because of who we are as human beings. You know, and so I just don't think that that's fair. I mean, I'm listening to Mo, you know, and she's like, man, I wouldn't want to stay at home. You know, that doesn't disqualify her as a woman because she would like to work outside the home. That doesn't make her not a good mother. That doesn't mean that she's not nurturing. That doesn't mean that she doesn't fit some type of mold because she wants to work outside the house. You know, I remember when my son was born, for a whole month or two, um, I had to, like, I wasn't able to go back to work. I had to stay home with him. He was born in the wintertime. I was not able to leave the house unless he had a doctor's appointment because he was not supposed to leave the house because he was premature. I crawled up the walls, down and up and down and up and down. That was the longest 2 months of my life. Now I love my son. I love my son. I love my son. And also I'm very nurturing. But staying at home, not being active, not being able to go out, learn, grow, and experience social growth, that was horrific. I couldn't imagine that being every day. For no, 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 I couldn't. I couldn't.
It's like COVID-19. Oh my God. Sitting in the house all day,
It is not. It's like
not being able to
no.
have interaction. Horrible.
Yeah, it was, you know, and again, I love my son, you know, and you know, I'm very, very nurturing. But, you know, there is a part of me that, you know, needs to be able to go out and do other things. There's other parts of me outside of being a mother. You know, I'm a whole human being, you know, and so I can't only fulfill one part of that and neglect every other part of that and think that I am going to be um, a balanced human being. I'm not going to be, and it seems like that is the Coco 19. I'm so priorities. Okay, I hear that priorities. And yeah, you know, there are priorities, but again, there is also propensities, and there are things that some people are innately better at than others, and it's not based on gender. It's not based on gender, you know, and we would like it to be because that makes things easier, that makes things black and white, you know, but that's not the world that we live in. We live in a world full of gray, you know, and it's just that mindset of, well, you know, she's a female and she, you know, and I'm out here working, so she needs to get it together and be okay being at home, that got due left, because you have to make room for your partner to grow just as you are growing. It's not one sided.
Aquiva, I have a question about, so how do you approach a situation? You tell your significant other several times, this is bothering me. I'm tired of cleaning up after you. When you say things like that, you hurt me. You continue to tell a person how you feel, but they ignore your feelings, and this we see this in this case, and so she ended up leaving. She kept sharing how she felt and how she wanted to do something different, but he was not willing to hear or listen to what she was saying. He was not willing to adjust. So when you're not willing to adjust, to compromise and to help your significant other, um that brings on many problems.
So, just so that I can better understand, it, how would I approach
When
what specifically?
what do you do When your mate does not listen to you, when you continue to tell them how you feel and they ignore your feelings, after a while that gets old. And when we look at this scenario, the wife left because she kept saying she didn't want to be a homemaker no more. She wanted to go out and experience life, but she was being ignored. Her feelings were not being considered.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so when your feelings are not being considered and you continue to share how you feel and someone ignores, to me, that's basically like you're saying F me, screw me.
And that is a that is definitely a concept that is shared, by many. If you're not taking action around how I feel or the changes that I want to see, then you must not be hearing me. Sometimes individuals hear what you're saying, but they may not believe that you're actually going to act on it. They in which point you see a lot of avoidance. Whereas, like, I heard what you said, but I'm just hoping that you don't do anything about it. So let's just avoid this. But there's also different stages of change. There's pre-contemplation. There's contemplation, right? Those are the first two. Pre-contemplation is when you're in a space where you don't even know that anything is going on, right? Contemplation is when you're in a space where you understand that there's something going on, there's a problem, but you're not ready to actually do anything about it. And so, as a system, they were in contemplation, meaning that the wife brought up something was going on with her husband. He heard what she said, but he wasn't ready to do anything about it. He wasn't ready for change, nor did he accept the fact that there was a change that needed to occur. And so, essentially, what happened is he went into avoidance, and essentially, she ended up leaving. Now, typically, what I would do is interpersonal effectiveness training, with a couple, and that has a lot to do with like assertiveness training, which is how you express yourself. What is your stance? Are you confident in what you're saying? Are you saying this is what I need, or this is what I think I need, or maybe I might want to do this? Or are you saying is this a definite, or does it sound like a maybe? Just making sure that we're communicating in a way that our partner understands that this is either a yes or a no, and so that they can know how they need to move forward. So it's a lot that can go into it, but typically I would have talked to the wife about interpersonal effectiveness. I probably would have did some role playing with her, and asking her how she was confronting this. What language was she using? What was her body language as well? What was her nonverbals? And when he didn't respond, what was her follow up, outside of just getting frustrated? And so that would have been the course of action that I probably would have taken, with the wife, as it related to him not necessarily, or her feeling like she wasn't being heard. I hope that answers the question. That was me quoting my wife. When I asked her to lay out precisely what it was that I was saying that was causing her pain, she could not even do it. Why won't you stop saying that? It hurts me. Oh, okay. You know, um, and it also, I don't know you and your relationship, Carnal. I don't. I've experienced you on this show a number of times. If you are even a tenth as aggressive in your relationships as your conversation has been at times, in the chat, you know, that's not that that may not be a place where someone feels comfortable being vulnerable, right? And again, I don't know the situation. I wasn't there. I don't know if the aggressiveness that you have now is because of the situation that you went through, or if this is kind of somewhat how you were within your relationship, right? So I don't know that, but I will say that if you are even a tenth of the amount, or your conversation is even a tenth of the way that it is at times, and in the chat here, I can definitely see why maybe someone wouldn't feel comfortable going into it, or maybe being afraid to kind of dig into it, or even being shocked that you don't understand what it is that is hurtful, and so there's a lot that goes into that. But again, interpersonal effectiveness is really good with that, because there is Dear Man, and Dear Man is an assertiveness training where it breaks down how to speak to others in a way to get the things that you need, and not in a way that breaks down the other person, but in a way that empowers you, to get what you need from the relationship that you're having with them. And there's also Give, which is another interpersonal effectiveness training, where it is allowing more empathy. So individuals that might struggle with aggressive communication, Give is something that I would typically use and work through with them, because it is all about having empathy, and and listening to hear, and making sure that you're giving that person the space to be vulnerable, and making them feel safe in the process. So those are two different types of training for two different types of issues. But again, I hope I answered your question, Monicia. So at this point, I want to thank Carnal, I want to thank Pickle, I want to thank Terry, Vincent, and Brian, who just joined, for coming on. Again, I am here on Thursdays, typically at 6 o'clock. And if you missed the session, I don't know why I want to keep saying session. If you missed the show live, you can definitely catch us, catch the replay on YouTube, Aquila Wheatley LMFT, or you can catch it on Facebook Live at Supportive Advice. You can also catch it on Supportive Advice Live, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify podcasts as well. So I want to thank you all again for listening. Definitely subscribe. What's happening? Jordan Peterson in the house, and then someone said no. I don't know what's happening, but I'm gonna let that chat be the chat. And I'm going to again thank you for coming in, and I will catch you all soon. Thank you so much, you guys. Have a great evening.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Mo. Thank everybody for
Have
joining.
a good night.
Everybody, and welcome to another episode of Supportive Advice live. I have Mojo with me, aka Monicia. How you doing today, Mo?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I am alright. I'm alright. It sounds like our energy is in the same spot, though.
Most likely.
I don't know if life is lifing or if it's the holidays. I don't know exactly what's going on at the moment, but it could not be, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. I agree.
So we got Mr. Machismo on here too. I thank you. I thank you. I know we've been absent, y'all, for the last couple of weeks, but don't we deserve a holiday too? I think we do. We deserve a holiday too. So we got families and people that we're spending our time with and prioritizing, and sometimes you got to take a break. And I can't say that to other people without then having that same grace for myself and the team, right? So for those who pick up and listen, thank you, and for those who don't, we'll catch you next time. I'm gonna invite Mr. Machismo, aka Dante Holloway, to join us because he is one of our panels, as well as Mojo. How you been, Dante?
My name is Jackson. It might be some hackers on here.
Oh.
We give a government name. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my
But
God. But when you put it that way, my name is. No, I'm kidding. Lord.
I've been good. I can't complain. How about yourself?
Oh, that Red Bull went down the wrong way. So that should tell you something right there, Red Bull. I was
gonna say 6:30. You a daredevil. Ooh.
You know, I'm telling you, man. I had clients, throughout the day. I've also been working on my dissertation.
Okay.
So, Doctor who? Dr. Me, eventually, right?
Dissertations out here. It's going on.
Putting in work.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm actually doing the literature review related to specific variables within the study, and so it has been worth it. I'll leave with worth it, but I would be dishonest if I were to say that it has not been taxing. So, there's that. I have not 100% been satisfied with our reach on call-in. I know we have our regulars who I appreciate very, very, very much. We have those that subscribe to the podcast, and we love you all. I'm speaking for everyone. And but there has to be another way for our reach to get a little bit louder and further.
May I share something I think would be cool for you?
Absolutely not, Mo. We don't take suggestions here.
Clubhouse.
No, what were you gonna say, Mo?
Clubhouse. It's an app called Clubhouse. You get to do a podcast. It's internationally.
Oh.
And people join all the time. They come in and come out. You grow your audience. People can also find you by topic.
Oh, nice.
I like Clubhouse, and they can get on and speak if you want them to. You can bring them up and put them down in the audience. But I think that Clubhouse will be amazing for you.
Okay, well, that is definitely something that I'm going to be considering. I was up at 6 this morning. Don't ask me why my eyes open. So I was like, heck, I might as well. And I was looking at a lot of different software and a lot of different apps that allow not only for us to be voices, but for all of our lovely faces to be seen by the public. I wanted to kind of weigh in and well, not weigh in, but I wanted to kind of allow you guys to.
Well, she has no sound. How was your New Year, Dante?
Are you serious?
It was copacetic. It was
Oh, I
copacetic.
know sound.
I
See,
was
that's another reason.
surprised there was less gunfire at midnight.
Are you
I'm used to
serious?
hearing.
I'm
Really?
so
I'm
done with
used to
this
hearing
not
some
having family.
expensive stuff. I think people might be. I think the
I quit, y'all.
I think inflation has limited individuals' bullets being expended on things
Good.
like that. Yeah, that's my guess. I heard a couple, but I ain't hear it like I used to. I didn't hear the. I just heard ping ping.
People needed their funds to buy some food and some Pepsi.
I
I know
understand,
that's
not
right.
Pepsi, that ginger ale, that ginger ale.
What is
Yep,
happening
or
with
whatever,
my
I seen a few people put packs of pop away. I was like, like three people like in line. It was like, put that back, put that back. I was like,
Hey, you gotta make a business decision sometimes.
okay, right.
It get to adding up. It's like, wait a minute here. Hold on now.
Wait
This
a
ain't this
minute.
ain't this ain't what it's supposed to be.
Right.
Yeah, the store is eating out. All that is all more expensive by far.
So, is there anything you're expecting big in this first quarter of this new year?
Uh, I'm, I'm expecting $444 million any second.
for
Alrighty
real?
then. Break it down.
So, I mean, I know that's a little random, but
I would like to expect that too. Can y'all hear me? Can
hey,
I get
that's what
in
we
on
worked
this?
out. We can figure something because I would have to do something with it. It can't just sit. I'll tell you that. You gotta move. And I think that's something that we, depending on how you grew up, don't realize. Like money is never supposed to sit.
I
And
know
that's
that's
something that,
right.
like, within the last, I'll say, 2 years,
Can y'all hear
I
me?
really just caught the concept of like. It sounds crazy, but literally, money is never supposed to just sit.
Okay. Money should never just sit.
Can y'all hear me
Alright.
yet?
Learning
Well, that's a
something.
whole another discussion. But the
Alright.
same question for you for this first fiscal quarter. What do you got going on, big?
What do I have going on big? Hmm.
Can anybody hear me? Nope.
I was struggling with some projects that I shared with you guys last year, and I needed a little boost of motivation and not procrastinate. And so I did give me a business coach. I invested in one of those.
Hello?
Um, my kids at work, I'm
Hello?
excited. Some of them are enjoying. They're allowing me to speak about God. So I think that's pretty cool. They're enjoying the NLT version of the Bible. So I'm kind of excited to work with them. And,
Hello?
and they're like really excited about it. I'm surprised. And what else? So one of my business avenues,
Hello?
I am going to. That's my whole focus for the month of this first quarter. My first quarter is January through April, and so I'm believing for a building. I'm
Can
believing
y'all hear
for.
me?
No, we went on without you because you were missing for like 7 minutes.
Well, I was hearing y'all. Please, Mo, continue. Business, business, business.
Okay, so my quarter, this first quarter, I'm gonna focus on the business idea I have. I finally moved on it. Yay! Thanks for the
Yay!
audience
Woo, woo,
background.
woo,
Woo!
woo! There you go.
I don't mind waiting for the audience. Okay. So I started that, and that's my first quarter. So I broke down some goals for the year, and I did it quarterly, and my quarters is every 4 months. But my first goal is this business. Well, that's one of my goals in the business, to get everything done on paper to apply for some grants this month. My website logo, all that. So that's one of the big things I'm doing, and I'm just so excited about it.
That
And of
sounds
course,
amazing.
and I also did my
That's dope.
other goals in each area. I had a mentor, and she said you should have goals in your emotions, your spirituality. Let me give an example. So if it's emotional, if you have anger issues, you write down, I want to work on anger. And then you, of course, write your objectives. How will I work on my anger? Spirituality, maybe you want to read your good book. Um, how long a day, Then you should have career slash education slash trade goals. And then what else? Physical. And I think I'm missing something. Mental? I think it's mental. But
Mental,
she
spiritual.
stated you should have, oh, did I say financial? You should
Oh,
have
that's
goals.
another one.
Yep, you should have goals in all those areas. So I wrote my areas down and I added house projects too. So we shall see how this goes.
We sure shall. I hate to take y'all back, but I kind of was back left where I got dropped, and I wanted to ask you all about the yeah. I mean, hey, sometimes you get stuck where you get left. You know, that's a message all by itself. But I wanted to ask you guys about the platforms that allow not just for myself to be seen, but for you all to be seen and heard. I wanted to know how you guys felt about that.
That would be cool, actually.
No,
Oh, wait a minute. Am I talking? Oh,
can you
can you
really
hear me?
hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you, Mr.
Oh,
Cecil. I can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I'm down.
I'm
Okay.
down now. You probably see some computer monitors, but I ain't got no problems because I'm over here multitasking. So it's
Ooh.
you
Can
get
I
to see
get you
some
to
multi.
create me a space?
You said what?
I need it. I'm gonna need a space created by Aquila. Okay. Her office is amazing, you guys. You should drop in and do a session. It's wonderful.
Book ahead. Book ahead. Supportiveadvice.com. No,
Yeah,
but I am looking. There
it
is.
do look
Oh, you like it? You like it, Dante?
make you want to just go get some counseling while you. Yeah, oh yeah. I'm like talk about anything. Just get in there and sip some lemonade or something. Man, it's cozy.
One of my clients came in. It was like, "This is nice." I was like, "Well, thank you. Your dollars at work." I'm like, "Hey, that's the whole thing about business, reinvesting. Reinvesting."
Hmm.
But yeah, I was looking at an app called something or other. That's not helpful. But yeah, I was looking at this app, and also if anybody can draw, email me at first name AQUEELAH Wheatley, no spaces, no dot, WHEATLEY at supportiveadvice.com. I am looking for someone to illustrate a children's story that I wrote. Now, one would think that when you have a significant other that is an artist, you wouldn't have to make those types of call outs, but you know. So yeah, definitely looking for someone who can draw. Doesn't have to be anything particularly spectacular. Minimal characters. I think the amount of characters are about 5 in total, and And so as it relates to storyboards, it probably have about about 10 plots. So yeah, anybody.
I know a few people who are some great artists. If you send me, text me, or email out and what you want, and I'll forward it to those people.
Well, that would be awesome because I've been sitting on this children book for a year now, and I don't want to sit on it any longer. Has anybody heard of Speak Pipe?
No.
Because that's the one where you're supposed to be able to see each other. And then there is also one called radio.co, and then there's another one called Podbean. Anybody heard of Podbean?
None of them.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, those are the ones that I'm mulling over. So if you guys have time to look at them and let me know what you think, that would be greatly
Nope.
appreciated. So, getting back on to emotions, feelings, psychology, and that type of thing. Um, man, what was up with this Christmas? I know it wasn't just me. Hello.
Well, I'll say for me, my Christmas, it wasn't it wasn't what I expected
There wasn't a
either.
lot of people in the.
Yeah, I didn't put up a tree. My daughter didn't put up the tree. I was like, "You don't even want the tree?" She was like, "No, forget the tree." I was like, "Great," because I didn't want to put up the tree, and she usually puts it up anyway. And I was like, "Well, I guess I could if she doesn't want to do it." She was like, "Nope, it's fine." And I was like, "Okay," I quickly agreed.
I know that's
Uh,
right.
So yeah, I don't know. Christmas was kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah, it was, it was lackluster. And I'm not talking about the, spending time with family and things like I'm not talking about that part of it, but I'm talking about the catching the spirit part of it. Like the, warm and cozy, feeling that, you get around Christmas. Like I just feel like that is decreasing each year. And I wonder if it ties in at all to stores starting to advertise earlier and earlier and earlier. Like this time, a Christmas there was a Christmas advertisement in October.
I never thought about that being a. Because a lot of people were saying that they wasn't really in the Christmas spirit. But I never thought about people it being like a market saturation type of thing where you
Yes,
see it so early. It's like, oh no, big deal. You
no,
get jaded
you're
in a way.
right. I heard a lot of people talking about they felt like it is becoming way too commercialized and that it's all about profits for um big chain stores versus actual togetherness and promoting. And in all honesty, if you look at the commercials throughout the years, there were a lot more commercials surrounding like family togetherness. And then like you might see a flash of the product, like this family is together and everybody's having fun, and then you might see like a Coca-Cola on the table or something like that, where it was just like a lot of um focus on the family and versus what it was being bought. And one thing that saw a lot with the commercials is that it was a lot of buy this person wants that person wants this, did you get this person that? And I'm like, nah, I didn't. And I'm not going to. I told my kids, I was like, don't give me no Christmas list. Do not give me a Christmas list this year. This first time since they knew how to write that I told them, not to get me a Christmas list this year. I was like, I'm gonna get you what I want to get you because you know I'm not going to go and check these things off the list that don't have any significance to our bond or any significant value. I'm going to buy you things that actually mean something. And you can value that or you can choose not to. And I mean, it went over well, but I was just like, no, I'm not doing. I'm like, I am not Santa Claus, man. Like, I'm not Santa. I mean, technically, we are Santa Claus, but my thought process was like, I'm not Santa. I'm your mom. Again, I'm gonna get you things that you know are gonna mean something for more than just one day. Did I go out again?
Nope, we're just listening.
Oh.
We're being great listeners.
But yeah, I had a lot of clients, that also were saying, that they weren't in the Christmas spirit either. And, and it let me know, like, because clients are, all different, as far as like social economic backgrounds, race, gender, and it seemed to be this shared miss me with this year type type deal. People just weren't on it. Um, but I find that it's interesting because not to get all Bible or anything, but um, Christmas is pagan anyway. And maybe it's ran its course. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, you said it ran its course. Mr. What do you call him? Dante.
Machismo, Mr. Machismo.
Machismo. He said he has no sound. You probably need to go back in and out, Dante. I hear her now.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
I think that there is a possibility, right, that it's ran its course like winter solstice and I don't know if it's called Eden, the celebration that has a lot to do with the Christmas trees and the Christmas wreaths and even the way that Santa Claus looks. Now, granted, the character was based on a real person named Saint Nicholas. However, the way that he's drawn, the way that he looks, the way that he's portrayed, um, is not based on the likeness of that person. More or less, it is based on um, the the winter solstice character. So, I'm wondering is if like it's getting to a point where that part of it is just is ran its course, and maybe we need to get back to something deeper.
I would say I think the things that you listed has something to do, but I also just think like um the economy, world events, life events, day-to-day activities, um being overwhelmed. Like, it's funny you mentioned this about marketing. The other day, a guy on Facebook, he took a picture and they had at the stores, they had Valentine's things out already. He was like, "Man, come on now, come on. We just spent all our money on Christmas." He like, why are they advertising for Valentine's Day already? Like, give me a
Right.
break."
Give us all a break. And I think that does because it's like it feels like you're bombarded. It's like you don't get a breather. It's like, okay, um okay, soon as Halloween comes, and if you have kids or if you're somebody who likes to go out and celebrate, All Hallows Eve, then you're buying costumes and candy, and then right after that, you know, or even alongside that, they're putting out the stuff for Thanksgiving, and then it's almost like Thanksgiving ain't even a holiday no, no more. They're like, we're just gonna smush that on out the way, because like that lasts for 2 seconds, and then all of a sudden you see all these Christmas decorations. You're just like, can I get a breather? Like, come on, like you got people coming over and decorations and you're buying food, for people that's coming over, or people doing potluck and they're buying food, and I mean, it's like, I don't know. When I was a kid, I remember liking Thanksgiving. I remember liking the experience of family, coming together. But I also don't remember it being as commercialized, all the holidays. It just like bam, 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 no breaks. Um, which is something that probably is going to really eventually, you can only take so much from people before they're tapped out. And not just tapped out financially, but tapped out mentally, tapped out emotionally, tapped out, in a bunch of different ways. And it seems like people are tapped out. Tap, tap, tap
Tap, 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 tap. Tapped out.
it.
That's the
Tapped
word.
out. People are tapped
That's the
out.
word. Tapped out.
You know, I wanted to go look at the Christmas lights on Noble, and I didn't even go to see those. And but speaking of Mr. Machismo talking about he heard ping 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 on New Year's, he said people couldn't afford bullets. There was actually a report that there was shootings downtown after the lighting of the town square Christmas tree, and it's just like, come on, like what is? I'm like, come on, like what's going on? So maybe they exhausted all they pop piles then, and they didn't have none left over. But I didn't hear any gunshots at all. I didn't hear none. And then again, I normally don't hear them over here where I am. The police, they don't play that.
Where I am, I heard a few more pow pow pows than Dante stated. But I would like to say he had a great point. It was not like before, so that's interesting. It wasn't a lot as usually. So yeah, I think he's on to something. Everybody had to use their money to get food instead of get bullets and ammo. So
Well,
that's
good.
wonderful.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it's
Right.
like, no, we cannot hear you, Mr. Machismo. That's one good thing about inflation is that ammo apparently is also more expensive. But you know, I was talking to some colleagues about the job market, and that you know this is the first, not 2024, but 2023 was the first year. I would say 2022, 2023 was the first years that I ever seen anybody close down due to lack of staff. I had never seen that in all of my years of living. I never seen like a restaurant saying closed due to lack of staff, or a McDonald's that's not taking no more orders, or you know um the Dollar General closed at 4 o'clock instead of 10 o'clock because they had low staff, and I'm just like, what is happening? Am I the only one seeing this trend or what?
No, me and my coworker was talking about that last week. I said, no, actually, I had one of the kids in the nurse's office, and I said, like, what are people doing since COVID? Because everywhere is short, from Aldi's to Walmart's to Finest to Kroger's to
not
Dillard's.
not
I'm
finest.
everywhere. I know, right? You knew what I was talking about.
Oh yeah, I know.
And so it's interesting because I would like to know what is everybody doing to make money? Like,
I,
what are they doing? Because I don't want to go to my job 5 days a week anymore either. I need to catch the new thing of what everybody else is doing, because I don't want to work there 5 days a week. And while we're talking about that, I think companies would do better off if they had, people work 3 days, off 3 days, on 4 days, allowing people to pick their schedules. That might assist with the workforce. So, oh, and the pay. They're not paying good either. So,
there's a lot of companies that are paying like $14 an hour, $15 an hour, and I told my eldest daughter, we were talking about this some years ago, actually. Some years ago. Nope, not now either, Mr. Machismo. Not no. See, now you know how it feel to get dropped, and then it's not fun. But no, I mean, I'm kidding. I appreciate that you guys don't stop whenever my sound stops, because then it would just be very boring, I'm sure. But I was telling my eldest daughter some years ago, she was like, they're trying to raise minimum wage, and I was like, And she was like, what do you mean? Don't you want them to raise minimum wage? I'm like, well, I don't know. Do you want to eat a $20 hamburger?
mm,
Because that's what's gonna happen. I'm like, because if you think that the companies are gonna take a loss, you got another thing coming.
that's so true.
They'll say, okay, well, we paying people $15 an hour, burgers $22. You want cheese, it's 25. You be like, it's just a burger. Well, that's what you asking for, and so $14 is gonna feel like $2 because everything is gonna go up because businesses still want to make a profit. It's not going to ever be, well, I won't say ever. I won't say ever. I don't like saying ever. But, a lot of times it's not going to be the business that eats it. It's going to be the consumers. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing, because now you have places that are like, okay, yeah, I'm McDonald's, I'll start you at $14 an hour. But if somebody wants a value meal, it's $12.99. You're like, wait a minute, how's that a value? Like, you can't even call them value meals anymore. Just call it a meal. you know, because I'm like, at this point is not a value. And so the people are making more on paper. It looks like it, but the economy and the inflation is making it feel just as it was. And I told my daughter the other day, I said, you see what I'm talking about now? See, because she was giving me the side eye when I was like, she was giving me the side eye, like, why wouldn't you want, everybody to be making $15 an hour? I'm like, it's not that, but it's the fact that everything has a consequence, and nobody
Mm,
goes into business to go bankrupt.
that's true. Another thing I think that's taking many people. I know a lot of people who are driving now. They're doing a lot of driving. They're doing
Mm.
truck
Yes.
trucks, box truck deliveries, and they don't have to deal with having a supervisor, or they're doing it on their own time when they want to do it. And I was kind of surprised about knowing how many people are driving or getting box truck businesses to deliver things, and it's making good money.
I will say one thing that somebody said to me is everybody decided during COVID that they were gonna be entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I
um,
think for real.
and
For
I'm
real.
like, hey, real talk, me too.
Me
Like
too. I'm getting on
I can't be
you.
like hating on nobody else because I'm like, hey, I didn't start my business during COVID, or anything like that. I mean, I already had my practice going, but I really kind of took a leap, into putting all my energy into my practice, after that point, and kind of divesting from a lot of corporate um, options as it related to being a therapist and building up the brand of another company or whatever the case may be. And so you're right, there's a lot of people doing box truck, there's a lot of people getting their CDOs, there's a lot of people doing DoorDash. Let's not even DoorDash, what is it, what's the other one, Uber
Uber.
Eats,
Mhm.
Ubering, not for the eating but for the cabbing. And then
The
there's
Amazon Flex.
Yep, Amazon Flex, Lyft. Like, there's just so many other options now where people are like, I don't gotta work for you. I could just do my own thing,
Man,
and
I can't
so
wait to say that.
I know that's right. But you just said like a little while ago that you're leaping into your own business, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
but sometimes I think frustration. You can say you tired about something, but and keep saying you're tired about it, and but you never really take action
Hmm.
in the area. And I was asking myself, like, well, Monique, are you really tired because you still not doing the ideas that you have that could take you away from a place, And so carving out that time to actually take the action steps or applying, not just having a thought, not just putting it on paper, but application, applying some of those thoughts and skills, and completing some tasks to get where I want to get to. So,
And
you
I
know.
and I congratulate you on that because it's not easy. It does take um cojones to to step out and say, all right, I'm going to move forward with this, and and let it go where God's gonna take it.
Mhm.
And so congratulations on making that move. Um, because that it can be exciting, but it can also be anxiety provoking. So definitely, whenever you need to talk, well, I won't say whenever, but
Right, because you're a
like,
busy
because if
lady.
it's 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm not answering. That's just to be clear. But but talking about that, with me, if that's something you want to do, for sure you can always text me. But yeah, Mr. Machismo, man, what's really good? I saw your red light come back on. I got all excited, and then bam,
I'm
silence.
wondering if he should close his, like, leave from the room, close the app up off your phone, and then come back and open the app and reopen it like that.
And normally I have to like refresh, and then I have to go. It's just a lot. It's a lot. My sound, it leaves and it don't ever want to come back. But I be like, come on, man. I be talking, I be saying stuff because I'm always saying something, you know. But I don't know. A lot of people pre-record their podcasts. I was thinking about us doing something like that, maybe pre-recording And plan them. I don't know. I guess we can kind of just shoot around and and see. I like the live platform because I want to be able to meet people where they're at, in the moment, and kind of allow the podcast itself to be led based on the needs of the people, but that is only conducive if the people can find you. So, what was the what was the name of the cotton? What was the name of the?
What you Cotton Club? What you talking about? It's called Clubhouse. Clubhouse app. Clubhouse. You talking about the Cotton Club? That been gone.
It sure have. It has a long time ago, boy. I'm telling my age though. Um, I'm like, what? I sometimes things come up and you just be like, what was that? What was that? Cotton Club dads. What dads? What?
Daddy-o. Oh, yeah. Daddy-o's. The Mirage. Don't get me listening. The
Not.
Mix. Don't
I
get.
remember the
Let me
Mirage.
stop.
I remember Daddy O's.
Oh, that was in the back of the Mix on 141st.
Oh, oh. All right, Dante, you back?
Mm-mm.
You know, you're not back. Oh,
Vlad the Man. Welcome.
yeah. I'm tired. Like, wait. I think I'm tired. I don't know if that's something
Um,
you're supposed to say on live podcast, but it's just been one of those days. I wonder if it's the snow.
it's okay sometimes. Sometimes we are tired, and being authentic on your podcast, that's what people love. Or I love when people are being authentic. Sometimes you're just tired. You need the rest. You do a lot of things. Congratulations. Working on your dissertation,
Whoop, whoop.
inspiring all of us other people.
I
I
hope
even
so.
got online to look at a doctor program at Cleveland State. I was trying to find
What?
something. Yeah, I saw something for reentry for individuals who just got out of jail, like a study on community relations. And so I was like, ooh, that interests me. So I need to go back on there and look. But Jesus. Ah,
That
that's
is
all I know.
awesome. That is
But
awesome.
I love the reentry population. For some well, I know what reason, but I love the reentry population, and assisting those who really want help. And I feel like many systems fail the reentry population. And so I would love to do something with that population. Yep.
I think that's awesome. My brother, he actually got his doctorate in 2022,
Mhm.
and and I hope I get this right. He got his doctorate in ministry,
Mhm.
um
Oh,
and in apologetics, and
apologize.
yeah, like really being able to debate the word of God,
Mhm.
which we know there's going to be a place for that, for sure, for sure.
Mhm.
um but I had just talked to him recently, about considering being a, don't tell me, don't even tell me. It's the person that, hospitals.
Chaplain.
Yes, yes, that.
That's what I do.
I know. That's why I was saying don't tell me, because I was like, Lord, I know this is what she do.
A chaplain.
Yeah, I was talking to him, and I was like, have you considered that? Because he has a hospital background, and he was in the army, um, and I know that there's chaplains that are through the army, and
Mhm.
and he has a very strong ministerial background, as well, and he's an elder, at the church that he attends, and so I was like, these pieces can go together to do something,
They
you know.
all go. Yes, he can do. He could do reentry to prisons. He can work with the elderly in homes. He could do hospice. That's why I didn't go that route. My mentor again, back in the day, she was in the ministry, but she was a psychologist like you. And I said, well, I really don't want to do MDiv because I'm not really big on being in the church. Because I really prefer not to be. But that's what I felt God was telling me to do. So I went in and we talked about it. She was like, be a chaplain. She was like, that way you're going to get paid for your work because in ministry, just getting the MDiv, people who are pastors and depend on the church for salary, it'd be a struggle for them.
Right,
And so
right.
she was like, go in the path where you can make money and people in the world know what a chaplain is versus they know it's somebody who say I just got my MDiv degree or my doctorate in ministry basically. And so that's what I did. Yep. And
Yeah.
he can also start his own he can start his own business like a consultation business and assisting other people in those areas as well, whatever his expertise is in that.
Yeah, it sounds like he has a lot of options, but it's interesting because you get a doctorate degree, you're like, okay, so now what, right? And then you know with what I do as a therapist, it's a PhD, it the pieces, they fit together. They're big pieces and they fit together. But but with different degrees, sometimes the pieces are a little smaller. And you're like, okay, where was it? This one looks like this one, kind of looks like this one. Where does this one go? And so I just pray that he stays encouraged, and all the other people that have gone and gotten advanced degrees, and maybe they're not sure exactly what they're purposed for as it relates to using or expanding upon that degree, from a um I don't want to say commercial, but from like an occupational standpoint. I just pray that individuals stay encouraged, and just remember there was something in you that knew that it was meant for you to get that degree, and that if you had the motivation to go forth and get it, then there's definitely something that it can be used for. um, yeah. So I don't know how I got to talking about that, but why not? Um, all right, Dante. Like, look, Mr. Machismo, I appreciate you so much, and I don't know what happened to your sound, and I was trying to hang in there with you, but it's 7:10, so me and Mo gonna have to jump off, and we appreciate you.
But
And
I would like to tell you to get some rest, please. It's okay to get some rest. You are doing a lot. I couldn't imagine. You have your own business, you writing your dissertation, you have a family, and many other things that I don't know about. And so I would like to welcome you to rest tonight.
well, thank you. Call my kids up. Tell them that you welcome me. You said. Tell them you have instructed the. No, I'm kidding.
Find a
Uh,
TikTok and send it to them.
Oh,
They'll
night night.
understand the TikTok.
oh, we
Oh, night.
did Mr. Machismo say go night night? Did I hear you?
Yeah.
I heard
Oh,
you.
I'm back. Lazarus. I just had to hit mute and undo. Man, this technology, boy.
I tell you.
Gee
Goodness
Willikers.
gracious. I'm a host and I be blocked out. Good night. It's crazy, but I'm
We
so
might have to do a
glad.
troubleshoot.
So glad you're back. So glad you're back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome
Welcome
back.
back. Yeah. All right. That was off key. But I appreciate you all. I really hope to oh gosh, I'm supposed to be going somewhere. Anyway, I really hope to have you guys with me next week. Um if nothing comes up. Yes. Hey, how you doing? Um bye. All right. So, that was my significant other making an appearance and then, leaving. So with that being said, I really hope again to see you guys. If you have any questions, I might be shooting you guys some links to look over as far as like different platforms to explore, as well as the clubhouse, which I will be exploring at some point tonight as well. And I'll see you guys next week.
See you next week, and I welcome you to rest.
Thank you, Mo. I welcome you to rest too.
I am. I put on my PJs. I'm ready.
I know that's right. I know that is right. Um, yeah.
Got my candle lit. Hey,
I feel you.
yeah,
I got this pumpkin cupcake candle right next to me. I might light it
yeah,
and get on it with the get on. Um,
yeah.
with that being said, I appreciate you all so much. Again, the world would be so boring with only one voice. It's diversity that makes this podcast work as well as it does. And I will see you all soon.
Have a good night.
Good night. Man, you gotta tell me where you finding those buttons. I done searched this
Right is right.
podcast.
It's right up there
Right
with the
there.
music key.
Where the what?
Eh, It's a music. It's a music little note with a plus next to leave room.
Nah,
Not mine.
I don't have that.
Me either.
Y'all got Androids?
No.
Oh, so that ain't it. I don't know.
Oh,
It's
oh,
right
I
there.
see it. It's
It's
at the
right next to
top.
leave
So look
room
at the right corner up at the top of your phone if you got an iPhone. And I see a little musical note right there.
with a plus next to it.
Yep, I see it. It wasn't there before.
Oh
Hmm.
wow. I still don't see it because I'm on my computer.
Oh, that might be
Oh.
different.
Yeah, that might be why. But you would think you would have more options.
Oh yeah, I found some more too. Hey, did y'all hear me pushing? Did y'all hear me sending sounds while I couldn't be heard otherwise?
No, we
No.
ain't hear nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
I could hear that, but I couldn't hear y'all. And I guess y'all couldn't hear. I went on a whole tangent about how I ain't believe in Santa Claus and we live in apartments. So I'm like, how you get in the house? Like, like
That
I'm like,
sounds like an
I'm
interesting story. I wish I would have heard it.
man. I'm like, I don't practice for this. As being the only child, I can talk to myself now.
You said make it make sense, Mom. Make it make sense.
Oh yeah, that's the whole thing, man.
Make it make sense for
That's the
real. I
whole
know that's
thing.
right.
And then I started figuring two plus two. I'm like, well, if Santa don't exist, what about how I'm getting these quarters and dollars every time I lose a tooth? Wait a minute. What y'all on?
As soon as my kids was like that it don't exist no more, I was like, cool. And then my son was like, I lost the tooth. I said, you said the tooth fairy didn't exist. You was like, but I thought you was gonna give me $1. No, I ain't giving you nothing. The thrill is gone.
I said, now wait a minute, let me tell you, guess who wrapping up all these presents and working hard, Joe Mama? Not Santa Claus.
I know that's right.
Yo, mama. My mother was like, why would you do that? I said, listen, we're gonna tell her the truth. I work hard every day. I bought them presents, not that man in that suit. No, no, he didn't.
Mhm.
You ain't taking my credit. Y'all better trying to get out of here with that.
Mm-mm.
I know that's
She
right.
knew since the first grade. She found out in first grade. I said, no. Mm-mm.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah,
That's early.
it was.
But you know, I feel it. I'm with you. I feel it. Um. All right, y'all. I'm out. I'm so glad that you came back. I look forward to hearing from both of you guys next week. And peace.
Avoiding me because he was shamed of some things that he was doing. And so he basically was telling everybody he was going to talk to me when he got himself together. However, he died and he was in the process of getting himself together. And so it's like I'm sad, I'm angry. It's a lot of things that I'm feeling. I didn't get to talk to him.
How long had it been? How long had it been since you all talked?
I want to say in October I got ordained as a chaplain. That was a text message, and he was like, "I can't come. I'm working this and that," and I'm like, "Well, you can watch the video." He was like, "Well, I want to come, but I don't look my best," and I was like, "It don't matter. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing to me." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And, he was like, nah, but that was just through text. So I want to say the last time I talked to him probably was like maybe in May verbally.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it had been a month.
It's been longer than it was like a year.
Oh, you mean last May?
Last May, yeah.
Oh,
and then
goodness.
Not only that, I had trauma because I had a dream that my father was going to die. And so my dream came true. And so that was traumatizing too.
Wow. How when you had the dream, how did you deal with that? Did you tell anyone? Did you internalize that?
I told his sister. And she was like, that's crazy because I had a dream, but it was about his blood on the ground or something. But that was 9 months prior to his death. And so, I was like, I think this is a warning. We need to get some insurance or do some things. But I just had a burden to talk to my dad. And I was so caught up in my emotions. I don't believe that I did my due diligence as like praying for him and things like that. But yeah, he ended up dying 9 months after the dream.
When you say you don't think you did your due diligence, it sounds like you're taking some type of responsibility. Is that something that you're going through?
Yeah.
So there's some
I was reaching out. Yeah, I felt like maybe I should have prayed for him or maybe I should have fasted for him or something like. And I know mentally and emotionally I can't control anything, but I feel as though I didn't do my best as in interceding for him. So that's how I feel about it.
Sometimes when we are in a scenario where we have no control, right? At that point, we will create avenues of control. We will create avenues of responsibility. And it sounds like in this way, that's a part of what you've done, where, if I would have, then this would have been different. Had I ever, then this would have been different. Sometimes a part of grieving is accepting that some losses are inevitable. Is that something that you've thought about?
Yes, but I still struggle, as in I could have did more. I could have went searching for him or something. Like when I tell you I had this heavy burden to speak to him and wasn't able to speak to him, it like really bothered me. Yeah. And I did reach out, but yet I did do something. I did reach out. I was the one who was rejected and ignored.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that you did do something.
Yeah,
I did
reach out.
But he wasn't in a place, the way that you describe it, he wasn't in a place to receive you because he still had some guilt and shame about some things that he had done in his past.
Correct.
And, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, but we've had conversations, and, I told him, I forgive him, and it is what it is, because I still have conversations with him. So it was kind of hard when I heard everybody saying, like, the day he died, actually, I had got a on-call position at my job as a PRN, and that day, his first cousin, my first day down there as a PRN, I arrived to a room, and my cousin, she was getting her, they was pulling the cord on her, and I was on my father's side. Now, this is like one of my father's favorite cousins. The next day, while I'm at church, well, actually, after I leave church and go home, I got a call, like, Monicia, your father dead. And I'm like, huh? Like, what? I was just praying for him at church, and I'm like, I don't even, like, is this y'all for real?
Right.
So it was my cousin on my promotion, the day of promotion of my job. They pulled the cord on her. I haven't seen her in a long time, but I remember her. She was around when I was younger more. And then the next day it was my father. And it was unexpected.
Gosh. Oh my goodness. And I'm so sorry to hear that. While we are in this conversation, I do want to invite any listener that has any questions to call in. Press that call button, and I will be more than happy to speak with you as well. Before I let you off the line, Onicia, and I hope that you still stay around to listen, I do want to get into the task of mourning with you, so that I make sure that you don't leave empty-handed. Is that cool?
Okay. My grandma hear me coughing. She talking about, spray your room with Lysol. Oh, God.
She's like, I'm not for it. I understand. I'm not. Right. So the task of mourning, there's 4. Okay, and it says, after death, survivors are left to face the pain of grief in a new world without their loved one. Mourning is the process of adapting to loss through the completion of 4 tasks. Keep in mind that adapting doesn't mean forgetting. It means finding a way to cherish the memories of a loved one while continuing to move forward in life. It means adjusting to the world without the person that is no longer with you while holding a place for them in your heart. So that is what this is influenced by. The first task is to accept the reality of the loss. After a death, it's common that the reality of the situation is minimized or denied. To complete this task, the reality of the loss must be fully accepted, both intellectually and emotionally. The second task is process the pain of grief. Grief involves painful emotions such as sadness, anger, and guilt. It can be tempting to avoid these feelings, bury them rather than facing them. However, working through grief means confronting, naming, and making sense of these emotions. The third task is adjust to a world without that person. The death of a loved one will usually bring about a number of life challenges. These can range from minor changes in daily routines to the adoption of an entirely new worldview. The third task is about navigating these changes and adjusting to the world without the loved one. So there's internal adjustments that are needed in this phase, in this task. Internal adjustments are changes in one's identity. Survivors, such as yourself, Mo, may have to answer the question, who am I now? They may also experience changes in their self-esteem. There is external adjustments that also need to be made. And these external adjustments include taking on new roles and developing new skills. Survivors may have to take on the tasks that were handled by their loved one, such as cooking, child care, fixing things, what have you. There's also spiritual adjustments that might need to be made. And these spiritual adjustments are changes to beliefs, values, and assumptions about the world. For example, a belief that the world is fair might change after a loss. The survivor may choose to reaffirm, modify, or replace their previous worldview. The last task, task 4, is find a way to remember that loved one while moving forward in your life. This is a task that I have found to be so helpful when it comes to complicated grief. Complicated grief is grief that is ongoing. After a year's time, you're still moving through the cycles of grief, but in a very intense manner. And so finding ways to involve, that person's memory, putting your energy on remembering them versus putting your energy on forgetting them. So it says, moving on doesn't mean forgetting, right? It means finding a place for the loved one in your thoughts, a place that is important but still leaves room for others. So that means not ruminating, right? Completing this task means finding a healthy balance between cherishing their memory and moving forward with life. Sometimes it can look like incorporating them in your Christmas or holiday tradition. It can look like, celebrating their birthday. It can look like, talking about them, telling stories about them, remembering them on purpose, and making sure that a part of them stays with you. So I hope these 4 tasks of mourning will be helpful to you, Mo. And I also hope that you continue to listen as I take the next caller.
Thank you.
You are welcome. So I do have another caller here. Remember, I am taking callers, so definitely feel free to press that call button. I am a licensed therapist, and I am giving away advice on Supportive Advice Live, so feel free. So, hey,
Hello.
thank you so much for calling in. Hey, so what's your question? Or did you have a comment?
More of a comment.
Okay.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you well.
Oh, wonderful. Listening to the previous caller, Monisha, I was reminded of the Kubler-Ross model of grief, of the stages of denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. And what she was saying, it sounds like a combination of the stages of denial.
Uh-oh, I'm losing you a little bit.
Wondering if there was anything that, well, combination of bargaining. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure if you're in an area of poor reception. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Let me get a little closer to the microphone. Combination of the bargaining stage, wondering if there was something different in your stage, and I just leave valid. And
I think that your comment is amazing. Unfortunately, I'm only hearing bits and pieces of it. I definitely would love to continue to hear what you have to say. It just doesn't sound like you're in the best area because it is breaking up pretty bad. I did hear you say a combination of bargaining, I believe, and it sounds like that you were going to do some validating, which I think would be absolutely amazing. Please feel free to continue. And everyone, again, I am taking callers, so feel free to press that call in button. Are you still with me? I think you might have lost reception. Please feel free to call back in.
hello, I'm back. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. So what were you going to say? It sounded like it was going to be very insightful.
Okay, yes. Listening to the previous caller, I was reminded of the Kubler-Ross model of grief. That includes the stages of denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. And listening to Manisha talking, it sounded very much like she's going through the stages of bargaining, wondering if there's anything that she could have done, and also a little bit of the stage of anger. And I just wanted to say, those emotions, those thoughts are completely valid, but I hope you can move on towards acceptance.
Wow. I thank you so much for that and that validation. I'm sure that meant a lot to Monicia. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing those words. Very happy to have you. Monicia, you still there?
Yes, I'm back.
So what do you think about that comment, those kind words?
For me, I didn't hear nothing he said. The reception was bad. I heard a little bit about the now, and I heard a little bit about, he said, I can't think of the other word he used.
Bargaining. He used the word bargaining.
Yep, he used bargaining, and then I didn't hear nothing else after that. It was just a lot of bad reception.
So what he was saying, and I hope you don't mind me paraphrasing, as you said it so well. But what he was saying is that it sounded as though you were in a bargaining phase where you were wondering if there was anything else, that you could have done to change the situation. And he was saying that he was that all of those feelings are valid, but he really hopes that you find acceptance as it relates to the loss of your father. I do want to point out that Monicia just recently lost her father, so she is definitely going through the stages of grief. When I think bargaining, I think my perspective and what I've learned through my studies is that it is wishing or trying to make a deal to get that person back, and wanting that person essentially to return. You're definitely not accepting the loss at all. You are, going through this conversation, for lack of any other wording here, with God, if you will, to bring that person back, or to stop the pain that you're going through, or whatever the case may be. If you had to go look at the stages of grief, Monicia, where do you think you fall from your own perception?
I would say I am, at times I'm sad, at times I'm angry. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the bargaining part. I don't feel like, I guess I feel as though I wish I could have done something different on my behalf, even though I know consciously there's nothing I could have done different.
And that's more or less guilt. If you were my client and you were in my office, I would definitely lean more towards feelings of guilt, or even regret, which is a lot of what we feel after someone has passed. We ask ourselves, did we take every opportunity? Did we do everything that we could have done? And all of these feelings are absolutely valid, because it's kind of like the hindsight of, if I had known that they were going to pass, what would I have done differently? And there's always something that we feel like we would have done differently had we known.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, like in the process of my father dying, I also received, I guess I'm traumatized too in some ways.
Talk to me about that.
I received a message from a stranger saying, we could have probably saved your dad, but they robbed him. They took his gun and some money. And what? I took her screen. Yeah. If I told you the few things that happened during that time, oh God. So I screenshot that. When I go back to Messenger to see it, they unsent the message, but I already had the message. After seeing that message, like 2 days later, I had my grandmother lives with me. I had a dream that I got a phone call that she died. And strangely, maybe some people may not believe, but some of my dreams do come true. And so I was traumatized receiving that dream after that.
And so that's basically my process, or the things that I've been hit with during the time of my father's death.
The funeral was recently, and so I want to say that because there is no thought process from myself or anyone else, especially those who have suffered a loss, to think that you would be through the stages of grief, already, and again, I want to point out that the stages of grief are not linear. They're not linear. It is a cycle, and you can feel different things in tandem. You can be sad and angry. You can feel as though you have come to a stage of acceptance and then get angry again. I have a lot of clients that have taken on grief, because of the losses that they've had. And in working with them for years, one thing that is so important is that you give them the space to feel what they're feeling. There is no time frame, time limits on grief. Not at all. And I think that one of the things that's missing for you, Mo, is self-compassion. That's one of the things that I can hear, that you're not giving so much to yourself. You're saying, well, I wish, that I was further along by now. I feel like I should be over it by now. Or not even over it, but maybe in another phase. I'm doing all of these things, but I'm not feeling any better.
You are correct. Because of our relationship being on and off, I did not think that when my father did pass away that it would affect me the way it's affected me.
So like many of us, you weren't prepared.
Yeah, and I thought I was prepared.
Yeah.
I somewhat thought I would be prepared and it wouldn't be a struggle for me, but today it's been a roller coaster.
And and that's something right there, because it is presumptuous for us to assume, right, just because we don't have an ideal relationship with someone, or that we are estranged from someone, that if they were to pass away, it wouldn't bother us as much. Sometimes we feel like because we processed a loss while they were still living, that the grief, if they pass away, won't be as bad. But as you gave the example of, it hit you just the same, except for there was more regret because of the strain. You still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
This isn't an easy topic, and I don't want to treat it as such. Grief is a very complicated topic, and it's definitely not something that we're going to sum up in any way, shape, or form in an hour's time. However, I do want to say to you that I would really encourage you to give yourself some space to feel what you're feeling without expectation. Put on a lens of curiosity and emotional, mental openness, and feel what you're feeling. There is no place you're supposed to be now. There is no way you're supposed to feel right now. except for how you feel. Can you do that?
Yes, I'll try to work on it. I'll try to work on it.
Well, it's not a mandate. Obviously, I don't do those as a therapist, but I do want to definitely, ask for you to consider it and give it some serious thought. I would like for you to stay on as a speaker, but I do have another caller, and so I'm going to take the caller. And so I'll just ask you to mute, and then we'll take this caller here. So I have, it looks like Brady on the line. How are you? You're on mute.
Just checking on my bunny. You looked a little hot and tired. I think he's taking a nap. But, so you're just giving free advice today, huh?
Yeah. How about that?
That's pretty cool. That's what's up. I was doing that the other day, something like that here on Callin'. And
Okay.
I could use your help. So let's see. What I'm going through is that I've been trying for like decades to get Dr. West to run as a presidential candidate. And now he's finally doing it. But he's doing it for a political party that's kind of problematic. So I've been trying to start my own party since 2016. And nobody's really on board. Like, no one really likes the idea. But now that Dr. West is running for this problematic party, it's kind of becoming clear to everybody that we need a new third party. And everyone's kind of talking about it, but no one wants to help with the idea. So how do I get people to, I don't know, how do I get people to become politically active?
That's hard. And
Right.
And the reason and the reason why that's hard is because it's such a personal topic. People's political views and values are so personal to them, and it's hard to influence that. And so it can be hard to get people on board without offending or individuals not wanting to be a part of that topic, because it's a hot topic that easily offends individuals. I think that it's just important that you allow people to know that the information is out there. Put it out there, let them know that it exists. If you're an influencer and you make videos, great, do that. And then allow the people to come to you. The individuals that are actually interested, give them avenues to locate you and come to you, or donate, or whatever it is that you need from them. You can go and get whatever licensure needed to start getting signatures and stuff like that, or permit, I think is the word, needed to get signatures. It's really more about putting yourself out there and making a space to attract those that are interested.
That's cool. Much appreciated. I'll just keep putting myself out there. And I'll just ignore the screams and the complaints.
The screams and the complaints, are those coming from people that are against or for what you're
Against.
Okay. And in all honesty, Brady, that's with everything. You put yourself out there, and there's going to be positive and there's going to be negative. And the negative can be a motivation, right? And the positive, is a motivation. Absolutely. But you keep on going. You keep on putting yourself out there. And you make the information available. You put out platforms for individuals to reach out to you so that you can get the feedback you need.
Right? So we could all work together, get some kids some food and some health care. I'll get food and health care for everyone taken care of, so we can have a little more vacation time, That's the end goal.
I like that.
We just got to do a little bit of work first. We just got to do a little bit of work first. So I know that's a lot to ask for some people, but too, it's a big ask. So let's see. How do you make friends with somebody who's already decided you're the devil?
That is a loaded question that you just said there. I think we
can go to the next person if you want. Yeah, no pressure on that one.
Well, I did want to address it because I'm interested as did the person tell you or tell that hypothetical person that they think they're the devil, or is this an assumption?
They're making assumptions. Yeah, they're making assumptions. I didn't actually do anything devilish, yeah.
No, did you hear from them directly that they thought that you were devilish?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, did you hear from them directly that they thought you were devilish?
Oh, yeah, they think that the thing that makes me too devilish is that I love myself too much, and apparently I ruin conversations.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, all you can do is continue to be yourself. And if that person, whoever this person is, if that person has made up their mind, on who you are, that can't determine how you behave and how much you love you and how much you continue doing positive in your everyday life. I don't know what would be the motivation behind making friends with them if there's someone who clearly says that they have no interest in being friends with you. But there's definitely ways to be cordial, which is not feeding into any type of defensiveness or anything like that, and just living your best life no matter what they're thinking or saying about you.
Right, and that's a good point. Like, I don't necessarily want to be friends with these people. I just want them to stop harassing and trying to abuse me while I'm just trying to do my thing.
Wow. I mean, I think that's a fair ask. And when it comes to wanting people to stop targeting you or whatever the case may be, the one thing that we have control of is our boundaries. Who we let in, who we don't let in. Every social media website has a block button. Every phone that I'm aware of has a block button. We don't have to be involved in this.
Here's the problem I'm facing right now is that let's pretend, for example, that Monica has me blocked right now, and you allowed her to be the speaker on your platform. All of a sudden, what that means on this app is that I would not be able to call in or use the chat down there to communicate. So she's essentially killed my chances of communicating with you. Now, we might want to have a conversation, and that's not going to matter because Monica would have had me blocked, and she's just controlling the fact. She's trying to control who you talk to and who I talk to at that moment in time. You understand? And so that's the problem I'm running into here. This guy Derek down there in the listener section has me blocked. So every time someone allows Derek to be a speaker on their platform, he prevents me from having a conversation with somebody who might actually want to talk to me. And it's been destroying the democracy of voices here on Call-In, and it's been causing the conversations to become kind of dry and meaningless instead of productive and constructive or creative.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, Brady, is that you are having a conflict with one of the listeners, Derek. Where is this conflict coming from? Where did that start?
Well, I asked him if he would be interested in helping to build a third party to the left of libertarians and stuff like that about a year ago. He told me it was a really dumb, stupid idea, blah, blah, blah. And he just happened to be best friends with a sex pest on this app. And when I outed his friend for being a sex pest, he just started coming at me sideways. So, of course, I was the bad guy for that. So I'm sorry I called your friend out for being a kind of a rapist, but that's just how I am. I keep it real, Derek. So you're just going to have to... I mean, it wasn't anything personal towards you, dude. So I don't know why you're mad at me. But, I mean, if your friends are acting like sex pests and rapists, I'm going to call it out. That's all there is to it. I mean, don't take it personal. You know, it's not you. But, I mean, he just had, you know, how do you say, loyalty to the wrong side. And now he's still mad at me for it, you know? And I can only do so much there.
So this sounds like this has been something that's been ongoing. Have you guys ever actually had a conversation about this?
No, he's totally afraid of having a conversation with me. I'm willing to talk to him anytime. He doesn't bother me much. I mean, I don't care if he talks. I don't care who he talks to. If he wants to communicate in all these rooms, I'm not trying to stop him from speaking. But yeah, basically he wants to be me. So I think often you'll catch him saying things that sound like things that I said. You know, and he'll be like, "Oh, I don't know who said this, but blah, blah," and then he'll quote me. And so, yeah, I'd love to talk to you about it, Derek, but you're going to have to grow the spinal cord for it first. You know, you're going to have to develop the fortitude. Right now, Derek says, I have absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Brady clearly needs help. If someone is willing to take the time, respect. And what I'm talking about, Derek, is the fact that you have me blocked and you consistently prevent me from speaking on other shows that have nothing to do with our beef. And there's Martin. Martin is one of the other ones down there in the call-in section. Martin actually called an elderly member of call-in the other day and encouraged them to self-harm themselves because they were sending messages to Martin that Martin didn't like. Martin was tired of this old man sending him DMs. And so when I get sent DMs that I don't want to read, I just ignore them. But Martin felt it necessary. He felt like he was somehow so hurt by William that he had to go in there. And there's so many bullies on this app I got to handle. And police. It's out of control. They're forming a sex cult on here. They got like a psychic sex cult they're trying to start now. It's getting weird. Martin, do you want to explain your psychic sex cult to everybody and why you're trying to encourage old men? Yeah, see, there he goes. So, all right, he's up. Nice. You can ask Martin yourself, like, why is he trying to start a psychic sex cult and why are you harassing elderly people to the point of self-harm? What did William do to you to hurt you, Martin, is what we want to know. And second of all, do you really think that you're capable of talking someone into self-harming? Because Martin has a psychology degree, apparently. And so he should be aware of how problematic that behavior is. I'd love to know what's up. And also, Martin, like, why do you have me blocked, man? Like, how did I hurt you? I'd like to know how William hurt you, and I'd like to know how I hurt you. But I'll go ahead and pass the mic, because these are my haters, and I'd like to see what they have to say. I'd like to hear their response.
All right, so we will do just that. We will pass the mic. I'm going to take the next caller. Give me one sec. Okay, so Martin was actually not our next caller, so I'm going to go to the person who actually is. Did you have a comment or question?
This is some brand new beef. I would say that I would like nothing to do with a sex cult, but I can't say that because they're psychic. So I will step down and let the beef.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wait a minute. All right. So, one thing that I'm not going to allow is bullying. Okay. And so this is not the platform for that. If you have a conflict with someone and you're looking for valid resolution, this is a great platform to come to. If you're on here to sling mud at someone, and you're upset that you all have not been able to resolve the conflict elsewhere, but you're not in a place of actual resolve, this is not the place for you. This is not the platform for you, because I'm not going to put anyone anyone in an unhealthy environment, at least not knowingly. Okay, so I don't know who is the person or persons that I guess instigated these conflicts between the three of these individuals. However, this is not the platform for anyone to bully anyone. This is a platform for healthy resolution. So if anyone is coming on here just for the purpose of, again, slinging mud or getting something off of their chest without actually wanting to resolve the matter, this is not the platform for you. So Martin, I'm going to let you on, and hopefully we can find some clarity and some resolve in this.
Hi. Thank you for taking.
Hi, Martin.
Thank you for taking my call. I'm so happy that we have somebody like you on this platform right now, because definitely we do need some conflict resolution on this platform. I have just expressed that I want to be left alone by Brady and William. William espouses some ideas that I find appalling, and I don't want to get into it because he's not present. But Brady, I just want him to leave me alone, that's all. And I feel many others on this platform also express that. He wants to put himself in spaces that he's not welcome, and that's what we have expressed. I would like to resolve that if that's possible.
Absolutely. What attempts have been made thus far to resolve the conflict? What interpersonal effectiveness techniques have been used thus far to minimize this conflict?
Well,
Martin.
Well, we have expressed that we're not interested in someone who is only interested in talking about him and his ideas. And we have expressed that time and time again over the past year that we all have been on this platform. And he has his own shows. Anybody is welcome to go to his shows, but he has no attraction there, and he feels that we have a lot of attraction in our rooms, and he wants to impose him.
Okay. And so was there ever a time where you and him actually sat down and had a conversation, or was it, okay, I'm not liking this, and so we blocked one another without conversating?
Well, I do have a diploma in psychology. I don't have a degree in psychology, so I have limited professional tools to actually engage in that. We have had some interventions, but besides that, we haven't been having a professional present, unfortunately, to solve those problems.
Okay. I want to say that it's important that, we all have boundaries, Martin. And one thing that I'm hearing you say is that you put up a boundary. You met with this individual, virtually, obviously, and you heard what this person was trying to say, and you decided, okay, this isn't my cup of tea. And so you express that, I'm sure, or I'm assuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, in a professional manner, and it was not respected. The boundary was not respected, and so it led to blocking. Now, Brady, I don't know you. This is my first time ever speaking with you. However, I did hear a lot of aggression in the things that you were saying. You sounded very angry, and there was a lot of defensiveness. There was a lot of instigative conversation, comments, calling individuals out, and things of that nature. Now, I haven't heard from the other person that you were talking about. One of the callers that I had looks like possibly they became pretty uncomfortable, and so they didn't want any type of involvement in that. But Martin has come on, and he sounds like he is more than willing to resolve the matter as long as his boundaries are respected. Now, I'm not going to put you on right now because I'm talking to Martin, but you seem to be using the chat pretty vigorously. Are you willing to resolve the conflict? Can you put that in the chat? Okay, so Brady says, yeah. Brady says he wants to resolve the conflict. Now, I want to be clear. Resolving the conflict doesn't have to necessarily mean that Martin unblocks you. It can just mean that you guys come to an agreement. If it doesn't lead to you becoming unblocked, is it still something that you're willing to do? Okay, and again, we're deflecting. I'm asking you about conflict, and then you're talking about Martin telling people to self-harm themselves. Martin, can you let us in a little bit onto what that is about, so we can have some clarity about that comment or whatever it is that Brady is talking about?
There's this other person who expresses that Sandy Hook was a psyop and everybody was an actor in that incident. And I found that appalling. And I tried to make him stop sending me materials that would support his ideas about that, and I just told him that just do whatever you'll do and just leave me alone and leave me out of it. But he keeps harassing me with messages all the time, and unfortunately I expressed that if it comes to the point that I have to go to the length of actually encourage him to do stuff, but that didn't seem to work. It was just a threat to hopefully get him to stop harassing me, but that didn't seem to work either, unfortunately. But yeah, so I'm trying to ignore that person for now. And the same goes for Brady. It's not so much his ideas, but sort of his narcissism that bothers me when it comes to Brady. And I just want to not be exposed to it, that's all. Nothing more. I don't go into his rooms, but he constantly imposes himself on the spaces that.
So, I mean, at this point, what I'm really hearing is that, again, you have a boundary that you want respected. And Brady, again, as I said before, I've not met you, but it sounds as though in some way, shape, or form, you've offended Martin, or you guys are having a consistent conflict, right? You said that he was not open to your ideas, which is fine, which is absolutely fine, right? Because at the end of the day, as we just spoke, I'm looking at the comments, I apologize. As we just spoke, everybody's not going to agree with us, right? Everybody is not going to hear our ideas, jump for joy, and jump on board. There's going to be people that don't agree with us. There's going to be people that don't side with our way of believing, and that's okay. If it's something that we want to continue to do, we continue to do it. And if not, we don't. We don't need everyone on board to do what it is that we feel like we're supposed to be doing. The only person who needs to be on board is ourselves. And then we find the avenues that are open, and we take the opportunities available to make it happen. And if Martin is someone that did not agree with your idea, or maybe he, as you said, thought it was stupid, Martin is a representation of a lot of people that you're going to run into that's going to say the same thing. And you move on. You move on. Do I have any other callers? Anybody else? Anybody else? Martin, Brady, I thank you both for your time so much. I definitely appreciate your time. And Martin and Brady, I thank you for coming on and at least attempting to resolve the conflict. It doesn't sound like Brady, like you're open to resolve right now. It sounds like you're still very angry and you're looking for a fight. And if that is where you are, that's absolutely fine. But the fight will not take place here because this isn't the platform for that. Any other callers? Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Okay, so we got another person. All right, so let me... Boom, boom, boom. All right, so let me take you... Sir. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can.
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. So, I would like to talk about going back to Bo's father.
Thank you. I appreciate you. As we digress, right? Oh, please go back to Mo's dad.
Well, my point is that he said that he wanted to do it alone, and whether or not that was the right action, it doesn't really matter. I mean, that was his decision. And to second guess it and say, well, what if I could have stepped in his behalf? That's not what he would have wanted, I don't think. And I don't think that he would want you to feel the burden that you're feeling now. So I'm not sure if that completely fits with the situation. That's just my opinions on it. And also, I'd like to talk a little bit more generally about especially men, and I wouldn't say mental health, but more of like emotional hygiene. My father lost his father not too long ago, my grandfather. And my father told me that when he was growing up, his father, my grandfather, did not show love physically. My dad never got hugs. And my dad told me that he knows that his father loved him, but his father was not able to show that. So, you have to admit that sometimes men feel the need to put themselves in a bubble, and if that's the way they feel, it's the way they feel. And it's not something that you could just turn on or turn off. And second guessing it, I believe, might be causing you more pain.
I think that is a great point of view that you just brought to the table, right? There is a lot of emotional suppression as it relates to males. It is taught as a form of masculinity, right? Not to cry, is a part of the gender, role to, oh, you have to be strong, suck it up, keep it moving, and to show love has been deemed soft, for lack of a better term. And so you will have a lot of households where the father never hugged his son, or didn't say I love you. And that is typical. That is not outlandish. That is something that is culturally normal, and something that we are breaking out of, thank goodness. But I definitely hear your point of view when you say, if that is what he wanted to do and those were his wishes, part of what might be putting a burden on Mo is that she felt like it was her responsibility to relieve him of those wishes. But I do still have Mo. Thank you so much, Mo, for staying with us throughout this process. Mo, what do you think? Feel free to chime in.
I thought that was a great topic. He brought up about men and their emotions. Actually, I was like, "Ooh, that's something I want to talk about next week when I come on." You don't get tired of me.
Speaking of next week, I do want to thank everyone who was a part of this show, and I mean everyone. This show is on every Thursday, 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Supportive Advice Live. Tune back in. It's unpredictable, and unpredictable is great because that's life. It's not scripted. You get what you get, and you leave the rest, right? And so come back, listen in, and I hope to get to talk to all of you again next week. Again, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate every single one of you. Don't be afraid to press that call button, and I will be back next week at 6 o'clock. Bye, everybody.
Is that everything okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Thank you.
Not a problem. Well, my name is Chris R. I'm a grateful recovering alcoholic from Cincinnati, Ohio. 41 years old. Um, I have been married 2 years now. I have 5 children and 4 grandchildren, and I'm an inventory control analyst for that company named Wayfair. Yes, I said their name. It's okay. I'm allowed to say it.
Okay.
And my sobriety date is January 1st, 2021. I got sober on New Year's Day. Out of all that was, I guess that's my New Year's resolution from now on for the rest of my life. But
Wow.
that is my sobriety date, and that's from alcohol. I didn't. Drugs really was not my thing per se. But they say alcohol is a drug, which it is. So I do both programs. I do AA and NA.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I do both.
So, Chris, tell me about your life in the pre-contemplative stage. Now, that's the stage where you don't know anything is going on. You're just living life as usual.
Before my of course my drinking and stuff like that. I had a very good childhood up until I was like probably say about 8 or 9 years old. And then that's when my dad started bringing alcohol in the house, and my mom started bringing drugs inside the home. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, where it's like I had nowhere to run, had nowhere to go to.
Wow.
My grandma um, was, she, and I'm not trying to say this in a bad way, but she was old. She didn't know that my parents were doing what they were doing. It was just basically a place where I could go to, lay my head, get some food, and then that was it. I couldn't really run to her and say, "Hey, you know what? My mom and dad are going through a thing," because, of course, I would get told, "Oh, you wouldn't say that about your mom because your mom's this, or you couldn't say that about your dad because your dad's this." So there's like no one to run to. So basically, for me, running was just like going to school or playing that sport or going to a friend's house or going somewhere to escape that abuse from the home life, because
Yeah.
once that abuse started for them, the drug abuse and alcohol abuse, that's when the physical abuse started, the sexual abuse started, the mental abuse started, the emotional abuse started, all this stuff started taking place. And I
Yeah.
was one of six children, so there was four girls and two boys in a home, so I wasn't the only one that was being stuff was happening to. So and I was the baby out of all of them. So go figure. It's, oh, you got the baby, you got the not the short end of the stick, but you got this or you got that. Eh, no, not in my household.
So Chris, let me ask this. As the baby, did you notice your siblings having a level of protective capacity over you? Were they able to help out more with
um,
you?
my sisters, not per se, because my sisters, and I know I'm on a program to speak truth, so my sisters are really promiscuous, if you per se, because of course they saw my mom going through what she was going through, so they were sleeping with whoever and whatever. But my brother, oddly enough, he was in a gang, and that just took off. Once I found out my brother was in a gang, I was like, okay, well, can I join? It's just like kind of like you got those Michael Jordan tennis shoes. Can I have a pair? And
Yeah.
that's all it took. My brother said, okay, you sure you want to do this? And I was like, well, absolutely, because mom and dad aren't there for us, so who else is going to be there for me? And obviously, you're not, because you're doing this, and our sisters aren't doing anything because they're not doing anything with their life besides going to school and, like I said, sleeping with whoever and whatever. Um, so I joined the gang with my brother. So yeah, my brother.
So I'm going to fast forward. When I talk about the pre-contemplative stage, I think I'm more or less talking about your life while you were drinking before you realized that it was a problem for you.
Okay. Well, I started drinking. I want to say when I was like 9 or 10. I went to a football game with my dad. And it was actually a Dallas Cowboys football game, so it's actually my favorite team. Don't shoot me.
Okay.
Um, but at the end of the day, that was my first game I went to as a Cowboys game with my dad. He just told me, take a sip and shut up. And so I did. And he gave me some big red gum to chew it off. And my mom really didn't care because, of course, she was doing her thing. But I still felt bad for lying to my mom and saying I didn't drink anything. But I'd probably say when I was like 9, and I'd fast forward a little bit, like you said, I just on and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. And it didn't really stick till I was actually able enough to buy it. Once I was able to buy it and I was legally to buy it, all bets are off. I was buying with cases and quarts and you name it. It was like the liquor store in my house 24/7, and I was a functional alcoholic. I would bring it with me to work. I would go to church with it. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it just no matter
Yeah,
wherever I could go, I brought it with me. Everybody's, oh, that's Sprite. Yep. That's
sure.
that's apple juice. Yep. So there's no need to fabricate anything. If I could get my hands on it, and if I was able to buy it, guess what? Chris was going to get it, and a lot of people used to refer me when I was little um, as Red from Shawshank Redemption. If you ever saw it, he was able to get anything and anything. That's how
Oh
I,
yeah.
yeah, that's how I was with the alcohol. If you wanted it and you couldn't get it, trust me, I could get it for you. And yeah,
Describe to me what, in your eyes, it means to be a functional alcoholic.
in my eyes, it's like just getting up, taking a sip right away, not even brushing your teeth, going to work with it, putting in your locker, going to break, drinking some more, going back to the floor, drinking while I'm on the floor, doing my job, taking another break, drinking some more, driving home, drinking some more. Yes, I was driving and drinking. I don't recommend it. No, no, no. But this guy did. And then going just repeat. Hardly ever eating. I remember going to the grocery store buying all this food and all this alcohol, and I remember just stuff would get freezer burnt, stuff would get molded, stuff would get curled, stuff would get out of date because I was more consumed about drinking than eating. Like the only
Right.
thing I could really eat was just bread. And I would just eat bread to fill me up because I didn't really care about nothing else. I didn't really care about, oh, I got a T-bone steak in the freezer. Who cares? I just wanted that shot, or I wanted that beer. I wanted this. I wanted that. I wanted this. I wanted that. I didn't care
Right.
about eating. All I wanted was to do was drink.
Right. Right.
So
And
that
that makes sense. So going from the pre-contemplative where we don't know that anything is wrong, we're just kind of living life as it is. What happened in your life that switched you from pre-contemplative to contemplative where you realize, okay, maybe I have an addiction to alcohol?
two things. One is when I went to the liquor store, I went to go check. I went to go to my old liquor store I used to go to, and my card. I want to go use my card, my debit card, and it said insufficient funds. I had literally ran my credit card over $2,000, like literally no, just boom. And the owner said, you can't use your card here no more. And I'm like, well, why? He's like, because it said you don't have no money. You can't, you know, it's not going to work. You remember if you had, now if it was clear, of course you could buy some, but if my card was not taken, I was in a negative, like almost 2 grand. And then I went back to the hotel room I was at, and I actually detoxed myself. I don't recommend
Oh,
it. I didn't go through a doctor. I didn't go through no facility. I didn't go through nothing else. I did all the shakes, the throwing up, the going to the bathroom myself, all that stuff by myself for like almost a week. And then once I got come to, I was like, I think, I think I need some help because, one, I don't have nowhere to go. Two, my card is insufficient. Three, I need to figure this out. And of course, the Passages of Malibu commercial came on TV, and I'm like, oh, I could probably go there. But I was like, I'm not gonna, no program is gonna be like playing pool, not pool, but playing, waking up every day by the ocean and stuff like that. So my friend had recommended me the Salvation Army,
okay.
and so I actually went there here in Cincinnati. That's where I went. But before I went and pulled open the door, my daughter's the one that gave me a wake up call and said, Dad, this is your life, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
And I need you to grow up. And if you can't grow up, then I'll see you from afar. And she hung up the
Yeah.
phone. And she hung up the phone. So
Wow.
that's what made me like, oh, okay, I need to do some work because if I gotta meet my higher power, which is God for me.
Right.
I gotta meet him halfway. I know he could do everything, but I gotta do some work.
Yeah. 100%.
So that's what made me push was my daughter and me, of course, doing through the detox stuff myself, which I don't, like I said, I don't recommend, but I think that's what scared me was the detox thing by myself. And then of course my daughter telling me that don't call me, don't text me, don't write me, none of that until you graduate. When you graduate and you become an adult, and I'll think about having you back in my life. Until then, click.
Yeah.
I was like, man, she hung up. I tried to call her back and I couldn't because it went straight to voicemail. And of course, I
Yeah.
had to turn my phone in. I couldn't have a phone while I was there, so I was without a phone for almost a year.
And so what you're describing is what happens a lot of times when there is a parent struggling with a level of addiction, whether it's alcohol or otherwise, where the child, which is normally older by that point, will put a firm boundary, a rigid boundary, and they're like, listen. I'm not going to allow this to affect my life anymore. I want to be, be around you and all of that, but I'm not going to do it you as you are. They set an expectation and they say you have to either rise to this expectation or this relationship is no more. And so that is what Chris is describing. Now I want to go back to this detox because I want to be clear. You know, detox is nothing to mess around with. Okay. It is super hard on your body. I as a mental health professional, and welcome Natasha. As a mental health professional, I do not recommend going through detox without a nurse or or some type of medical facility, because your body goes through a severe level of dehydration. There's shakes, there's vomiting, there is all these different types of things, and it's not something that is ever recommended to do alone. So what Chris did, as courageous as it was, is also dangerous, and I just want to make sure that I put that out there, as he also recommends, not to do it that way. So so what I'm hearing you say is after you detox and you went through the severity of the detox, you then understood how serious the disease actually was.
Yes, ma'am. I saw, and I'm not trying to be crazy graphic, but when I threw up, I kind of felt like my life was like being like all what I've been through in my life was like being thrown up out of the way. It was time for me to make a change. It's kind of like, okay, you go on that crazy ride out at a theme park, and you're like, it's your first time going, and then you throw up, and then it's like, and then you're back to normal. You feel you want to get back to normal. You want to get back to you. You want to be a brand new you again. You want to be, you know what? Okay, that's cool. I can go back on it again. Um, and that's what I felt like with me. I was like, you know what? I did what I had did, and now it's time for me to make a change. Now it's time for me to clean up, and that's why I tell people all the time. I was a mess up. Now I'm a bless up, because at the end of the day, I was messed up.
I love that. I love that.
And now it's time for me to rise up, because now I have kids. I wasn't married yet, but I have kids. I have responsibilities. I have to go to work. I have to do this. I have to do that. I have to be Chris again, but the real Chris. I have to be, what my mom and dad, if they were still alive at that point, I wanted them to be proud, even though they'd done some crazy stuff. But I wanted them to know that, what, your son was able to get healed. Your son was able to go through a program to get help, and he was able to stick with it and graduate and do what he had to do, and be successful, not just be, and I'm not trying to say this in a mean way, a statistic. I wanted to be somebody that rose above that and be like, you know what, if he could do it, I could do it.
Yeah.
And that's what I looked at with the guys that I was in the program with, because I was in a program with like 95 other guys. So that's 95 other people talking about their drug problem, their alcohol problem, 95 different personalities, 95 different perspectives, 95 different backgrounds, and just trying to have that one common goal. And that's just to get better, to get right, so they can get right with God and get right with themselves, so they can get up out of there and be a change.
Mhm.
So that's what I wanted to do for myself and for my children.
So, and I think that's very inspirational. I want to focus in on the fact that you went through detox as your preparation stage. Now, some
Mhm.
people think, well, detox, well, that must be the action phase. No, detox was the preparation phase.
Mhm.
That's when he realized, oh, this is not just as easy as not picking up a drink, and all of those things were kind of together. And then he went and got help. That was his action phase. When he went to the Salvation Army and got help, that was the action phase.
Mhm.
What was the Salvation Army like for you?
a a rude awakening, if that makes
Yeah,
sense, because I did not believe what I did not believe in God until I got there, if that makes sense.
yeah,
It's a Christian-based program. So I went from not going to church at all when I was a child to now going to church as an adult 3 times a week in a suit, in a tie, in a dress jacket, in dress pants, in dress shoes, waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning, being downstairs before 6:40, doing a daily devotional, going to breakfast at 7, getting out of breakfast at 7:30, doing working in the store, hanging up T-shirts from 7:30 to 3:30. Got out at 3:30. Went to go into a Bible study class for about an hour. After that was over, go to dinner. After that was over, go do a course study. After the course was just so much stuff for 6 months.
yeah,
But the first phase, they have 4 phases. The first phase is 28 days. They call that personal reflection time, where you can't leave the property whatsoever. All you could do is just go outside for some fresh air or smoke a cigarette if you had cigarettes, and go right back inside the building, and they'll breathalyze you. Whatever phase you're on, whether you're leaving the property or coming back, they're going to breathalyze you. You get drug tested at least once a month. Um, and you go through all that to go to phase two, and then phase two will be 6 weeks. Except now you got to go to more meetings, more classes, more Bible study, more devotionals. Then phase three hits, 6 more weeks of that, and then you got to go to more classes, more Bible study, um, more meetings and stuff like that. When you first start out, they're only required 2 meetings. When it's all said and done, you have to graduate with at least by the bare minimum, at least 90 meetings, at least 90. If you can't reach 90, then they'll talk it over with you and say, hey, you know what, we'll give you a little bit more time, but you got to hit your 90 mark at least before your year. Um, by the time I got to phase three, I would probably say I had well over 100, because I wanted this so bad. I'm
yeah,
trying not to get emotional right now. I just wanted this so bad, not only for my kids, but for myself, because I always been told when I was younger, I was a failure. You're not going to amount to nothing. You're never going to be nothing. You're a piece of that. You'll never get married. You're too big. You're this. You're that. Well, guess what? I'm married. I'm still big. I'm a recovered alcoholic. Now what? It's like, come on.
say it.
you
You
know
know,
but
you
it's
to
it's an
oh,
intensive program. If you want Jesus, or you really want to follow God, you believe that your higher power is God, which he is mine, then he will show you that even though while you're in that building, that the world's not going to stop. The world's not going to stop spinning because you're in that program.
yeah,
However, like I said in the beginning, you have to do some work. You can't expect to think that they have pool tables there, they got video games there and all this other stuff. I'm just going to play pool all day. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And you got some work to do from 7 to 3:30. You got to hang up t-shirts. You got to fold some pants. You got to put some clothes away. You got to go through stereo equipment. You got to go through bedding. It might have bed bugs on it, but guess what? You got to do some work therapy. That's what they call intense work therapy for 8 hours. Then you got to go to classes. You got to go to Bible study classes. You got to memorize Bible verses. You got to memorize different things from what the commanders are telling you. You gotta do household chores. You gotta clean that shower with bleach and a mop and a squeegee and all this other stuff. Every other deep clean, every other Saturday. You gotta do some work. It's not just gonna be handed to you. You're gonna,
absolutely.
and
And Chris, real quick, I would love to touch on the importance of that regimen. Because when you're going from having a drug of choice, whether it's alcohol or otherwise, right? That's your whole life.
Mhm.
And so one of the main things that happens once you stop drinking or once you stop using is all of a sudden you have all this idle time. And I and it's just like, oh my gosh, going into programs like that where it's so regimented, where your schedule is planned out for you, where they have all of these things for you to do with your time. Can you talk about how important that is for someone newly getting into recovery?
For me, that was the best thing because that kept my mind off of where I could be, where I want to be, where what else am I going to do? For them to have that structure like that and everything like on time, and there's clocks all over the place, so there's not a factor. You can't say what time is it because there's clocks everywhere. But for them to have that schedule saying, you know what, from 6 o'clock a.m. wake up by 6:40, you have to be downstairs, fully dressed, ready to go to work, everything. Then from 7 o'clock to 7:30, breakfast, and then from 7:30 to 3:30, work therapy, 3:30 to 5. Um, a Bible class, 5 o'clock to 5:30. You got dinner. Then from 5:30 to 7, another class, and from 8 to 9:30, a meeting. It could be a meeting, NA meeting, whatever. And 10 o'clock bed. 6 o'clock goes by. It's time to wake up again. 6 o'clock in the morning, wake up. 6:40 devotional. 7 o'clock. And
Yeah.
that happened every single day. And on Sunday was even real crazy because on Sunday you're like, oh, it's a day of rest, day of relaxation, and you got to get up. You got to get your dress jacket on, your suit on, your tie on. They don't have, if you can't tie a tie, somebody will be there to help you tie a tie. So suit and tie, dress pants, dress shoes, sitting in the first few rows of the pews, participate in like singing hymns, participate and Bible study at the church, which was for like 2.5, maybe 3 hours. We got to be fully awake. Can't go to sleep. You go to sleep, they'll say, you know what? Better luck next Sunday. If you fall asleep that time, they'll just say, you know what? We're just going to dismiss you. So it's like a one and done type thing. You have to be on your game. If you want
Yeah.
it, if you want it, and you sign that contract, you know what? I'm going to be a part of this program for 6 months or however long it takes you. Then you gotta really, really go forward. Like you said, the schedule is intense, but to keep my mind off of, I could have went to a bar at 9 o'clock in the morning, or I could have went to this club at 3 o'clock in the morning. No, that's the farthest thing from my mind. I didn't even think about that. None of that. Because at 3 o'clock in the morning, I was like, oh man, 3 more hours, gotta wake up. Then I gotta go to work. Then I gotta do this. I gotta do that. So that was the farthest thing from my mind. So they definitely, yeah, what you said hit it right on the head. They definitely keep you occupied. There's no, and if there is a problem that arises where that you still have those little flashbacks, then you wait till the morning. You talk with the house manager and say, look, you know what? I'm not trying to miss work therapy, but I will go to work therapy. But can you tell the commanders that I'm going through a problem. I'm going through a phase, and I'll try to get you some help. So it's not like you're, oh well, haha. No, they're gonna help you. So it's not like you're gonna be on it by yourself.
Absolutely. Essentially, in offering you that structure, they're teaching you how to live versus how to survive, right?
Correct. Correct.
Drinking when we're with our within our addiction, we're surviving. We're surviving from one drink to the next drink, or one use to the next use. And what they teach you in that regimented routine is how to start living, how to start putting things back in your schedule, how to go and get active, how to believe in something higher than yourself, and gather faith, not just in that, but in yourself, to be able to stay sober. I mean, it sounds like an amazing program. So, after going through the program, because that would be your action phase right there, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
how has maintenance been for you? How have you been going through the steps, the 12 steps?
Well, let's see. I have a sponsor who has a sponsor. Between all four, there's four of us. Between all four of us, there's like last night. Between all four of us, we counted. There's 73 years of sobriety between all four of us. So that
Wow.
being said, like I said, I have a sponsor as a sponsor as a sponsor as a sponsor. So there's all four of us. Um, After I left the program, I went to a sober living apartment because I couldn't get it right by myself just yet. I couldn't be like, you know what? Okay, world, I'm here. No, I had to get another structured environment to get my mind right because I wanted to make sure that now I could go living with 95 other guys. Now I could just go to living with one and see what it's like. So I was living in a sober living apartment for a while. I had to get a job right away, of course. The first 2 weeks were free. I was like, thank God, because I had no money. But I was able to get a job right away at a local grocery store. And once I got that job, my sponsor told me then at that time, make sure you go to your meetings. The house manager that was at the sober living apartment, he said, make sure you go to your meetings. Make sure you go to your meetings. And I'm like, but I go to work. He's like, yeah, but make sure you go to your meetings. I'm like, yeah, but I got to go to work, dude, but go to your meetings. So it's just really in my head, go to my meetings. And then that's where, well, she's my wife now, but at the time she was my boss. So yeah, kind of 13th step a little bit, but it's okay. It's all good. Um, but she held me accountable too. She's like, before we go on a date, don't you got to go to a meeting? I'm like, wait, what? We're supposed to go to Buffalo Wild Wing and watch this football game. She's like, no, you better go to that meeting first. I'll see you at halftime. What? But the one thing I love about her more than anything is when we first started dating is that she held me accountable so much that she sat in front of the bar. I was sitting in front of her, and she would pray with me. She would talk with me. She said, "You know what? We're not gonna go forward until you get yourself right. You have to get yourself right first before we can continue going on this dating journey. Before we can think about going to the next level, before we can think about going to the next phase, you have to get yourself right."
Wow.
So that's
And
that's one thing that she has done from back then, and she still does it to this day. She's like, "Hey, did you go to this meeting? Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you do this? Did you do that?" And I'm like, "You might as well become my sponsor because you're man." But it's a good thing because I needed that, right? I needed that, and I still do because, like I said, I got 3 years in this, and almost 4 years. January 1st will be 4 years, and for her to hold herself, myself accountable by going to meetings with me, chairing meetings with me, going to different meetings with me, going to different places with me, and sharing these meetings and giving my lead and doing what I got to do. She just inspires me that much to just keep on going forward with my life because not only as I'm not only her husband, but I'm her best friend.
yeah.
And she could tell me, look, you know what, you're kind of slipping a little bit. You didn't go to this meeting this week, but it's okay. It's okay to not be okay in her eyes, just like everybody we know. But I had to ask her daughters first before I could, marry their mom. I said, hey, you know what? I was thinking about marrying your mom. But the first thing they asked me was like, she might drink. Is that going to be okay? And I'm like, wait, what? She might have a drink in front of you. You're going to be okay with that? Are you going to throw a fit? Are you going to get into an argument with her? Are you going to drink with her? What are you going to do? So her daughters had to ask questions, and those questions got answered really quickly. Look, she drinks. She drinks. I don't care. I don't. All I want to do is put a ring on it. That's all I care about. I don't care about nothing else. But
So you brought up a very good point, right? Because we go through the sobriety journey, and we go into our maintenance phase, right? Which I love the fact that you took it a step further and went into sober living, because a lot of people will end it right at the Salvation Army and then
hmm
just kind of go out into the real world, which has pretty much no structure again,
hmm
and then fall back into old habits. So I really encourage individuals that go through that Salvation Army program or any program to try to get into sober living if you can, because that helps give a new perspective to life without drinking, and it still holds you or using, and it holds you accountable. But I really want to dig into having a spouse, because this could be a spouse, this could be friends, this could be family, right?
hmm
That still drinks, because like you said before, the world still turns.
hmm
Whether we're detoxed, whether we're sober or not, the world is still going to turn. Everybody in the world is not going to become sober because we're sober. You
True.
know what I mean? And so we have to learn how to live in a world of individuals who may not have the problem with alcohol that we had, or they might be in the pre-contemplative stage if they're using other addictive drugs and things like that. how has it been being in a relationship, in a marriage with someone who drinks casually?
It's been, at first it was challenging, but then I was like, you know what? I gotta see. I gotta. She understands that. She asked me before anything. Look, you know what? I might take a drink. I might get one. You gonna be okay? Even though I still got 3 years in, she still asked me, "You're gonna be okay," and that's what gets me really pumped up. Like, okay, I got this. It's cool. You could do it. But for her to ask me, we've been to concerts before. We've been to different places. We're getting ready to go on vacation pretty soon to Florida for a week.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
so she has already told me, look, I'm gonna lay by the beach and I might have a drink or two, and I'm gonna get this. Go ahead, you deserve it because at the end of the day, you work hard. You could play hardest too. I could do it too with some Sprite. I could get a Shirley Temple. I could get a non-alcoholic strawberry daiquiri. I could
There
get a
you go.
I can have fun too. And at the end of the day, as long as she gives me that heads up, look, you know what, I'm gonna take, I'm gonna get this. That is not a problem. Even if she had did it without me knowing, she'll still tell me, look, by the way, I just want to let you know, I did drink with such and such, but all I had was one. Or you know what, I took a sip of such and such, and that's all I did. So for her to hold herself accountable for
Yeah.
telling me, you know what, by the way, yeah, so it's perfect. I mean, I know a lot of things aren't perfect, but with her coming to me and asking me, I did this or I did that, or would you mind? You know what? I have no problem. That's been perfect the whole way through. So I couldn't ask for a better life partner, a better, what the Fast and the Furious would say, ride or die. I couldn't ask for a better person.
I mean, she sounds absolutely awesome. She really, really does. Um, so part of recovery, right, is making amends.
Hmm.
And so I know that you at some point mentioned your daughter and the rigid boundary that she had set while you were going through that process, right? And hi Sarah, by the way, thank you for watching. And I would like for you to go back to that relationship and talk to me about the amends process and where you are with that and your daughter.
Well, for me, it was first before I made the amends to her, I had to make the amends to my parents, which both of them had passed away. So I got a balloon. I took an envelope. I wrote a letter to both my parents, and I sent them off twice. And I don't know where it's at, but all I know is I wrapped up with an envelope, and it just went up. I just went up in the air.
Yeah.
And then I made an amends to my sponsor right away because I wanted to tell him I'm sorry for taking his time, for him, coming to see me on the Salvation Army 3 times a week when he was just recently, a new husband and a new father, taking away time from him, making amends to his wife and saying, I'm sorry for taking your husband away, but I really needed some help. Making amends to all these people. I mean, I have my amends list is like super long. If I showed you, you'd be like, wait, what? I'm still doing it. Um, but for my kids, because like I have three stepchildren and I have two biological children. But I might as well say I have 5 children. I don't say step. I say 5. So it was really difficult. Um, but I was glad they accepted that apology, and I was glad they could tell me, you know what, Dad, I'm glad you got the help. I'm glad I could call you. My kid, my wife's children, they call me Dad. Um, and so for that aspect, that's awesome. And just getting that respect back. The amends process is painful. And it's not some walk in the park. Like I can't just say, you know, I'm just gonna say her name's Vicky, even though her name's not Vicky. I can't just say, I'm sorry, Vicky, love Dad. No.
Right.
Vicky got 3 or 4 pages, and then she got, I'm sorry, love Dad, and that's everybody. Everybody at least got 2 or 3 pages. I even made an amends to my wife. You know what? I'm sorry for not being that clean husband. I'm sorry for not being that husband that was not right away pure. I was sorry for not being not that good for you. And there was a time where, like, you know what do we do? What are you talking about? Divorce? I'm like, wait, well, no, 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 no. What I was saying was, and so, but in her mind, because she's not an alcoholic, she didn't understand the concept of an amends. She thought I was writing a letter telling her, you know what, this is it. We're not going to be together no more. She thought it was going to be that kind of letter. Um, so the amends process is really, really painful. Like I said, I do these steps Monday through Sunday, every single day. Right now, I'm on step one now. I just finished 12 2 weeks ago. So now I'm on step one where I realized that I was powerless over my alcohol. So yeah, I do them every day and every night. And I work with my sponsor like twice a week over the phone, 2 hours every Tuesday and Thursday. And I just get into it. We're like, you know what? Let's knock this out because we both need it. Not only is he helping me, but I'm also helping him because I have to also reach out to him and ask him how he's doing because guess what? He took the time to come out and reach out to this alcoholic. Now it's time for me, this alcoholic, to reach out to him and say, hey, you know what? You're good? Okay, let's get to work. So, yeah.
Part of the amends process, and you mentioned that it's painful, and it definitely can be. Part of it though is actually listening to the hurt that we've caused other people.
Mm-hmm.
Some individuals that go through the 12 steps might use that as a time to acknowledge just what they feel they've done wrong, and and then say, well, I'm sorry about that, or apologize for that, or write a letter for that. But they don't want to sit and listen to their children or their family talk about the actual hurt that they went through. Um, how was that process for you, or did that process happen for you?
I was able to take first before I did any kind of amends. I told everybody right away from the get go. Look, if you guys have a problem with anything I'm going to tell you, then you need to stop. You need to let me know ahead of time. You need to let me know that excuse me. You need to let me know that I've either pushed a boundary or I pushed a button or they pushed your feelings or something like that. You need to let me know because I don't want to get started in something and pour my heart out to you and keep on telling you that I'm sorry, and all of a sudden it's just going nowhere. It's going to a dead end road. You got to help me, help you, help me, help you. It's a two-way street. It's not. I can't do everything 100, and you just reciprocate and only give me 25%. You got to give me back 100, just like my relationship or with my marriage. I got to put 100% in. She's not. If I put half-ass in, she's my French on your show. If I put half tail in, then I'm going to get half tail results. I got to give 100% of myself, my full undivided attention to my wife at all times, 24/7. When I leave this household, not only am I a father, I'm also a husband, a grandfather. Yes, I have grandkids. I have 4 of them. I'm a grandfather. I'm an employee. I'm a son. I'm a son-in-law. I'm a brother in Christ. I'm a brother-in-law. I have all these titles, but ultimately, I'm still Chris, and that's what I want to stick. I want Chris as that title. Chris has all these titles, but that, for what you just said, I had to have all of them tell me, look, you know what? Okay, I can accept your apology, but you could have done it this better. But you could have done this, or you could have that. Okay, that's cool. Now I know next time. Now I know if I write my Mency again, I know what to expect, and I know what to conquer that at that time. I know what to recognize at that time. I'm sorry I didn't recognize it this time, but maybe next time, give me the benefit of the doubt. It's my first time doing it, whatever. And I'm still doing it. Like I said, I've been doing amends. I don't know how. I got pages. I got like almost a book full of amends from people from back when I was a child. So what? Like I said, I'm 41 now, and that's like I want to say like over 30 years of people that I done hurt, stole from, lied to, cheated on, disrespected. Where I got into a fight with somebody. All this stuff. And like my mom used to tell me when my brothers and sisters when we were kids, less messes. So come on, because at the end of the day, I'm proud to say I am a blessed mess, and that's why I tell people all the time, in this recovery, if one thing I could tell anybody, whether it's a newcomer or someone that has 20 years, there's three things that I challenge you to do. And if you could do these three things, then you can make it in this recovery world. And that is to chill, be still, and do God's will. If you do all three of those, I can guarantee you that you'll go far in your recovery without a shadow of a doubt.
Still, be still, and do God's will. And I'm glad that you brought this up because I did have a question, right?
Hmm.
Um, Now, for you, your higher power, was God, and you church in the Salvation Army. Did you see anyone, coming in that may not have, I don't know, been Christian, or maybe, they were atheists or
Mm.
whatever the case may be, but they still wanted recovery. Maybe they didn't believe in going to church, but they still wanted recovery. Did you see anyone's journey similar to that?
I've met a lot of guys in that program. And July 18th of this year will be 3 years since I graduated from there. So I've met a lot of people. But I would say, you said the atheist. I know a guy. He totally transformed. This guy walked in with some stuff on his chest, and him saying this and him saying that. And now he works at a church. He's actually working with the youth pastor at a church here locally by where I live at. And this recovery turned his life around. Like, this guy is not. When I first met him, he was wearing, all black, dyed black hair, black fingernail polish, big old silver chains. Now this guy's wearing a suit every single day to work. Catching a bus, clean fingernails, no more jewelry. Getting married pretty soon. Got twin daughters that have just been born, like I think like 3 or 4 months ago now.
Oh, wow.
Totally transformed. Like this, you would not, if you had seen what I seen almost 2 years ago to what you see now, you like, man, God really did a total 720 on this kid. And I say kid because he's 27. I'm 41. So yeah, I got some age on him, but I still call him a kid. But at the end of the day, yeah, I've seen all walks of life. I've seen trans people go through a thing. I've seen the LGBTQ community go through so much hell while they were there at the Salvation Army. But by believers like myself giving them hell. But
Yeah.
now it's like, you know what? So what? My best friend recently passed away. I'll say his name is Larry, and he was part of that community with like very out there. But at the end of the day, he was my best friend, and I could tell him anything, like he could tell me anything. But he had passed away in December. But our bond was so close that his sister gave my wife and myself some of his ashes in a necklace. Who does
Wow.
that? That's just how much of an impact that my wife and I made on him. But at the end of the day, to answer your question, I've seen so many guys go through so much stuff, and now it's like you would not think that the stuff that they were, what they're going through, or what they did go through, and what they're going through now, and a lot of them some of them are back in the program again because you could go back. It's not just a one-time thing. If you have to go back, you have to go back. It's okay. We understand. Life's not perfect, and if you fall, it's okay. They're going to pick you back up. You're going to go through the program again. Let's do it again. Let's go. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of guys that I know that are like total transformed. So that answers your question. Yeah, they're totally transformed. You would not think. Yeah.
And I kind of want to touch on just briefly. You
Mhm.
you were saying, some of the people in the LGBTQ community had, um, some issues going through the Salvation Army program, and may not have been treated in a way that, it sounds like, you know one would aspire to be,
Mhm.
be treated. And talk to me a little bit about that. What was that like? Seeing that. What were your thoughts on that?
At the end of the day, it's like I don't know if your mom's ever told you this, or they say a closed mouth doesn't get fed, right? So me, I had to open up my mouth right away. That's why they call me big head. They call me speaker box because I don't. My tolerance for crap like that is real thin. Now that I'm sober and I'm clear and I'm sober minded, I had to speak up. I was like, "Who are you to judge somebody? Who are you to tell this person that they can't get this recovery? Or who are you to tell them that they're not accepted? Because guess what? Guess where they're at? They're sitting right next to you. They're eating right next to you. They're sleeping right next to you. They're taking a shower right next to you. They are a person. They have a heart. They're an individual. They are a brother in Christ. If you can't accept that, then you're in the wrong spot because you can't be all telling me, "Oh, I'm praying for you. God bless you," and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden, the same guy, which was like I said, my best friend, would walk right next to him, like, "Oh, devil's gonna get him." And so my friend would be like, "Okay, well, the devil's gonna get you too because you just judged me. So we're both go to hell together." So at the end of the day, I've seen a lot of people get hurt in that community, but I've also seen a lot of people in that community didn't give up. They still put their shoes on. They still put their parents' leg one leg at a time, and they were able to graduate. And now it's like full-fledged recovery, just like I am.
That's awesome.
So yeah.
That is so awesome, and I thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story and letting me use it as an example to walk through the stages of change. Mr. Machismo, you have been so patient as we went through this process. Did you have any questions for Chris or anything that you wanted to say? I appreciate you.
I just want to say, I don't know you, Chris, but I am uber proud of you, Chris, for just really taking that thing by the horns and really just having a passion about your change, having a passion about your betterment, and that's something that I'm sure that's something that one day it's gonna be all over, the social media, and it's gonna be something that somebody that you may never know that is gonna change there forever. And that's tell that story as much as you can because people need to hear it.
I definitely appreciate that, brother. It's funny because now I used to go to like the 6 meetings a week, and I've counted how many meetings I've actually been to, and as of last night, I've been at like 2,700 meetings in 3 years.
Putting
So gotta put some work in,
putting
and
that work in, yeah.
I got to on a
Man,
daily and nightly. I just can't, just like it was. Oh, praise God! I gotta praise Him during the daytime and the nighttime. I can't just,
man,
I have to put God first, my recovery second, and everything else will roll off that.
amen, amen.
Yeah,
That's
man.
good.
So I definitely, and it's funny you say the story online. I actually went on a Zoom meeting last weekend, and the Zoom was in New Zealand, so I was able to talk to some people in a prison in New Zealand, telling my story. Like over 1,000 inmates were watching me on TV in New Zealand on a TV. So yeah, I
Wow.
love it. I love telling my story. There's some stuff I left out because it's like kind of really, really messed up. But at the end of the day, if I could go through, if I could go through what I went through to that new person that says, you know what, I can't do this. I can't drop that apostrophe, drop that T and put I can. Where there's a
That,
will, there's a way.
that is
So
so good, man.
yeah, I hate when people say I can't. I hate it. I hate it. It just burns my soul. It's like I just want to go through that phone or go through that computer screen or go through that door and just like shake him like that Homer Simpson when he was choking his son Bart. Like yeah, like come on, like let's get this recovery and go. Like because this is not. It's not just a daily. It's a daily thing. This is my program for the rest of my life. This is my life. I have. How can I say this shortly? I have let's see. I don't have another recovery in me. I don't. I don't have another 3 years to say, you know what, I could do this again. I don't have it. I've already told my wife that. I told my kids that. I even told my higher power that. Look, if I went back out there, it's over. There's no coming back. They're anywhere but backwards. I get it. I'm not going to go back, but I'm just saying I can't go back to that lifestyle because if I went back, y'all be reading me in the papers for sure. Because I don't have that in me to do it again. I don't have the energy and I don't have the time. The resources are there, yes. But as far as me going back out there and coming right back to, I could do another 3 years. I could do it. That ain't gonna happen.
So I wanna thank you again for coming going. Are there any are you a part of like any organizations or any, anything that you would like to give credit to, maybe give a link or, names of, where people who are looking to recover can go. We want to shine some light on some of those resources you talked about.
Yeah, if you call, you can contact the Salvation Army. It's a program. So anybody, we love the free word, right? Hey, free, hey. So that right there program is good for you for 6 months up to a year. And it's in different cities. So if you're a woman or a man, because they have some cities that have women, they're good for women and men. Different cities vary by, of course, there's different cities in different states, but you got to call your local Salvation Army to see if they have. It's called an Adult Rehabilitation Center, the ARC. So you can call and see if your city has both for men and women, or just men, or just women. They have that. And if you're an Alcoholics Anonymous, like myself, they have an app that you can go on Google Play Store. It's called Everything AA. And they have anything from, you could put the time and it will show the time you have in the program, like how many days, how many hours, how many minutes, how many seconds. It will show you about the big book. If you can't read, it's okay. Press the audio button and they'll be able to tell it to you. You'll be able to hear it, whether it's the 12 and 12 traditions, the AA big book, or if you can't find a meeting, excuse me. If you say, well, I don't want to go to an in-person meeting, that's okay. They have Zoom. Download Zoom, and there's a link. It's called Online Meeting Finder. You can go to meetings all over the world, all day and all night. Like I said, I was in New Zealand last week, and I'm sitting right here in Cincinnati on my couch. So everybody can say, I can't go to a meeting because it's impossible. If you got a smartphone, like 98% of us all do in this crazy country. Yeah, I said it, in this crazy country. Then you can get to a meeting. There's no excuses. They'll do email verification. They'll do court verification. And there's some meetings that are on it for 24 hours. I've been to a meeting one time. I was on it for 6 hours. I was tired, but you know what? I needed it because I got to do some work. And yeah, so you'll be able to go on Google and find meeting finder and find local meetings in your area. They got this thing, Founders Day, coming up in June pretty soon for the AA, for how it was founded, the Alcoholics Anonymous in Akron, Ohio in June. I wish I could go to that, but I gotta go to work. But they have that coming up. They got different things probably around your city. Volunteer at a church, do some things to keep your mind off that alcohol. Yes, we know it's still going to be there. We know it's in the back of your brain, but keep on going. Keep going forward. Backwards is not an option. And if you fall, guess what? As a brother in Christ and as someone that's been through this for over 3 years, I'm going to help pick you back up. And I'm going to help you get whatever you need to help, whatever you need with, whether it's going to a meeting, getting a sponsor, whatever you need. Let's go. Let's get back your time again. I can't speak for me because I'll be able to have this time back again. But I know I can help that newcomer. If they had like 5 years and they slipped up and they came back up and said, Chris, I got a problem. You know what? Let's get them 5 years back again. Let's not dwell in like, I'm never going to be about anything. I'm a mope and I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. No, that's a bunch of crap. We have a purpose because guess what? Even broken crayons still color.
All right. Say that. That is all. Even broken crayons still color.
Gotcha.
100%. And I'll second what Mr. Mochismo said. Definitely proud of you and your journey. I know it is one day at a time. It's a never ending decision, that you're making. 100%. Keep telling your story. Keep telling your story. Um, we were able to bring Chris on today because he reached out via email. So if you also want to be a guest on Supportive Advice Live, email me, um, Aquila Wheatley at supportiveadvice.com, and I'll put it on the screen. Aquila Wheatley at supportiveadvice.com. And I thank you so much, Chris, for reaching out. You have given us some invaluable information, and bless you in your journey.
Bless you too, and thank you for having me. And bless you both. Standing prayers for you both, and for your platform, and prayers for your practice. And keep up the great job. I've seen testimonials from people, and I tell you what, I might be giving you a call myself, because you know what? At the end of the day, we all, that's it, all of us, we all in this world need some help, and we all could get it. We all need it. So I really appreciate you and your platform. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. You have a great day, Chris.
You too. Thank you so much.
All right, so we're going to fade out with a commercial. And thank you, everybody who joined in. Thank you again, Chris. We really appreciate you and your story. Please keep telling your story every day. Keep telling your story. And anybody else that's out there that's going through addiction, no matter where you are in your journey, whether you're pre-contemplative, contemplative, whether you're in preparation, action, or maintenance, reach out for help. That's what it's for. That's what people like myself, therapists, are here for. That's what the Salvation Army and other facilities such as that, like Harbor Lights, for another example, that's what they're for. It's not too late. It's not too late to start your life over again the way you want to. So with that being said, we are going to end with a commercial break, and I thank you all for watching.
Let me be a part of your journey.